make a little announcement of my thing.
I'm not on your thing, by the way. I should be.
Hmm? What do you mean you're on my thing?
Your server.
Oh, yeah. Let me get you an invite. Did you get that?
Got it.
Okay. All right, there you are. Okay, so I think we can just start from how this is listed. So credit to Beef, by the way. Anybody watching, make sure you go give Beef a thumbs up. This is actually his tier list from years ago. I added a couple of the more recent things, just the Crusader and Hatchetman, actually. I don't think there might have been something else released that I missed. I'll try to think of that in the meantime. But yeah, actually Beef released this, so thanks to Beef again for this tier list. Let's get started. IS Jenner. Yeah, actual piece of shit. Are we agreed that that's straight to F? What do you think, Stim?
Well, it's not. What do we have in F tier? What do you think we have? Like, I put like stuff like maybe Osiris, Adder,
I
etc.
think F is like, again, this is CS23. So if you would never ever bring it to a deck under any circumstances, there's always a better choice. It's F. It's just straight F then.
I could bring a Generac for sure. It's just it's not the best choice, but
Yeah.
it's like if you need many, then I'd certainly consider it over many other mechs.
Okay. If you have two other 35 tonners, when you bring in a Jenner, an IS Jenner.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah, but like it's not F tier, I think. But if that's like the case, like whether you're bringing it or not, if that's like the reasoning, then yes, maybe F tier.
Okay, we can start in D tier then. I'll be leaning at the beginning. I think it's gonna get pushed to F tier eventually, but we'll put
Yeah,
it in
let's
D
see.
tier. Okay, Commando. Now this is actually one that I definitely thought was much weaker at the beginning of CS, and you actually, you kind of convinced me otherwise. I do think that you still overvalue it. Like at the end of the day, I think it's slightly worse than you think, but I definitely was undervaluing it at the beginning of CS. I think I would have put it in D tier, at like before invitationals, and then now I would say B tier. I would say B tier for Commando. What do you think?
Yeah, we can start in B tier for sure. The reason I could very well be overvaluing it is because I played most of my Commando games in a meta where most mechs were usually long ranged and pretty hot. So if you could drag aggro or like draw aggro with your Commando, you'd be wasting a shit ton of heat and damage from the enemy. But now when it's quite brawly, Commando doesn't punch as hard or isn't as impactful.
Yeah. I think that was always my main problem with it is just it doesn't kill shit fast. Like it's tanky and it can kill shit, but it just doesn't do it fast. So you hit it on the head there. I think that I was definitely undervaluing it because of those factors of like the tankiness, the ability to cap and I honestly didn't think it'd be as good as killing shit as it was. But yeah, I just I can't. I don't think I can put it higher than B tier with how long it takes to kill stuff. So
Sure.
we'll put it there.
Yeah, yeah, it definitely. The mech isn't what makes it like good. It needs like a certain kind of gameplay style and a very like specific kind of application.
Yeah, 100% specific. Um, not like amazing even when it's like the best choice. I think it's still like there's definitely some decks in places you would want to bring a commando above anything else, but even then, like it's not like it's so much better than everything else, right? It's like maybe slightly better than the bad like meta lights. So I think B is fine for now. Maybe we'll boost it up to A depending on what we see, but I would say B at least. Oh,
Yeah,
and
very very niche pick.
thanks everybody for joining. I see a bunch of subs in chat. I don't want to focus too much on the subs and stuff because I do plan on like releasing this on YouTube. If I don't even have to cut it up, that'd be ideal. But thank you for subscribing, both Blue and Celicus. Make sure you shout out, like I said, Beef for making this tier list, and of course Stimraug for joining me here and helping me out. But let's continue. So Dragon, this is one for me that I think was underused. I think the most of the dragons are bad, but the 1G I believe it is for brawl pushing. It's got the top speed and it's got really good quirks. So I would say D tier and not F for me.
Yeah, that's fine for me. The thing is, it has always been such a niche pick, except for that one time when it was played all the time. But because of the hitboxes, and now it's become so mega quirked that I actually haven't extensively tested what it is like now. But what I do know is that the hitboxes, of course, haven't changed. So I think it's kind of like the commando. It needs a pilot who knows exactly what to do with it, and then it can shine. But otherwise, never bring it.
I think a recurring theme throughout this is going to be that like mechs and most of the dragon variants fall into this category. They're Daka users. So, there's a couple of good dragon builds with like AC5 light PPC, but like because those weapons are just so dog shit, like the mech is dog shit. So straight to D tier. I think it's only in D tier because of the one brawl variant.
Mm,
Spider.
that's a good
Okay,
place to start.
I think we'll disagree on the spider. Where do you think the spider should go?
It's on the border of S and A.
Yeah, I'd say A, but like if you want to put it in S, then like I gotta say you probably know better than me, so I'll let you choose on this one. I'll let you choose.
Well, but that's the thing. Tier lists are made, I think, for like general consumption, and the spider again is more niche than it's not niche, but it's more niche than some very generic light, like say the Firestarter used to be, or uh, well, Mistlinks, I guess, is quite generic. So the spider needs a certain kind of gameplay, and then it's much stronger and impactful than most other light mechs. That's
Yeah,
why I think A tier.
I agree with you with everything you just said. I also think that it's a mech that is very very hard to play properly. At least again in CS at a high level. You really need to abuse everything it has going for it. The pretty good hitboxes, the JJs, the agility, and you don't have like any easy weapons to use per se. You might think like, oh, the HMGs and medium X pulse is easy to use, but knowing when to engage and where to engage is actually very very difficult. You have no peeking ability, you have no skirmishing. You just have to go all in when the time is right, and knowing not when to not go in is also really important and difficult.
Yes, pretty much every loadout it has requires the pilot to know exactly when to use it. Otherwise, it can result in catastrophic mistakes.
Yep, 100%. Shout out to the 5e, of course. That we actually did. Did we? I think we did bring that mining in the grand finals. That was
Yeah.
something on our radar the entire time. Of course, the fear was always that it's slightly on most maps, maybe not mining because we specifically, you know, have a we had an idea of kiting and the ability to maybe leg a mech or two before they got in, but I felt on most maps the 5e was weaker to a brawl push than the 5k. So that's why in a lot of the earlier decks we used the 5k instead of the 5e. But the 5e was always on our radar as soon as the X pulses got buffed.
Yes, so because the spider is and was and will be so close to my heart, I vividly remember the evolution in our of the mech in our team. So first it was, please Tim, don't bring that shit trash, and then it was 5k because it had more upfront noticeable damage, and then 5v started to show its hidden impact with the capping and large X pulse flexibility and so on.
I think that with the 5e I definitely thought it was trash, and again before the X pulse buff it was worse than it was at the end. But I do think I undervalued the 5k as well. I probably would have put it C tier at the beginning, but probably not as much as the commando to give myself a little bit of credit. It is by nature tanky and has jump jets while going incredibly fast. Very few mechs can have both the speed and the jump jets that the spider has. But I definitely undervalued it, and you definitely proved me wrong. And happy to say that.
Yay.
All right, quick draw. I think this one has to go F. I think the quick draw was pretty dog shit. What do you think?
Again, one of those sort of not dragony mechs, but like mechs that were so underused that it was kind of hard to place them in the meta anyway. Like, I wouldn't be too surprised if there was a build for a quick draw and a playstyle that placed it in like B tier, not A tier, but B tier even. But like, we haven't seen one, and there isn't much experimentation going on
Well,
really.
we tried experimenting with it a little bit though. Again, you're obviously not everybody's there for every scrim, but we tried like a heavy PPC mix with SRMs.
Yeah.
The mech is just not good. At least again for CS, just did not feel good. It's interesting because it's like a 60 tonner, so it's like it fills the heavy mech role when you're out of medium slots, but with low tonnage. But we just could not make it work. We tried it a couple times. Even at the end, it was this or the champion for our brawl push on Vitric, and the champion won out. And I don't know.
Yes.
That's kind of telling. So I'd say F tier. But maybe we can reevaluate it later on.
Sure. Yeah. It's a tough mech. It's more like it didn't fit the decks and meta that was used. But like, that's why I'm kind of careful not to place it in F, because I wouldn't rate it below the dragon.
Okay, okay.
One of those unused mechs.
All right, we'll put it in D for now. We'll probably shift a bunch of Ds down to F as we, have get a clearer idea. By the way, thanks everybody again. Hey, Mac Bram, C Train, Windscape. Quick Draw's decent on paper, but just not as good as peers. Yeah, I think that's about right. Very short summary there, but
we gotta remember, Quick Draw once or twice even was at the very top of meta almost for its weight class. So it definitely had something going for it back then. And it was just underused now. I think there's a lot of like, okay, what is the meta? What are other teams playing? We'll play that, which kind of stifles experimentation.
yeah, and I'm very proud of my team for being very willing to experiment, and I feel like we actually pushed the meta quite a bit ourselves. I believe we had more total chassis brought than we had drops, which is I don't think any other team could say that. I could be wrong, but I think we had like 43 chassis brought and like 38 drops total between all of our matches, and that's including invitationals. But anyways, Adder, I think this one has to be straight to F for me. Like, you'd have to convince me otherwise. I think it's just absolute garbage for.
Yeah, it is. It
Yeah.
is so hard to use, and that's what tier lists are for. Even if there was like some adder pilot in the world who really made an impact in the game with an adder, it still like doesn't move it up in a tier list. It needs to be generically consumable, this list, and the adder is just way too hard to use effectively.
I think that also is just like, again, in the context of CS, it's what, 30 tons and a light mech slot, and it can't do anything you need light mechs to do. Like, it can't cap. It can't like pressure flanks. It can't escape. It's can't really trade either because it just doesn't have enough agility, and its hitboxes are bad enough. And even the PPC build, like their low mounted arms, like what can it do that's useful? Like,
yes, so
I don't know.
I think it's an interesting leap in experimental meta that I think should be explored at some point, where you shift light mechs up to like a medium or heavy role as like medium range or long range punchers even, but it's just so hard to do in any meta because you need lights to run around.
Actually, funny enough, I do think that I actually did quite a bit of testing even last year, and there was like a 3 ER large adder that was Giga Quirked that I was consistently able to win trades against even like the best players in the game, by picking different spots and just abusing a lot of the things that it had going for it with good high mounts and the decent agility and speed. But the problem is it just takes so long. Like, you're winning your trades, but they can kind of ignore you and control the map for a long period of time. And then even if you get a trade advantage, like where they've bled a lot more than you, how do you leverage that? Because you can never really move up if you're like 3 ER large adder. Like, you don't do anything even once they're open.
Yeah,
So
that's the thing.
I think
Mid range and more punch.
I think the Cinder, I believe it is, with like 2 UAC 5s, has a lot of quirks, and I looked at that. I was looking at that even for last year, but again, the problem is just DACA is so shit that's not even on the table. So F tier for me.
Yeah, for sure.
Kit
F tier.
Kit Fox. Now this one a lot different in my opinion. Where would you put the Kit Fox?
I'd say I'd even put it in B tier, just straight up.
I was actually thinking maybe A, like in between B and A. I think the Kit Fox is really undervalued. But if you say B, then because it's in between for me, we'll put it in B. I think that the SRM Kit Fox was super strong. I think that you even ran an experimental like Narc high mounted Kit Fox. I think Heavy Vomit with machine guns we ran like throughout the year in like Blood League, and it was very strong.
Yes.
The main thing, like compared to the Adder, is it gets the jump jets, and it has a lot more flexible builds. Like, you can run a lot of things in the Kit Fox, and they're all pretty decent.
Yeah, it's a lovely mech. I think the only reason, or the biggest reason to go from A to B tier is because it's so slow. It's not as easy to use as faster mechs.
That is 100% true, and that's definitely a weakness of it. Again, I can't really play the caps similar to Adder, a little bit better, but yeah, not a lot better. Um, so that being so important in a CS ability to play caps, it's tough to give it more than B. But I do think that in some niche decks, it was like the best choice. Like again, SRM Kitfox for like brawl pushing, super good, Giga Quirked, and I think there was even some again like maybe heavy large mixes for receiving where you get a lot of alpha and DPS with like the machine gun quirks while being relatively
Mm.
tanky.
Yes, it's nice for like even newer pilots in a brawl. It's naturally somewhat tanky. It's not the most fragile light.
Yeah. Uh, Firestarter. I think for me this one has to be B tier. I think that I want to put it higher, and we used it quite a bit early on, but like we stopped using it for a reason. Just
Mm.
the problem with that I have with it is that like the best build for it by far, in my opinion, which is the two snubs, is just too slow, and like it defeats the purpose of playing the mech. You're basically just like a worse Phoenix Hawk in that case, which is just you never really want to bring a mech, in my opinion. That's just a worse version of something else, even if it's later on tonnage. What do you think?
Um, yeah, I'd even consider C tier. The thing is, most people that I saw playing it in comp did go for the snubs, and I think it's this is just my opinion, but I think the snub build is kind of what's the word? Symptom of the UrbanMech craze with the two snubs, and then it got moved onto the Firestarter. I personally never played a snub Firestarter like seriously. Of course I tried it, but like it's either light peeps for a skirmishy sort of modern genre skirmisher, or it's just full SPL or now X SPL for cap running and just cap superiority and brawling. That's I think B tier would be okay if it went 8 small pulse or something of the like, or maybe even the medium pulse ER small laser combo that has more flexibility, and then it has a good pilot. Then it could be B tier, but it's hard to use well, and people didn't, I think, use the most impactful builds on it. So it kind of in the meta and for the purpose of a tier list, I think we can
Like
put it
C.
in B if you like, but yeah, I think C.
Yeah, I think again everything you just said, like all the builds you said, the problem with all of them, including my snub build that I think is better. I do disagree with you on that. I actually think the snub fire starter is the best way to run it in comp. But even my snub build and all the builds you said, there's a mech that can do whatever it's doing better. If you bring like 8 SPL, there's better mechs for that playstyle. You know, if you're bringing light PPCs, well, then you just don't deal damage because like 2 light PPCs. I mean, you could put 3 light PPCs on it and be a bit more of a skirmisher, but yeah, I think that I'll put it in B tier just for that build. I think because we did look at that, and that is like a way to have a little bit of skirmish poke, um, while still having the small lasers for in case you get brawl pushed. Like
Mm. And to be clear, I mean the 3 light peeps. 2 light peeps is too anemic.
yeah. That's that. I agree with you 100%. But we saw a bunch of people running that build with the 2 light peeps
Mm.
for like I think like really fast speed, but it just again it's just not very good at anything then. So I'll put it at backup B, and I think that it's at the very least it's flexible. So if a powder's like really comfortable with the chassis, you have a lot of options that you can run on it that aren't
That's
terrible.
fair.
Uh, Locust. I'm gonna have to lean on you for this one. I did not look at the Locust seriously. I think we like Chicken mentioned it once or twice because like some patches came out for it. I think Dario played it against the team. Uh, I yeah, I just don't see how it's better than like a Flea ever. So I didn't look at it seriously. Do you think it's above an F?
It may be above an F at D, but the thing is, yeah, as you said, it's hardly ever better than a flea. And the thing is, even if it's mega quirked, it's still a locust. So for a locust or a locust-sized mech, the CT is surprisingly easy to hit, and you're using a light slot for it. Granted, only 20 tons, but even a more flexible build, like a large pulse quirked one, that's just so much more worse than the equivalent spider build. So I think just to make sure that people steer clear of it.
Yeah, I think it goes to F. I think it goes to F. You know, if Dario wants to come in here and tell me why I'm wrong, then he can do that. But until then, I think it's F. Um,
Mm.
Raven. I think the Raven underused, but still not. I think it's very niche, but I don't think it's F. I think it's D.
I can get behind that. Yes, it's super niche, super hard to use well, and then its hitboxes just way down until they're fixed. Like you can look at the enemy, straight at the enemy, but if you run towards the wrong angle or like a bit away from them, they can shoot your rear torso easily, and that's just horrible.
Yeah, I think that there was room for the Narc Raven as well. Um,
Mm.
we didn't really see Lerms. We didn't use Lerms. I was very against it. So you tried to convince me to give Lerms more of a shot, but I was not willing to do that.
Yes, I did.
But I think that it was like Lerms were. It's not that they weren't viable. It's just that I didn't think they were a good choice for my team, and I didn't want to run them. But I think that like the Raven could have been the best choice for some again like really niche decks. So I'm gonna put it back at D. Okay, UrbanMech.
Yeah, that's fine.
What do you think about the UrbanMech? This one's weird for me because I think we saw some teams use it against us in scrims and it performed okay, but I just always felt like it was really weak.
Irby, the thing I think for me, like I don't play the Irby, but it's one of the easiest light mechs to play, even for a newer player, and still have some reliable impact. Just because it's so tanky and the mounts are so high, and just slap two snubs in and have fun, like the Firestarter. Mm,
The
but
street cleaner did get buffed. It's pretty fast now actually if you run like max edge on a street cleaner, but then you only have two snubs. Like I feel like just only two snubs is just so risky, and especially like in this brawl meta. Like yeah, I guess if the enemy plays control, it's not the worst thing ever. But like
mm,
just two snubs is useless if you're getting brawl pushed. Like you actually just completely useless.
mm. Like personally, for me, it's F tier, but in general, for tier list consumption, I put it at max C, maybe D. Depends on the division, honestly. If we were playing Division E or F and somebody's looking at this tier list, I would actually tell them just put an Irby in every deck. You'll do better with your new players.
Yeah, I think for this purpose of this tier list, we're assuming like you know the best. We're assuming like it's
Okay.
us here. So like top tier CS23. I think that I'm
Okay.
gonna put it in back of D, but maybe we move it to F. I think it's I don't think I don't think it's like the Raven. I don't think it's niche. I think it's just like kind of bad, but
Mm,
maybe not
yeah, that's
F.
good.
Panther. I think this one's bad. Like the Katana Cat I ran earlier in the year, and it's probably the only good Panther as far as I know. Um, but even then, like it's not good enough. Like you're just bring a Firestarter with have the extra smalls and more speed and be tankier with better hitboxes. Like I don't see a reason to ever bring this. I think it's pretty trash.
Yeah, it sort of suffers from the same syndrome as the. It's like an IS adder, so it's meant for long range, mid range, slow game, and then this meta just doesn't use those kind of lights. So
Yeah, yeah, pretty
I'd say
much.
D tier just because it's so fucking tanky and can do some stuff.
All right.
Like
D
it's
D
not
tier
worse
for
than an
now.
Irby for sure.
Yeah, I think we're gonna move a bunch of stuff in D down to F, but
Yeah.
we'll fill it out first. Mislinks. I think this is just straight to A. I don't think it's S, but I think it's straight to A.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Easy to use. Yeah, yeah. Tanky, just good tonnage, impact ratio, JJs. Everything's good enough for. Well, we're thinking top level players, but yes, it's just too easy to use, too easy for good impact, and so on.
Yeah, it's pretty consistent as an anti-brawl mech as well.
Hmm.
Like if the enemy's coming into you and you have whether you have the SRM build or the machine gun build, like it's a pretty good mech to receive in. Because you don't really need more than 100 kph in that case, anyways. And since
Hmm.
that was like so prevalent in the meta, having a mech that's like at 25 tons that has good DPS and is quite tanky because it's like so wonky to shoot at, I think it helps pad out your deck a lot. So I think like straight to A tier for sure.
Yeah, and good scouting too with the JJs. I think the main reason keeping it from S tier is that it doesn't have like a massive skill ceiling or clutch capability. If you're the last mech standing or something, you just better pray people are super hurt. There's nothing you can pull off really.
I think it's the speed, really. That's keeping it out of S
Yep.
because on a lot of these maps they're just too big. Like, we'll talk about the maps later, but like maps like Polar, Crimson, I don't want to play Mislinks on those maps. Like, I really don't want to play
Mm.
Mislinks on those maps. So just not being able to bring on two of the five maps, pretty much in my opinion, that automatically kind of like not automatically, but that already makes it hard to make S tier, in my opinion. And then I think that like what you were saying about it not being a super high, you can't do too much with it either. Like it's very good at what it does, but it's super simplistic. I think A is where it belongs.
Now that it's an A, I'm sort of slightly feeling the spider like
Making its way to
waiting there.
S. Okay,
What about this?
well,
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see. I'm not completely opposed to it. If you want to push up to S, then I'll allow it. You know better than me as far as the spider. Hey, by the way, hello, Shamrock and everybody else again. Just going over the tier list. We're gonna talk about some stuff later, but we're just gonna start with the tier list. So all the mechs. Note the text at the top. This is not for QP or faction play, so don't get the wrong idea on that end. Okay, Arctic Cheetah. I think this one is a little bit undervalued, actually. I don't think it's as trash as some people might say. What would you say?
Uh, I played the Arctic Cheetah extensively in previous World Championship times and tournaments, and the only thing holding it back really is the hitboxes. It was fragile for a long time. It was like well, it's hard to compare. It filled the same role as a Mistlynx, but it traded armor for speed
Yeah.
for a long time.
I actually think in this CS it was closer in role to the spider. I think
Hmm.
I think Dario ran it again, and the build I always looked at, and I think I pushed for last year even, was two heavy medium laser with HMGs. But because HMGs got nerfed, I think that really, really hurt this mech. I
Yes.
would put it in C tier. I don't think it's like the worst thing ever, but not great either.
Hmm. Yeah, it's. I think for me, it's kind of in the same basket as the Jenner F because I'm biased though. The Jenner F is my first mech, like the red.
The Jenner is so bad, man. Why is that thing in D tier? We gotta bring it down to F. We'll get to
No.
that. Yeah, I don't think the Jenner's
Yeah,
staying in D.
yeah. One of my favorite builds in previous years was on the Cheetah was like 8 HMGs and then a lot of sensor range. So what I would do on certain maps, and this is all like as you can see, it's getting more niche and niche and niche. But like I had massive sensor range, so I would just lock targets for my traders at 1.4 kilometers, and then I'd stay fresh for the end game brawl. And for that, it suited me perfectly, and it wasn't too fragile. So, but all of that is gone now, really.
Well, now that you say that though, isn't there an Arctic Cheetah variant that's really good with Narc?
I can't remember if it has narc quirks. Yeah, yeah, no, it does. Yeah, yep,
I think okay, I'm gonna put it in C then. If like it's
yep.
a specialty narker as well. All right, I think it's fine to have our first C mech there.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I mean, compared to Jenner now, yes, I agree. But the thing is, those are so niche builds, need niche pilots and blah blah. And this is a tier list, so I was like,
yeah, I think the more niche builds you have, and the better you are in those niches, though, like the more you're gonna go up. Like the Commando was pretty
yeah,
like
fair enough.
kind of niche as well, and like it's in B tier. Like when you want it to do something specific, it does it well. So yeah, we'll just try our best. We'll probably end up moving stuff around, but okay. So Wolfhound, Wolfhound. Uh, we tried this very
Okay.
briefly. I think that I'm definitely biased against it because like I don't want to play the mech because I hate playing a light with no JJs. Um,
Mm.
but it does have really good quirks now, and I think the binaries coming out, like you could run like one binary and ER mediums and like not be the worst thing ever. I don't know. Like, do you think it's F or is it higher?
It's not F for sure. So for a long time, it was like on top of the light meta in previous years, and even then, it was weighed down by the freaking right torso silly hitboxes. But that is fixed now. I think that's the biggest thing. Not binaries, not this or that. It's the hitbox fix that happened so that the right side pauldron or the shoulder isn't actually right torso, it's right arm. And that's huge. Yeah, it doesn't have JJs, but like say a 5 medium X Pulse Wolfhound is pretty damn scary. It has some staying power other lights don't have while being fast. So I think it's underused, and it was kind of almost burnt out because it was used so much, and then other things surfaced. It got buffed, and it hasn't been like it hasn't resurfaced yet. So I'd say at least D, if not C.
All right.
An Arctic Cheetah. I could see a Wolfhound used if an Arctic Cheetah is used. So maybe another C mech. I think underused and maybe a hidden usable mech.
All right, that's fine. I'll recognize that I'm biased because honestly I was considering F, so we'll give it C. I'll let you decide this one, but maybe revisit later again. Jenner 2C. I think honestly, I think this is A tier. I'm just gonna say it. Yeah, I know you're gonna disagree with me, but I think it's A tier.
No, I'm not. No, I was thinking you'll put it in like C tier or something.
Yeah, I think that like it was often, not often, but sometimes it was the best choice for like SRM pushing, just straight up. The heavy medium laser build was actually pretty good. You could slap a narc on it too. I think Texan was running that, and it was actually
Yeah.
very strong. And
There's double narc on the other variant as well for that. Yeah.
yeah, I think that between those two builds, like they're both really strong, and sometimes they are just the best choice. And despite its flaw of the big CT, like everything else is actually quite good with it. It's got good speed. It's pretty like it's got good total armor. Like if you can spread the damage, and then it's got the firepower and the crazy heavy medium laser quirks when you do run that build. So I think it's A.
I agree.
Okay. Yeah, that one's deceptive because I think a lot of people would put it lower, but A for us. All right, Cougar, straight to F, I think. Right, just complete trash again. It's kind of like the Adder, right? It's just even slower, even slower.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I
I think is like E or F at best. It's decent, but it takes up a light slot, which makes it really suck.
Yeah. Yes. Hello, Steve. Thank you for joining us. Let me just rechat for a second here. Yes, Artemis, I have VODs enabled, and I do plan on uploading this to YouTube. Just overall, Ralphie. And good to see you, Blue Devil, as well. Okay, not much to say about the Cougar. I think it's just we can move on from that. There's a reason why nobody used it ever, as far as I know.
Yes, F tier, because we're talking about this meta, but it does punch damn hard, just like the Kid Fox can.
Yes, I think that it's yeah. I just gotta say, I think it's just worse than Kit Fox though. Like, I don't think I even if they were the same tonnage, and even if like the meta was slower, I don't think I'd ever bring a Cougar over the Kit Fox. Like,
yeah, I'd say Kid Fox is better, but I think in general those types of mechs in a pure tonnage based drop deck would be stronger. But since they take up again light and medium slots that are really filled, light is not as bad as taking up a medium, but
yeah,
it makes them a lot worse.
Okay, Javelin. No, go ahead. So, were you gonna say something about the Cougar?
One more thing. Like I did try that Cougar in one of our scrims, right? And that's why I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
That'd
You
be
did.
fun.
You did.
Yeah.
I think we won that drop too.
Oh yes. Actually got to farm somebody for some reason, but like I'd love to see a meta where we see like as a non-meme deck, we see a Cougar and a Kit Fox with massive laser vomit running together and just going for angles.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome to see.
Well, maybe it'll happen one day, but definitely was not this CS.
Fair enough. F then.
Yeah.
Well,
I think it's straight
got
F.
to say my piece.
Yeah. Okay, Javelin. I think this one is B tier. I think the machine gun Javelin, while more fragile than the obvious option of the Spider. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say obvious. It's very similar to a Spider. It's just less speed and less survivability for more DPS, and I think that's worse in this meta.
I think it's on the level of the Firestarter, so yeah, I'd put it there as well.
What do you think, Sim?
Yeah, I can agree. I didn't use the Javelin myself too much. I tested it, and I don't like how fragile its legs are, but it has enough firepower to work in certain scenarios, and it definitely is above the Cheetah. So
I saw some teams bring light PPC LMG, and honestly, I thought that was complete trash and never felt pressured by it in games. I don't think any build other than the like HMG medium X pulse was really viable, and even that was like again just worse than the spider in almost every case in my mind.
So when light PPCs came out, I played a lot of the light PPC Javelin, and back then it was really fun to play. Quite like quirky in the sense that you really need to maintain your optimal range and don't not go closer at all. But like it has good mounts for light peeps. That's the strength. And another build is like is it 6 SRM2s or something? That can work DPS wise. But yeah, it's at most B. I would. Well, yeah, the HMG build you said is like maybe it takes it up to B tier.
I think it does. I think it does because like it's one tier lower than the spider, but not like more than that. Because again, like, there's a trade off. It's worse, but in some situations it would be stronger than the spider just because more DPS.
That's fine.
Piranha. This one I'm very, very feel strongly about, but I want to hear your thoughts first.
Okay. Just because we're talking top tier and like top division, it has even like a chance to go higher in the tiers. If this was a generic tier list, it wouldn't because it's just too easy to punish and kill. That said, it's a 20-tonner that can have like emphasis on the can have a massive impact with its DPS, but it has so many other pitfalls that it can fall into that it's hard to say. Like, but then again, you said top tier, so at least C tier, maybe B tier, I'd say.
I really want to put it in A. I really, really want to put it in A. Like, I think that this was just a completely misunderstood mech throughout this entire CS. Like, I wanted to put in a good amount of our decks. It didn't ever quite fit, and honestly, we didn't really have in my opinion, we didn't really have a pal that was comfortable playing it how I wanted it to be played. And I was usually in other mechs, so it wasn't really a thing. I think that on certain maps, this was a absolute top tier pick if players utilized it right. And I think you can make a strat around this mech as well, in my opinion. Like, if you're on Polar Highlands and you go up to a cap, I don't like if you're in a light mech and you get in a 1v1 with this thing, you're dead. That's it. You're dead. You can't escape. If it jumps you, you're gone. Like, doesn't matter if you're in a spider, Jenner, whatever. Unless you have streaks, you're dead. And I think that's incredibly powerful in this meta. That's anything that gives you the opportunity to instantly just win the game by getting a free pick like that, while still being like good in other scenarios. Like it has like 5.6 sustained DPS. I'm talking about like the micropulse build, of course. It's got like enough sustained DPS to help against like aggression or be aggressive itself, and it's got insane bursts and insane speed for 20 tons. I cannot put this lower than A. Like I really think people just didn't understand the mech.
To summarize, the Piranha is a really like strong mech, and it gives you like a lot of agency over the outcome of the match. Like if you make mistakes in Piranha, you're just gonna die immediately, and you're gonna lose the match for your team. But if you play it perfectly, you can pretty much solo win the match as well.
I agree with that, and I will say I definitely is not a mech that you can bring for any deck and on any map. It's very specific. But I think in those specific scenarios, if you play it properly, it is top tier. Like better than any other mech I would say in the game, even sometimes. So I can't.
See what you mean there. You're thinking of those very specific scenarios. Yeah, I can see that.
But I think you can force those specific scenarios somewhat with your decks in like the map. Like it's definitely because it has such high speed. If you have like you can make a drop deck and play a map a certain way to advantage the Piranha, and then if that doesn't work out, it's not just useless. Like it can have an opportunity to jump the backline later and whatnot. It's definitely not like, oh, we're all in on this Piranha strat. It's it'll be worse than other mechs, but it's not like you just lose the game if your idea with like the gank doesn't work out, if that's what you're going for.
I think you're not wrong, and I do think you have some romantic feelings about the Piranha. Like, consider this. Consider some other light mechs. If you build a deck around them and try to support what they do best, then they can be better as well.
Which light mechs are you thinking?
Well,
I can't think of any that can like just win you the game like a Piranha can.
Well, the Piranha can't either. I mean, you have to select fights. It doesn't have any staying power against heavies or assaults. Yes, it can do damage, but not for long. So I think it's just very hard to use rather, I think you can imagine really good scenarios for it, but then when the real game happens and the match is played and you send that Piranha out, it's never going to be reliable because there's always going to be uh, RNG, something happening, mistakes, whatever, and it's dead or it's crippled. And it's just, you can never make it reliable even if it's super strong in some scenarios. That's why I wouldn't put it in A.
I agree with the reliability part. It is just by nature it is less reliable, but I just think that like for that reliability, you gain playmaking. And is that a trade-off that's worth it? For us, in my opinion, no, it wasn't. But I think that for again, like you can if you put the right paladin in it with the right deck on the right map, like it can be just be the straight up best choice by far.
I
But
agree, it can be.
if you feel that strongly about it, I'll put it in B, but no, Lar. It's definitely not going to C.
No, not C. No, not at all. I think it would be fine in A if it had. I think A tier kind of it needs reliability as one of the factors in a mech.
Okay, that's fine. We'll put it in B. I'm gonna put it top of B though. I think it's better than like, again, not better, but I'm gonna put it above the Kitfox. I think it's top of B tier right now.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
We're kind of
Okay.
thinking about that very very top end of like player skill though.
Yeah, of course, and we should make sure we voice that as well while we're talking about this. But I think we can both agree Osiris straight to bottom of F, maybe above the Cougar, but absolute dog shit.
Yeah, dog shit.
Yep. All right. I looked at it. It's funny because it is one of the few mechs that can go like max speed, like 160 plus with JJs, and still have some DPS, but like it just has nothing going for it. Like you can't run that speed in JJs with firepower. So then why not just run something like a spider, right? That's like way tankier and doesn't have bigger legs, like bad hitboxes. Just no. There's just you never bring Osiris. It's just shit for for CS.
Yeah, the Osiris is unique in the way that when you look at it in Mech Nav or in your Mech Lab, you really would want it to work, but it fucking doesn't.
Yeah.
It's like a combination of not quite enough, like raw stats, not good enough hitboxes. The animations kind of feel weird to a point where you can't shield well. Yeah, it's not just hitbox, it's also the way it moves.
I think it actually moves in kind of a wonky way that's good for dodging damage-ish, but not against like the really good players. Like they're gonna punish you.
Yeah, that's weird.
So champion, I think
the topic of weird.
Oh yeah, champion. As far as I know, only one was brought, and that was by us. I think this one's straight to D. The only reason why it's not F is because it was a filler choice for us in the grand finals, and in that role, it did its job. So I can't put it in an F because we brought in a one with it in the grand final, right? So.
Oh, what did you say? I can't hear anything over Neon crying.
Yeah.
I think the champion as a chassis with like the hitboxes, the general armor quirks, the mobility. As long as it's the Invictus, as long as you have jump jets, it's pretty good. It's pretty tanky. So I would say the Invictus for specifically the Brawl Rushes we brought, it would be like B tier. But just in general, champions are incredibly underground.
I have to disagree with that. I think that like I agree with the second part you said, but the Invictus, I would not put it B tier at all for a normal Brawl push. The only reason why we brought it is for one, we were out of medium mech slots, so we had to bring it heavy. And then two, it needed to have a bunch of jump jets, 5 I believe. And then 3, we didn't need speed because our other mechs were also that same speed of like 80 something. Like for a normal Brawl push, absolute trash. It's way too slow. Like you can't just bring it to a Brawl deck. Like it was very specific what we were doing.
Oof. It's very hard to place. Like I would have said D straight up before. I never liked the champion. I've only built a single champion in my whole career in comp, and that was a 5-year large on Tourmaline to counter a specific position on the enemy team. It's the hitboxes were and are horrible, but now that it's quirked and Neon did her best to sell it to me as well, and we played it, I wasn't disappointed. So it's like,
Yeah, I mean, again, I will suggest like really out there stuff for us to try, and Yan was really the only one that tried it, and she said it was good. We took her word for it, and it worked out. And I think that again for that specific drop deck, for that specific map, for that specific strategy, it was the best choice as the 8th mech for that drop deck. So like again, there's a lot of factors there. I don't think I can put it above D. Like, and that's just one variant for one. Like again, the rest of them are just trash. So
Yeah, it definitely goes in D. But what I want to say about the champion is if the loadout you want to optimally run on a mech fits on a champion, the champion's like B tier. But usually you just can't fit everything proper. So if your optimal mech has like a bunch of jump jets and doesn't have to go faster than 80, then the champion's pretty good. But
so
Right.
what were you saying, Sim?
Yeah, G, hear me out.
Yeah.
You say it was the eighth mech on a deck, but there's a reason you didn't put a dragon in there as the 8th mech, or the Jenner, or the quick draw. So maybe it's above those though.
Yeah, but that's I did want to put the quick draw. Yeah, I would say it's definitely above those. I wanted to put the quick draw on F at the beginning,
dragon.
right? The dragon, again, like for the strategy, it doesn't have the JJs, so
Yeah.
that's fine. Well, we can put it in the top of D tier. I'm fine with that, but they can't go higher than D. They can't.
Yeah, I would say as well. It's very, very situational. So as a chassis, you can't ever put it higher than D.
Sim's like being convinced. Giannis, it's telepathically possessing Stim. We need to move on.
Okay. Look. There's a cheetah in C tier.
Cheetah's actually, we already went over it. I think it's undervalued. We're going to Flea. We're leaving champion D. I'm sorry. I'm overriding this. Flea. I think that this one's gotta be top of B, right?
Yeah, I want to say a lot of people probably would put it in like A tier. I think the Flea is slightly overrated, but it's still B tier minimum.
I just like, I don't know how you can say that this is better than the Piranha over. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
It's the thing it has over Piranha is when an assault mech sees it, it has more chance to survive and not get fucked.
yeah, and it's way better for capping. It definitely has like it has different strengths, but like, I mean, like I don't know. Maybe I'm undervaluing it a bit. It's just I feel like it's still fragile enough that it's similar to the Piranha and that it's not super consistent. Like somebody can just nail you with a good shot and you're fucked, just like the Piranha. But like unlike the Piranha, you can't just like win the game for your team immediately. Like you win the game with a Flea, you can do it. You can like solo carry on the Flea, but it takes time, right? Whether it's that playing the caps or harassing them. But you can't just like jump a mech and immediately kill them like the Piranha can. So I think it's similar to the Piranha while different, and I don't think I can put like one of them way higher than the other. I think they kind of need to be.
Yeah, I think they're on the same level now that I've heard your points as well. What I do have to point out is the kind of the sort of a difference in us two. Like I think you clearly value aggression and pure damage and just kill this now power quite a lot, and I do too. But I think that is more of a driving factor for you in lights. Am I right?
I 100% agree, and I think that to give me a little bit of credit towards that, rather than just the A pull W kill them, that like it's not just like the meta of pushing yourself, but the meta of receiving the push, right? So that does influence me. Like if your mech can't kill things, then that means like if the enemy pushes into you, like you have a useless mech, right? But I do agree. I'm definitely lean more towards that way, and maybe too heavily.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that, especially with today's metas. I am too biased maybe towards sort of strategic light use because that used to be more prevalent, but like it isn't anymore as much. So I think your way might be just the Occam's razor nowadays.
Yeah, it could be. Go ahead, Gus.
There's just no really good counter to push nowadays. So you kind of have to make sure you can counter push.
I mean, like, I think the good counter to push is positioning and like hitting your shots, but we'll go into that a bit later because we're gonna have different sections of the discussion.
There's no hard counter deck there's no deck that just hard counters push.
Yeah, without being completely all in on it.
Gamble and more common.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, Incubus. This isn't even discussion. Straight to S. That's our first S tier mech. I don't think that you can make an argument against that. It's just the Saber was just so good. Like it's just completely bananas broken in comp right now. or for CS23? Would you disagree with me, Stim?
No, but put the spider up there as well.
Okay, he's pushing for the spider. We'll put it up there for now, but I'm behind the Incubus. The Incubus is definitely higher than the spider.
Okay, fine if you say that, but like if the Incubus is the king of light engagements and kill this mech now, the spider is the king of strategic cap play and objective gaming.
Well, you say that, but like I'm sorry, but like on Polar Highlands, for example, the Incubus goes just as fast as the spider. It's got a lot of armor quirks. Yeah, its hitboxes are worse and it doesn't have the JJs, but like it's so much more kill you now that the trade-off for slightly less durability, and that's really all you're trading off. You get so much for it. Like this mech is just the only map I wouldn't want the saber on is mining, and even then, like I still think you can make it work. But all the other maps, just like super top tier pick, would be happy to have it in every single drop. Whether you're pushing, receiving a push, playing control, it doesn't matter. This mech's just top tier.
Yes, I agree, and maybe I'm biased with the spider as well because I've played it so much and loved it.
Yeah, I definitely the Incubus is definitely easier to play. Let's also get that straight away. Like you can't. It's way easier to play the saber than the spider to a proficient level, I'd say.
Yeah, and Incubus is more vulnerable to like specific terrain. If it's flat, its legs are gonna get shot to pieces. Like I'm saying half the durability of a spider's legs on flat maps.
I'm not sure if I'd say half, but I hear what you're saying and I agree. Again, though, even in those case scenarios, like Crimson is pretty flat, I still think the pros that it has made it a better choice often than the spider, which is like just telling of how strong it was. And that's only for this. Yeah, I was gonna say that's not even like there's some other good builds too. I wouldn't put them S, but like you could run ER large HMG, you could run like laser vomit on it. We saw a couple teams do that. I don't think those builds were particularly good, but they're options. So it's not even like you're limited by just one build. Like the mech's just crazy.
Good mounts.
Yeah, it's just the speed as well. Like there's just not that many mechs that can go that fast. So between those options, it's just a very consistent, good choice.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I'm kind of in a blind spot because I played the Incubus and like always, and saying like, oh yeah, it's really good, just did really good. It's kind of I'm not the guy who can say that because I played it myself.
Well, I mean, do you disagree with anything I said? Of course you can say it yourself.
No, not at all. I'm just saying I think I am biased, and many successes that I had in the Incubus was because our team played again around it. Like the whole rotation sometimes was conducive to good Incubus play from me.
I understand. Okay. Man, what is this mech even called? No, I'm just joking. Kitaro F tier.
I would say either like F tier, maybe low D tier.
No, it's F.
Jack's Pulse one could have been useful in a brawl, but it's a medium mech, so F tier.
Yeah, I think this is straight F. Do you disagree,
If it
Stim?
was a 60 tonner, it would be better.
Yeah, probably.
No, not in this meta. I mean, it used to be a good brawler, but sadly no more.
Rest in peace, Kentaro. And that's after it got Giga buff too. It
Yeah,
just doesn't matter.
It's just outclassed by everything.
Yeah. Then again, the champion is one tier higher.
Yeah, but we brought that and won with it.
Yeah,
you can leave it down.
The champion is D tier because it's 60 tons, and there's a point where if you bring a 60 tonner, you're not taking like you could.
That medium mechs are just
instead.
Yeah, there was just medium mechs so good. Yeah.
If the Kentaro was a 60 tonner, I think it would be D tier.
I was just thinking the same.
Yeah, I would. There'd be an argument.
60 tons.
There would be an argument, but because it takes the medium class, it's like no way, just no way.
Griffin, I think, is D tier.
I would say Griffin is D tier actually, because I think the
Sparky exists.
Yes, I actually do think the Sparky, and then the I think what's the other hero one called?
Ares.
I think that got buffed as well. I believe Appins tried that a bit, and it wasn't too bad. I don't think it was a good choice still, but I don't think it's F tier. I think like
it's both arms. It has Katana Cat syndrome on a 55-ton medium. That's the size of a door.
Yeah, but 4 snubs is enough to really punish something. That's the build, right? 4 snubs.
I think the Sparky is just better with 4 snubs. So
yeah, I agree with that. But I would say like low D tier, but not quite F. I think it's better than that stuff in F.
Yeah, exactly.
So I would add that if we had a similar situation that we had but a long time ago when the Griffin was really good in brawls, that you would have a brawl push and then you'd probably have a Griffin in front, and it was played correctly, then I would think people saw it place higher because the Griffin is one of those barn door mechs, and while it's very wide from the front, if you JJ and then shield, you can actually waste a shit ton of enemy fire and heat, especially if you use it as a spearhead, jump, shield, and rotate out. It can do that quite a lot better than many other mechs.
Yes,
Very
but
niche,
it's
though.
just it's outquirked by every other medium mech. If it had similar quirks to say a Hunchy or even just the Tin Man, I'd say it would be viable for that. But
Agreed.
Yeah, just
it's
outclassed.
completely underquirked, so that's it.
But I think that one of the partial reasons that it is underquirked is because it was on the top for so long, and Cauldron was scared to like work top tier mechs at one point, maybe, or something.
Could be. I personally don't remember when the Griffin was ever good because I came in
want
late. So
I want
Yeah, it was
the
before your
3M.
time.
I would want the 3M to get buffed, the dead side SRM one.
all right.
Yep.
No Cauldron discussion right now. I'm stopping that right now. No, it's all good. I'm just joking. Let's move on though. Catapult. I think this is unfortunate that I have to put it here, but I think it's C tier, honestly.
I was gonna say the exact same. Yeah, it's too niche to be B tier.
Like I even used it early on in scrims for control decks and stuff. It's got a lot of good things going for it. Obviously, we're talking about the SRM catapult here, but the problem with it is just its speed. Like you just can't get it fast enough to like be the best choice for a brawl push. And that's kind of it. Like if you have SRMs and you're not fast, then well, you're limited.
It's great at receiving, but it's not quite fast enough to like get active and push with it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, even if you're playing control with it, like moving from place to place around the map, like you're gonna take damage because you just can't get to where you need to.
They run into you, and you get to shoot them, and you feel it's gonna be a great mech. But
yeah, what do you think, Stim? Do you disagree?
No, sadly, I do agree. K2 was my love for a long time, but even that is not useful now, so C tier is fine.
Yeah, I'd say C. Wolverine, straight to F.
It's another IS-55 tolerant object.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be maybe a recurring theme. I think you can make an argument for this one. There's a couple of like, fun variants. There's one with mask or whatever, but it's just there's just nothing to do with them. Like,
I think the 6K is still the best one, the large boss one, and it just gets outclassed by things like the Shadow Cat.
yeah, completely. It's not even close. You disagree, Stem, or what do you think?
Where did you put it?
I put an F.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
It's a tiny bit better than the Kentaro, but
okay, Stalker. I think this one's another S. I think that it's definitely not like top of S because it's just so consistent. It's so consistent. It had two, I would even say, near meta-defining builds. Like the binary build and the ER large build were both incredibly strong throughout all of CS.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, super safe, consistent, kind of easy to play almost.
So easy to play compared to like most traders.
It has is similar to the catapult is that it's not quite fast.
Yes,
but
it is a bit
slow. Ranged mech, so it matters less.
Yeah, so it's slower, but it's also not like 48 kph, right? You could get up to like 60.
Yeah,
so
it was like 50 something. Yeah.
Yeah, so 50.5 I believe before tweak. So yeah, it's like just super consistent. I think that's a safe S tier. It probably will be like bottom of S because it's again I don't think it's like you can run decks without stalkers in them and do fine. It's just such a good consistent pick then.
So the ER large one goes 60.4 and the binary one goes 61.5.
All right, so around 60, yeah. Don't think there's too much to say about this one. We'll probably talk about it a bit when we look at the maps later, but kind of everybody knows what they're getting with the Stalker, right? It's tanky because it's got good hitboxes. It's got relatively good quirks considering like the armor values are great.
Really good armor quirks.
Yeah.
It's what plus 18 on each side and 6 on the CT.
Now, funny enough, for the last patch, I believe they nerfed the 4N, so it could only run 3 binaries without triggering Ghost Heat instead of 4. But we had already been running 3 binaries, 3 mediums because you could fit more heat sinks and more armor on. for running the standard engine. So that didn't actually affect us at all. So the 2 builds we ran throughout CS, which was 6 ER large with I think it was standard 300 with 20 heatsinks, and then 3 binaries and 3 air mediums, which I can't remember the exact amount of heatsinks, but yeah, those weren't affected throughout all CS. We ran it throughout all CS.
19 heatsinks.
So yeah,
I
just
have it open right now.
consistent S tier. I don't think we need to talk more about that one. Thunderbolt. This one is a little bit weird,
It's
actually.
not F tier.
Yeah.
So it has some medium X pulse builds we've seen. I think Abin's used one, and then it has that very niche sniper build that can trade against assaults and go toe to toe. But on a tier list, it's really hard to place. Really good armor quirks, 65 tons for a heavy.
I'm gonna be super daring, and I'm gonna say bottom of C, because I think that it was actually unexplored, but we tested and it performed very well, even though it wasn't the best choice for us. The ECM JJ Mask Thunderbolt with 2 binaries and like 3 air mediums, I think, even though it seemed undergun, actually performed very well, and I think that puts it in bottom of C, because that has a lot of tools for you to use. Definitely think that like we almost brought it into matches, so like you definitely can't put it below D. I think it's bottom C personally.
I tend to agree. I think the medium X-Pulse one is okay-ish. The ER large top dog is like because ER large are kind of not that prevalent that you'd want to run more than just assaults with them. But the binary ER med, 2 binaries, 3 ER meds.
Yes.
With mask and ECM is
and JJ's, yeah, just quite an interesting one. Yeah, they do, but it was able to make plays and it felt pretty comfy. I played it once. I think Neon played it a bunch of times and said it was good. I think it's not amazing, but definitely better than the things we have in D.
I want to say it's a less greedy version of the Laser Armored Hunchy that doesn't take up a medium slot.
Yeah, and that's a big thing as well. Like 65 tonner, avoid the medium slot. Not too heavy. Okay.
For a bunch of strats, I'd almost like consider the Thunderbolt more than I would consider the Javelin, just because Javelin has a lot of competition, but the Thunderbolt is an unexplored C, possibly B.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I wouldn't put it in B, but I think C is a fair place for it.
I think I put it slightly ahead of the Catapult still, because I could see it being used in a like very top end strat more often than a Catapult. Because it's unexplored.
I'm not sold on that, but I will do that for now. Okay. Banshee. I think this one goes to D for me. I think the Llama Lynche actually was underused on specifically Crimson Straight. I think the Giga range plus the higher alpha was actually quite good on Crimson, specifically when you were Team 1. Because you can leverage the range really well, and then if you're side peeking from the buildings, if there's like light skirmishing and pop-tarting you from the shoreline, you can punish them really hard with this. Much harder than something like ER Large could. We didn't actually like use it at all again, but also, I think that puts it above F.
Yeah, with the mount adjustments, the 3E can do like some really nice light Gaussy or PPC mounts.
Yeah, I know the torso ones. Yeah, I definitely
all cockpit level mounts.
No? The problem with the Banshee is just giant CT. Like I debated my team back in 2022, I believe it was 2022 ISC. Debated my team to bring Banshees against, I believe it was Pog was the team name, and we got absolutely thrashed because of it. So I am very familiar with how bad the CT hitbox is on the Banshee and how big of a liability that is. But I think there's specifically, at least in my opinion, the Llama Lynche has enough quirks to at least put it above F tier. Do you agree with that, Stim, or no?
Yeah, so if this meta supported extreme range play more, it would be towards B tier. But now it's D, yeah, because of the big CT and so on. There's just much better choices here.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
a niche pick for extreme range.
I 100% agree with that. 100%. Okay. Awesome.
Me too.
I gotta put patch dependent for this one. I think this is our first patch dependent because I think that when large X pulses got buffed and it got like it's crazy quirks for large X pulse, and we saw it enough in scrims that I'm confident that it is actually was quite good for some strategies with the 4 large X pulse.
I've tried it. I actually disagree. I think it still is outclassed by other mechs, especially nowadays the Charger. I think back when it originally got quirked, the Warhammer 2C was still better for pretty much everything that it did, or the Atlas was better, and then nowadays it's the Charger is better. So
I don't think the Charger's
used
better though. I think it's just different. I mean, I gotta pull up the quirks for this, like the current quirks for this one. Give me a second, guys. We gotta do the Mech TV for this one. Because it's I think it's like
25 range, 10 cooldown, 10 duration, 15 heat.
yeah, that like the HS like that's so much range. That
It
like
has comparable-ish quirks to the Atlas, but it's a lot more fragile.
but it's also 20 tons less.
Yeah.
I think I don't think it's the best thing ever. I mean, like I didn't really want to bring it, but I definitely think that that was the best awesome for this tournament, barring some weird LRM one. And I think that I would have probably given it at least C tier. So without that, I think I'd put it in D. But like after the patch, that large X pulses were good and like that was possible to run, I would say at least C. Like, do you guys disagree with me?
I would say at most low C tier.
What do you think, Stim?
It's too slow.
Yeah, so we gotta remember that something that might be kind of masking the Awesome's weakness for us is that we use these large XPL mechs in decks where we send the lights and mediums in to distract the enemy and take the aggro, and then the large X-Pulse mechs can stare and do what they do best. In that scenario, the Awesome is fine. C tier, almost maybe B tier just because of its firepower. But like, the Awesome is a barn door mech and it has a massive CT, and it has to stare with the large pulse. So in any scenario where it gets shot back, it's going to get destroyed really fast, and it's losing its only saving grace it used to have, which is PPCs, which allow it to shield. So I don't think this tier list takes into account specific strats.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like so, a bit, but yeah, I understand what you mean.
I would say C tops just because it's so fucking quirked, but it needs to be used correctly and definitely not stared at mid range and tank stuff while it's shooting.
All right, you guys have convinced me. We'll put it in top of D then. No patch dependent. Didn't change enough, I guess. Warhawk. I am definitely overriding for this one because I'm the one who played it in our drop decks. We did bring it. This is easy A tier. Very underused mech, very misunderstood mech, incredibly powerful mech throughout this entire CS.
Agreed. Yep.
I'm not even gonna.
Yeah, I think that they're
incredibly tanky, and the quirks are on some combinations insane.
Like when hags were at their best, I would almost put this in S tier. But overall, throughout the CS, definitely like high A tier. Like you could play control with this, you could push with this, you could like do different types of pushes with this. Just very, very strong overall with hags specifically. Even with Goss, it was like okay, or like Puri or large, it was okay. But hags are really what pushed this mech into being incredibly strong for some of the different patches. So yeah. A tier for me.
I didn't even watch you play that or like I didn't observe you play it too much, nor do I need to. I would still put it in A tier just because it's that reliability that really puts mechs in their tiers here in this tier list. It's tanky and can do a lot of stuff, and the only shortcomings are like no JJs and mobility maybe, but like that's small.
Yeah, the mobility like is actually pretty good. Like the speed isn't great, but the XLD cell and twisting is.
Right. Yeah, I mean no JJ top speed isn't anything massive, but yes, that's fine.
Yeah, so Kalori asked if 60 is slow for the awesome. It's all about relative to your weapons and what your strategy is. For large X pulses, where you need to be in a position where you can stare at the enemy for a long length of time without them going into cover. So basically, you need to push them and catch them where they're in the open somewhere. Um, in that situation, yes, 60 is very slow. Okay. Direwolf. This one, I think, is B tier for me. I think that 100 tons definitely hurts it, and that's why we didn't use it very much. But I'd almost always rather have a direwolf than like a Mad Cat, if you're bringing like Aussie or large. And I think that there definitely is like decks and places where you have the extra tonnage available or can easily make the extra tonnage, and it's 100% worth it to take a dire. I mean, we did bring it in the grand final, so, and we actually brought it. I think we brought it against both Abins and Dragoons, maybe twice against Dragoons actually, or can't remember, just once or twice. But I think it won every drop that was in and performed pretty well. It's just a solid ER large Goss boat, and you can bring a bunch of backups, which we did. That most other mechs like that can do Goss ER large are just not able to do.
I agree. From a light player's perspective, a dire was more often like prey than predator that you had to watch out for too much because it's easy to position around, and the positions dire pilots usually took are ones you can evade or flank. It's it's classically fragile in the CT and with the builds it uses usually. And then one additional point is that unless you are like a really good pilot that knows what you're doing with the dire, it's easy to fall into certain pitfalls and like trust the firepower too much or trust the armor too much or position way too much in the back like a dire shoot or something. It has these kind of weird stigmas that make players play worse than they should.
I definitely think it's deceptively difficult to play in most scenarios. There's a couple of like maybe you can put it in like one spot in the back of the map and like not have to play it well to do well. But I think in general, again at the highest level of play to do well with this mech, you actually do really need to know what you're doing. And it is
Flexible.
difficult to play. Yes, yeah. But I would say B tier. I think that if tonnage wasn't a factor, it definitely would have brought it in more of our decks. So if you can make the tonnage depending on what else you're bringing, it's good. It's a good pick. Just not every drop. That's all. Summoner.
Top C tier.
I think that this has gotta be D. The problem with the summoner is that it's just so bad for this meta. Like, it's 70 tons for one for this meta, for the like the Giga Brawl push meta. I mean, like, the SRM summoner is probably the one that we saw the most. I'll just be straight up, like the PPC summoner and stuff. That's just not viable with this meta. It's just like you're dumping 70 tons into something that just cannot stop a push.
I see.
It just dies. So if we're just looking at the SRM summoner, which I think was the best one, I just think there's better choices almost always. Like, it's just not fast enough.
I think the Laser Vomit Summoners makes it C tier.
I don't think the laser bomb summoner is good.
Would be D tier.
Mm.
We've tried. It's pretty tanky and it can do some things.
Yeah, like I think what Ghosty is looking at here is she is thinking like what I can see very well as well, like sort of in a not in a vacuum, but like if you just think about the summoner, well, I think most know that it's quite an easy mech. It doesn't have like a big weakness. It's more like remember to max your leg armor because people don't want to shoot the torsos because it's tanky enough for that. So it's like sort of easy to play. It has a bunch of flexible builds, but it's hard to place in a deck. Like if you're gonna play a summoner with laser vomit, then you're probably playing a deck that has more of those mechs, and there's gonna be better mechs for that.
Yeah.
Say my beloved Mad Dog, or like if you go for the summoner SRMs, it's a bit too slow, just like the catapult. I think you said that. And then the ERPPC Pop Tart. In this meta, it would need a hybrid loadout, which means say 2 peeps and SRMs. And again, that's kind of underutilized, maybe.
Summon doesn't quite have tonnage for peeps and SRMs, to be honest, sadly.
You lose a lot of heat sinks, and then you're not able to
Yeah.
fulfill your role as a consistent Pop Tart.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to bring SPL, which kind of suck. It's yeah, I'll say C tier. You guys convinced me to be C tier.
Yeah,
But
as a laser vomit on mining where you need JJs, I think it's one of the strongest heavies you can bring, and it goes like almost mid to high B tier. On any other map, it's far from as good. So I'd say overall, I'd put it low C tier, like below the catapult.
I will say the one other thing, and again, this is obviously we're not taking this into account too much, but the SRM Summoner, the one thing it does have going for it is it's really easy to use. Like,
Yes.
it's really hard to fuck up. Like, compared to other SRMX, like you got a Clan XL, you have like a lot of jump jets. You're not too hot. You have a lot of firepower. You can't fuck it up. Got some
Right. No, I was saying it's tanky, and as you
Yes.
said, it's very well rounded. So I think that's what I emphasize in these tier lists: is if somebody, even in Div A, Div B, whoever reads this, I think they should see the summoner as a viable option. So C or B, that way. But like, I understand you because you're looking at also from the perspective of our strats and how we play stuff. It doesn't really fit. But like, as a generalist build or generalist mech, I think it's very easy to take on a deck, say for a new Div B DC or a new Div A DC.
Yeah,
It's reliable.
I think C is like a good middle ground.
It's fine.
Yeah. I one thing on the SRM summoner though is like if you see it in a match, it's either gonna double D or it's gonna pull like 800 damage. Either it gets into the fight and it giga farms the brawl and you win, or it gets like before it gets there.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Okay, Mad Dog Stim's gonna probably fight me on this one, but top of C. The problem with the Mad Dog is, even though I thought I mean, you convinced me on it a bit, but I also even thought from the beginning that the Laser Vomit Mad Dog is quite strong. The problem with it is just the meta again, because Brawl Push wants to go legs anyways, and that's literally this mech's weakness.
I know, I totally agree with you. I know you thought I'd say at least B or something, but
Yeah, I did.
as far as tier lists go, Charlie C is fine, honestly. It's just I love the mech because, well, I played it a lot and I know how to play it even in unfavorable metas. But as for a tier list, then yes, in this meta it isn't the best. It's a massively tanky, heavy, with okay hitboxes and just
Well,
huge
it's
quirks.
tanky until they shoot legs. Like, if they're brawl pushing and going legs, it's not tanky,
Yeah.
and that's the problem. Because
But at mid range, it's one of the like kings when it comes to impact per tonnage in a heavy.
100%, and the fact that it takes up a heavy slot instead of a medium is actually a huge pro for it.
Being a 60 tonner in general almost always bumps you up one tier.
Yeah, if it had plus 20 on each leg, then this would definitely be B tier, maybe even A, but it just doesn't.
The
So
same mech but counted as a medium, it would be D tier.
probably, yeah. Okay.
So it's-
Not too much to talk about there then. I'm surprised you agreed with me, but yeah, unfortunate. Meta just did not allow that one to shine. Ice Ferret, I actually think is another C. I think that a little bit underused, but actually I would say very niche again, but in this niche, actually pretty good.
Yeah. Underused for sure, and it needs.
SRM fridge especially.
Yeah, SRM, and I even think the like heavy bomb for maps like Polar actually not bad, because those maps are so big that a lot of its competitors like use Mask for the like speed, and that wears off on Polar. So the Ice Ferret actually ends up having a good amount of more speed to play around caps and be annoying. And actually has very, very good quirks. Very, very good like duration quirks especially, which is very important for punishing light mechs around caps. Like, I would be happy to play an Ice Ferret around Theta on Polar, for example, and
Same.
burn lights early on.
Deceptively tanky.
Yes. Yeah. So I think like bottom of C. Definitely not like a mech you should bring all the time or even like bring ever, but something that you should at least consider and think about during the CS, I think.
Agreed. I think one of the reasons it's a bit underused, or very underused, is because of the components it needs. It needs the Rainbow Crow for some builds and so on.
Wait, what about the Rainbow Crow?
You need the Rainbow Crow torso, was it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think you're
So
right.
the SRM one needs Rainbow Crow right torso,
Right, that one.
Yeah.
and in general, I think the ballistic one needs Rainbow Crow pods.
We don't talk about the ballistic one. Rest in peace, ballistics.
Yeah.
Okay. Hellbringer. This is straight to F for me. Actually use this mech and it's not because the mech is bad, because the mech's actually pretty good in my opinion. But this mech is literally the worst mech to bring in this meta. Like, it dies if it gets brawl pushed. It dies so fast and it can't do fucking anything. Like,
Well said.
it's just like, if the meta was different, it could easily be C. But like, it's just so shit in this meta.
A general thing is just I can't think of a single Hellbringer build where I wouldn't rather bring like a Sun Spider or like another 65 toner that just does the same thing but better.
Yeah, it's definitely limited, I think,
It
on the quirks
feels-
because of the ECM and stuff. For quick play. And then the fact that, like, again, its weakness anyways, it's got big legs with like, and it just doesn't have a lot of armor, so it gets brawl pushed and it dies and it just can't deal damage.
It feels decent, but it feels like it's outclassed in everything it does, which
Put it in F. If the meta was better for it, I think it could be C, but it's just, yeah. Rest in peace, meta. Or Hellbringer, I mean. Gargoyles, honestly, Stim, you probably know more about this one than me. I thought about bringing in a couple decks and we looked at it, but I just never was able to put it in a.
high C as well from looking at it.
I think it's similarly in C, just as the Thunderbolt is, and even higher because it's underused. But I've played a bunch of Gargoyles in comp. It's just the combination. Like even before it was armor buffed, it was so fast and with such firepower, so that it's like a large piranha. If you put it in the right place at the right time, it fucking kills everything. But then it's fragile if it gets caught in the open. So like an 80 tonner piranha in a brawl meta, and you got the Gargoyle. But now it's armor buffed, so it's better.
Yeah, it feels similar to the Mad Dog to me in terms of strength, so I'd put it like right next to it.
Yeah, I think it's like right above Mad Dog. I think top is C. Maybe I'll put it behind. They're close. I agree.
Div B and make a significant dent in Div A. And if they were, say, known for just brawl pushing the shit out of every team, then I wouldn't be surprised if I saw like a Gargoyle as a mainstay in their decks.
Yes, I agree with that. It's definitely not like, if the deck calls for it, it's not a bad choice. If it's like what the pilot's comfortable with.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
It does also have some good laser moment builds. Yeah, sorry, go on.
No, I was gonna say what it does well. It's just pretty specific and has a lot of pitfalls, I think, that it can fall into.
Yep. King Crab.
F tier.
Yeah, F, right. Like, I think even the Kaiju, which is the best build and actually can be a bit punishing for lights and stuff, it's got so many downsides. Like, the fact that all of your weapons are on that one side, yeah, you get a nice peeking profile, but it also means if you lose that side torso, you're dead. And
it feels like Dire, but worse.
Yeah, I just, like, I don't see any case where I'd ever bring the King Crab, like, over Direwolf. Just, I don't think so. Like,
I'm biased, but like...
Yeah, Stim, I'm listening.
It has that 60-point alpha for trading, but this isn't a trading meta, sadly. But like,
but it's not 60.
Partial.
It's 50 actually, because it's 3 ER PPCs, 2 light guns.
Oh well, I use 4 ER peeps and 2 light guns. Fucking awesome.
You can fit that? What the fuck?
Yes, yeah, that's why you have me.
It does the clapstick build.
Okay.
It's on both arms. And...
Oh, okay. Well, now.
Oh wait. Okay, so imagine Vitric, both sides, those like white sides at the back. Place a King Crab on either side, and it's gonna rock.
They're gonna dump their entire alpha back into you. Like, you're not gonna be able to do anything about that.
Right. So say it's a Dire. Okay. He's gonna dump like ER large and Gauss with a delay, but you're just gonna launch 60 alpha and twist right away. So I think there's something there that you can.
But assuming you're shooting and then like you're twisting or going to cover, like they're gonna have tempo most likely, so you're gonna be peeking into them. I don't see any way that you clear your mounts and get a shot on their CT before they've dumped almost their entire alpha on you. Like, it's a King Crab. It's not like you can. It's not like you got, crazy agility to twist to the right and they're gonna miss everything. They're gonna get most of their stuff in your CT even while you're twisting.
I just value them upfront alpha a lot. But yes, I mean
JJ,
there must be a reason
I'd consider it like worth trying, but
Now Stimlex is alpha.
Feels too fragile.
I'll put it higher enough, but it's not leaving off. I'm sorry. You're biased on this one. It's I'm telling you, it's
now we can
bad.
go forward.
Even go in front of the Hellbringer for all I'm concerned, but
Honestly, yes.
Okay, fine.
it's like it's basically what I would consider the top of being not viable.
All right.
That's fair.
Hunchback, I think this one's easy, bottom C, because the Forest B, and I actually think that
bottom C. I was gonna say D, like that, but yeah, bottom C. I was also.
I think the reason why it makes
bottom C.
bottom C is because medium X pulse, because I think that, and given how crazy tanky it is, I think that
Yes, it synergizes well with staring.
yes,
Where jump jets don't matter. I think it's one of the strongest push mediums you can have. So yeah.
I think it's yeah, just like if you get legged and they're gonna want to shoot legs, the ability to like still be a factor if you got close enough.
And if you're like at 500 and medium X pulse have medium laser range, so what 310 optimal?
Yeah, you're gonna still be or a decent choice for a full cent. Easy to play as well. Really easy to play.
Yeah, and tankiness, such tankiness that it has, is also like a very reliable thing to have in a deck. Even if you have, say, a newer player, you slap them in the Forest B, which has hit scan weapons, and then tankiness. He's gonna like.
It's enough.
Fine.
It's so bad. It's so bad. We're moving on. You guys are both like, you're thinking like, how can I convince you it's not enough? But it's all bullshit. It's shit. All right, I'm not listening.
Indy, if it had 2 more hard points, would be C tier, but it's just not enough.
Yeah,
it's too easy to just ignore and say, oh, it doesn't have guns.
Yeah, it's just got nothing. I'm sorry.
It needs 50% cooldown. Thank you.
Next.
Blackjack. I definitely think that this is an interesting one because actually a decent amount of teams are bringing this. Specifically, I think because X Pulses got buffed and it's got crazy machine gun quirks. So those kind of synergize together. I think this was a trap down. I think it's D tier. Like,
yeah.
I do not think it's
high D tier.
D tier.
Yeah, high D tier. Okay. Yeah,
I put it all the way at the bottom, but I put it like roughly in the middle next to the Raven.
I'm fine with high D tier, but I definitely don't think if this was a good choice to bring. Like, I think it's trap.
Anything but the arrow is F tier. But...
Yeah, arrow. That's what we're discussing for sure. Just the arrow, and I think it's D. Yeah.
So there's like a skirmisher that can also sort of brawl, and that's the 5 like PPC Blackjack, but it's a medium taking a medium slot. So
yeah, it's just again the competition
in today's meta.
Yeah, I also don't know about light PVC brawling, but I think the arrow, it's you either bring heavy machine guns, then like you have to be right next to them when you're pretty fragile. So we'll talk about it later when we get to it. I'm not even gonna say what mech, but you both know which mech I'm talking about. The problem with having a weapon that is DPS stare or even just like DPS, but you have to be right next to the opponent to use that. If you're not a tanky mech, then you're just gonna get focused and die immediately. So it doesn't matter that you have all the DPS if you're gonna be the primary focus of the enemy and you have to be right next to them. Like,
yeah, it has a massive opportunity cost.
Yeah, it's just unrealistic for the opponent to ignore you. You can try to like put yourself in some weird corner or stay behind your teammates, but at the end of the day, if you have to be 150 meters away and you're useless if you don't get that close, then and you don't have the armor, you're just gonna get focused and die, and that's what you saw happen with it often. Yeah. So
next mech is clearly S tier. It has a shield now.
Yeah, this is unfortunately F tier. As much as I like the Centurion, it's not viable for CS at all.
It's not enough guns, and if it has enough guns, it's ballistics.
And not enough speed, medium mech. It said no 55 tonner, isn't it? Or is it 50?
I made so the 9D, you can make like super fast, and it's 50. But
no,
it just doesn't get enough guns.
It's not good enough. I'm sorry. F tier.
All right. Next, Shadow.
So this one, I gotta actually deter to Stim because obviously my gut instinct is to say F for this, but it might be good for Lerms. So you tell me, Stim, is this above F or no?
Well, I'm looking at D, and I see a Raven and a dragon there.
Yeah.
It's not above F because tier lists are about suggesting mechs to people.
You don't think there's you don't think it's a good Lurm mech? I honestly don't know too much about Lurms or the trebuchets, so
It's it's a good Lurm mech, but is this a Lurm meta or like if there are niche strats for these other F tier mechs as well, but I don't think we need to consider them much
I think if
in
you're
a
gonna run
generic tier list.
Lerms, you'd rather have your mediums do other things, and you'd
Mm-hmm.
rather invest
Yes.
into Lerm assaults. So
I'd agree with that for the most part. But I figured it might be missing something and was worth asking. Go ahead, Sim. You were gonna give an example.
I mean, it is well quirked, and the hitboxes aren't the worst. But then again, so what? What would you do with this mech? So sadly, it goes to F, but it's like one good strat or half a patch away from D to C tier.
Yeah.
if it was a heavy, it would be better than the Invictus for a brawl as well.
Interesting.
But it's not a heavy. So
Okay. Shadowhawk,
we love IS mediums.
easy C tier for me. I think that
Yeah.
it's
It's one of the only IS 55 tonners that are worth bringing.
yeah, it's got the high mounts. You can run a couple different builds on it, but I'd say the most obvious one that's relatively like is pretty decent is just like the SRM stuff, like Pop Tart, and I think that for a aggressive push that isn't as completely all in, it's a really good choice for someone like Hibernal where you want to get into their face, but you don't want to just like hold W no matter what. It's quite tanky. It's got good agility. It's got the great mounts. It's got the JJs. It's got enough speed. Um, I don't think I can justify putting it below C tier. Do you disagree?
Fine.
Sim?
No.
Okay.
Good. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just like it's not usually a good choice, but it's also like never really gonna be a terrible choice.
Yeah.
It's yeah, it's a proper bottom C tier, like bottom of C tier mech. Grasshopper. I think this is top of C tier, like next to Mad Dog and Gargoyle actually. You have the Mjolnir with the medium X pulse.
Oh yeah, the new build that we never brought.
Yeah, and I think the ER large Grasshopper was decent, and I actually think the binary vomit Grasshopper was decent too. Like I think there was actually
Vomit as well.
three decent, at least three decent Grasshopper builds. None of them super amazing, but like all of them viable. I would.
So
Yeah, go ahead.
no, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I could maybe see top of D, but I definitely would not put it in F. And if it is in D tier, it's definitely at the top of D.
Yeah, I think C, and we are starting to see that the C tier is starting to consist of mechs that can perform the current meta at a decent level. Like when you listed those builds for the Grasshopper, I've always liked the Grasshopper quite a lot. It's like a mainstay or a reliable mech for many roles. So yeah, C tier definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Great on C then. I'm gonna catch up on chat a little bit. Maybe there's something that we can discuss. Looks like there was some discussion about the Warhawk. Yeah, like I said, just very misunderstood. Even when comparing it to things like the Stalker and stuff, it was just straight up better in some situations. And I would say in a meta that is so again, I think just really misunderstood. People didn't really explore the builds on it. And you have to be willing to gimp some armor on it, but you can do that safely because it's got quite good armor core. Piranha was considered put in A tier because it could have been good in theory for being able to make winning moves rather inconsistently. And it's the specific pushing variant. I can actually pull it up here to show the quirks for it.
Fine.
I do remember them, but yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, 360 engine, so it can go 104.
I would not bring a 1G.
I think that for again that role of we have no, but I guess fair enough. I think that you can easily put SRM Force and medium X pulse on this and have a solid.
I think the Fang is slightly better than the 1G.
Okay, that's fair. Either way, though, like I don't, you can't put it enough.
I get you when you say it's insane armor values, but I wouldn't go so far as to say it's massively tankier, however you said it, because it has those armor values for a reason, and that's because of the abysmal hitboxes.
I think that I agree with the hitboxes are quite bad, but are you going to get CT'd from the side, though? Because if you're like engaging in the correct way and tanking, like if you're getting focused and you're twisting and you're going to be spreading it that way, and then if you're like choosing to focus the target down, I would hope that you're not staring at 5 enemies, right? You're staring at one, and the rest of their team has like an off angle on you.
Mm. Yeah, I'm not saying the isolated hitboxes themselves are the worst in the game, even if they are quite bad and boxy as well. It's more like you generally cannot miss a dragon when you shoot.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's fair. And I don't think it's a good mech. I think that like we could even put it bottom of D, but I just don't think it can be an F just because I think that like again the 60 tenor roll is just
Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah.
yeah, it's it just gets boosted because of that. It's like you're a medium mech without the medium mech slot, and heavy mechs generally suck. So you're never bringing 3 heavies for the most part.
I get it, yeah. So back to the Highlander, like I might have some baggage from earlier trait metas as well, but I've always said the Highlander, IS Highlander, is a really good attrition trader, but this isn't a trading meta, so fine, it belongs somewhere very low. But as far as traders go, it can trade for a long time, and in some cases, some strats, some metas, it is useful that a trader can have a lot of uptime while still retaining all of its weapons and like threatening the enemy. Some traders, like the Banshee, which is again higher than the Highlander currently, they can suffer like a mistake or something, and then they're CT cored, and they know they will die from the next hit. But the Highlander can lose the arm, torso, and start tanking with the destroyed side torso, taking advantage of damage transfer mechanics, and then still tank for like a total of 900 or 1,000 damage while still slinging 40 pinpoint IS alphas with high velocity at extreme ranges with JJs at 90 tons. I think that puts it at least high F, if not low D. But like, I know the meta isn't conducive for the Highlander, but I just like that mech for trading.
I'll take your word for it, and I'll put it top of F. I think let's reevaluate.
Yeah, I'd say top of that. It's better than the king crab.
Let's reevaluate everything we have going. I think we're about halfway through because that'll help us put the rest in as well. Let's just sort the ones we have in. So I think like looking at F, I definitely think the Osiris is like bottom, Cougar's like terrible near the bottom, Adder's pretty bad, probably above the Osiris but barely. Trebuchet, Centurion. I think Vindicator's below Centurion.
Kentauro's the worst mech we have here so far.
Yeah, I would say Kentauro's at the bottom.
Quite a bit.
Kentauro's better than a Centurion. It doesn't have. It has more. It is a bit more tanky than a Centurion.
I think that
Centurion has advantages. I think.
I was gonna say that there's that one laser Centurion with like 3 large X-Pulses or something that has like Giga Quirks. That's probably better than. Oh,
3 large X-Pulse Kentauro.
I thought the Centurion has something like that too, but
Centurion doesn't. It doesn't have. It has far from as many quirks.
Okay. Well, I'll put that.
I'd say in general, the Centurion it's faster and it does a bit more. But
I don't need to be exact perfect with the order, but something like this, I think. So Highlander can be top of F. I'm gonna put the Hellbringer above the King Crab. And Locust above both of them. Like this. Okay. D tier.
Vindy, I would say, would go lower than like the almost lower than the Trab.
Yeah, okay. Champion can be top of D tier, we said, because I mean we brought in the grand final 1. Blackjack right under it. Awesome. I think Jenner is gonna go with F eventually, but I'm gonna put back in the back for now. Quick draw as well. Panther, Irby. Think like there. Maybe even like here for the Raven.
I can't see the Raven being D if the Jenner goes F tier.
But the Raven does something interesting and can maybe do some interesting Narc strats. Like, what does the Jenner ever do that isn't just way worse than alternatives?
So, it has a favorable, like, sideways 300 meter, 400 meter peaking jump pop tart profile.
So you think of for light PPCs?
No, 6 medium lasers.
Yeah, but...
OG build, but...
Yeah, but then you're staring and you're gonna get fucking killed.
Well, the burn time is quite low on IS medium lasers, and if you jump diagonally on it, it's not something you can see on paper, but it's small enough that most weapons like projectile weapons can't converge on it after.
I've played the mech. I've played the mech but a better version of it, quite a lot, which is the Gener 2C with the heavy mediums.
Yes. Yeah.
So like, I know what you're talking about, and like you do take damage back, and I don't know, like just comparing those, it's just so much worse. It's like again, it just doesn't do anything ever that isn't just like outclassed completely by something else.
So yeah, that's the closest comparison with the Gener 2C. And yes, I am again biased due to like historical reasons, but compared to the Gener 2C, your alpha is less potent, but you can actually brawl. And the Gener 2C with the heavy mediums is going to be shut down from heat very quickly. Like not shut down actually, but like shut down in a brawl. And you don't have the massive CT that the clan version does. I think that's a big plus.
Okay. All right, fine. We'll leave it in D.
Thanks, but what is holding it back is it hasn't received a fucking actual good quirk pass because it used to be so strong. It's like one of the most underquirked mechs in the game right now, I think.
All right, let's actually compare them. By the way, I want to see this, like the pure stat line. So you're talking about the is it ER mediums? I'm guessing, not regular ER medium Gener.
Well, it's underutilized. Nobody used it, so in current meta, who knows? Maybe it's changed. But the usual thing used to be 6 mediums, just because it's such a jack of all trades.
All right, let's look at this. 6 mediums. I'm gonna put 3 jump jets for the pop targeting you were talking about.
Sure. XL 295 or 280.
Let's look at 295 first. You can't gimp anything because, well, you can gimp the head, but that's it. Actually, run out of slots here. I guess Slight Pharaoh and full head damage.
And then maybe XL 300. Oh yeah, it's XL 300 actually. Yes. Yep. This is the very classic build. Wait. No, go Pharaoh. Yep, an XL 300.
Yeah. So one less JJ, right?
Gimp.
Something like this.
Maybe.
This looks right.
Okay, let's go with this. Yep.
And I'm just gonna pull up another version and put the Gener 2C in there, so we can look at these. Obviously, again, not everything's conveyed the hitbox like you mentioned. That is a big factor. So we want to do the same speed, so probably do a 295. You're only losing like 1 kph, but this mech will get a lot more out of it. Out of that half ton.
Yeah. So I think here we can see how underquirked the IS Gener is and how well quirked the clan Gener is, just because the CT and the clan Gener is so large that the powers that be who balance this very much like compensated for the CT, but they didn't know what to do with the Gener F or the IS Gener as much.
Yeah, so we have sustain of 4.9 on this and 5.3, so it gets 0.4 more sustain. But I'm pretty sure the heavy mediums, they get 310 before skill tree. The regular mediums get, let's see,
same range,
270, but it's got no range quirk. So this Gener actually has less range. It has 10 less alpha, and then let me see the duration as well, because the duration, it's got a duration quirk, but it's quite small. So 0.83.
It has
versus
what, 7.5 duration. Let me quickly check. And normal...
versus 0.94. So it's like 0.17 less duration. But for its burn time, this is dealing more damage per time. So even if you lose the tail end of the Gener 2C's burn, you dealt more damage in the same burn time as the regular Gener.
Alphas are better for sure.
Yeah, so like Clan XL instead of XL.
The Gener F still has something to go for it, and in a brawl, the heavy mediums are going to lock out faster due to heat.
Yeah, you get heat caps before you die if you're the focus. Like, I think that's actually better. Like, it's technically got 0.4 less sustain, but I don't know. I don't think that's super relevant. I do agree. Gener F is going to be slightly better there, but not a lot better. All right, fine. You convinced me, though. You convinced me. We'll put it in. We'll keep it in D. And I'll put it above the. Oh, that's the wrong cheat. Upper Cheetah. I think Wolfhound should be a bit lower, probably down here. Actually, we'll put it there. Everything else, actually, I like the order. Flea up top of B. Fox. Sorry, what were you saying about the pro?
It has to be above the Flea for me.
Yeah, above these two, but below the Commando. Maybe above the Commando. I mean, we did bring it more than the Commando did. Probably like this then.
Yeah, I want to say Mislink's above Warhawk, but
I would agree with that actually, as much as I
And
think the
Stalker
Warhawk
above
is
Spider.
very strong. Yeah, I agree with
The
that.
Spider.
I agree with that.
The Stalker is just a more universal pick.
I agree.
Slightly.
I think it's like this.
Wouldn't it be easier to just compare like the same weight classes within divs? Like putting a Mistlinks above Warhawk doesn't really help anybody choose mechs.
Yeah, it's true, but I think you don't have to look too closely. I just wanted to like get a rough idea, specifically for the bigger ones, like the F tier. I think like the SA, whatever. I don't really care about the order too
Sure.
much for this. Mostly for
If
the
something's
DNF and
S tier, it's worth bringing, and
yeah, yeah, exactly.
usually end up bringing like B tier mechs anyways. So whether it's like whether you bring the Incubus or a Stalker or a Spider is actually not that big of a difference, and very much depends on the strat. But whether you bring an Incubus or a Wolfhound is gonna be a big difference, for example.
Okay, let's continue then. Orion, this has to be patch dependent. Like,
Yeah,
definitely was absolutely trashed, and then it got like ridiculously like double the armor quirks and like plus at like X pulses being buffed. Like if you compare before X pulses existed and before it got its quirk like secondary quirk pass here to after, like before and after, like yeah, not even close. So very patch dependent. I think it went from like F tier to like bottom of C or top of D.
yeah, same idea. I think it went from like bottom F tier to top D, like between C and D.
Yeah, I would probably would have put it like above the Centurion, below the Kintaro or something like that bad, but definitely not anymore. Do you agree with that, Sim?
Yeah, sure. I kind of view it as a heavy Forest B Hunchback sometimes because people don't play it as a sniper much, of course, but it can do that. But it's mostly brawl, and the Orion VA, say, the classic build with the LB or AC20 and for Artemis SRM6s, it can be really powerful and it tanks a lot. It's a good like spearhead sort of, but yeah, patch dependent.
I think the protector that you're talking about for the sniping, not very good in this meta because of how much it needs to
No.
expose and because Hegs were very prevalent. I think that in other metas and like I think it actually can be quite strong, but I just think that like it was not super great against the push and not super great against the popular traders. So
And slot and tonnage wise, I'd almost consider a Thunderbolt if I wanted to snipe with a heavy like that.
yeah, that's fair.
I think in general, like last year, peep on IS mechs was
Pretty weak.
pretty
Yeah.
bad in the CS meta.
Agreed. Victor, it's got to be F.
Yeah.
I put it above
IF, but
Wolverine, like there. But yeah, just not really much going for it. I looked at the making the hero work. It's a fun mech, and it wasn't terrible for like Vitric. I was looking at it for the jump jetting up, but like actually testing it both in testing rounds and in scrims, it just like became clear how bad it was. Like you have to run XL on it to get it fast enough, and like it's got giant side torsos, so it's just you can't win with it really. Um, is that
and if you try to trade with it with a slower build, it's all hip mounted.
yeah, just low mounts. Like again, it's kind of like an IS Highlander in a lot of ways. I think it's very similar if you're bringing it to trade. But neither of those were good. This is my opinion.
Yeah, so what was that build I used on mining a long time ago? Like a Victor, not a long time, like a year or two again.
3 heavy peeps, 1 AC10, perhaps?
Yes, 3 heavy peeps, 1 AC10 for an 80 tonner in a certain strat was almost decent, so it's very niche like the Highlander.
I really think if you could have XL speed while running a light engine, it would have been at like D tier. But it just feels like you have to run XL on it to like be able to do what the mech wants to do. And its hitboxes are just not favorable for that. Like you will get XL checked and die.
Not too favorable, yeah. Needs like a really good pilot to even be decent, and that's a bad sign.
Yeah, and like it's one of the few mechs where I'm going to immediately be able to call out that's an XL, like based on the build and how it's moving, and call like go for a side torso, and so that like the side torso is going to evaporate against a good team. They're gonna realize that you're XL and they're gonna check you.
Yeah. It's sometimes like some rare decks just call for, hey, we only have this much tonnage left. We need an assault, and we need a pop tart. So then that kind of just narrows down to a possible victor pick, but that's very rare.
Yeah. Battlemaster. I think this is C. I think
I was gonna say C as well.
think-
I see. But
the binaries coming in helped it a lot. And say with the large X pulses. Even 4E or large is not terrible, but I definitely think the binary build is what was decent on it. It's what pushed it to being C rather than like low D.
I'd say it's slightly above the Grasshopper, but
I would say below Grasshopper. I'd say like above Thunderbolt, but below Catapult Summoner. It's okay, but it's not really amazing at anything. It has obviously it's got a great that I guess I should take that back because it is amazing at like high peaking over something, dumping an alpha and then getting back to cover. But it has a lot of really glaring weaknesses, and it's very limited on the sustained DPS. And it's really not that tanky if you catch it, where it's not doing what it wants to do. So it's pretty decent. I actually looked at specifically for Polar. I spent some time in testing rounds. I looked at the high mounted. I think it was 3 binaries and like 4-year mediums or something, being able to alpha it. Felt pretty decent, but again, just too limited on the sustained DPS front. It's just too hot. Yeah. You have any thoughts about the Battlemaster sim?
Battlemaster goes up in tiers the lower in divs you go. It's a nice, easy to pick up like trader mech for newer players, but since we're talking more top div, then yes, it's certainly at best in C.
Yeah. Okay. So you think we're right on the money there? Let me just re-chat a bit because there were some people asking questions. What is F tier? You never bring to drops. I assume D tier is things like fringe and niche use. Yeah, you kind of nailed it. F tier is just like you would never bring it under any circumstance. D tier is usually there's maybe like one specific thing that makes it worth bringing occasionally, or for a specific drop deck, or it's not like the worst pick ever. If you had a palette that was comfortable with it, then maybe it could be a better choice than something else. But again, some of these I think honestly should be moved to F, but we'll get to that later when we look over all of it again. Go ahead, Sim. Didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, so just one thing we need to remember about tier lists, I think, at least in my opinion, is that tier lists are for people who look at tier lists, right? So somebody's going to look at the tier list because they want to know what to bring. That implies they don't have like super high level knowledge of what to bring. And thus, I think the tier list should give them suggestions that are more reliable than just best in class every time, but like reliable no matter if the user is either very high skill level or just a bit lower, maybe decent or good skill level.
Yes, I agree with what you said. I definitely think that anybody wanting to use this tier list should listen to the conversation we're having. But obviously this was for CS23 and that's over now, so we'll see how much things change. For all we know, by the time like even a similar tournament, whether it's Split League or I guess that's not going to be a thing this year, but the meta could completely change again. All right, everything could be changed. Who knows? But it's still fun to go over and talk about for CS23. Moving on to the JagerMech, I think this is straight to F tier for me. I think it's top of F tier, but it's not the mech, it's the weapon. It's just Doc is just absolutely useless.
Is the single reason that scrims are so long so that's to go in F tier?
I think you can make an argument for D tier because like it really is. It's not the mech. It really isn't the mech. It's just the weapon is just so bad.
Yeah. If Daka was good, the JagerMech would be a lot better.
Yes, I think it would easily be C tier, maybe even B tier.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. I'm sure nothing is lost if we don't suggest people to view it as a D tier mech.
Yeah, I think top of F for me. Atlas. It's gotta be top of B. It's with the large X pulses.
Tier,
like,
honestly, but
it performed exceptionally well, and we brought in a shitload of scrims too. Like,
yeah, I know. I'd put it even higher.
You think A tier?
I would say A tier, yeah.
Oh man, I don't know.
If you're gonna rate it by what it does best,
yeah, that's what we are.
At the best variant, then yeah, it's A tier.
I think that like the reason why I don't want to put it in A is because it's still very niche and specific. Like even when rating what it does best, like you can't just bring a large X pulse to any drop and do well. Like you have to have a set strategy on certain maps. Like I can't put an A.
Super push assault just then can't go above B tier.
Yeah, yeah, I would pretty much
It
agree.
is the strongest push assault in the game, I think.
What do you think, Stem? A or B?
Yeah, what you said, B, because again, we used it very well, and it's a good mech for that, but it needs a deck built around it, of course, and large expulse decks do have that luxury, but still, it isn't that much of a Swiss knife, so it's in B just as a Dire is in B or a Firestarter.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Flexible.
Hey, Kieran, by the way, yeah, we'll get to the supernova. We'll get there. Sorry, somebody asked, how's the firebrand with binaries? I think that low mounts and bad hitboxes means it's dog shit. So
Yeah,
Unfortunate.
the problem is the low cockpit with the Jaeger, really.
yeah, well, the binary mounts are like the laser mounts and the firebrand are even below the cockpit. Like they're
No. It has 4 of its 6 months in the 2 of its 6 months in the arms. So the binaries would be in the arms, but
okay. Well, you're not gonna peak in heavy mech with just 2 binaries. Like it's not gonna go well for you anyway. So yeah, not good. It's definitely would be still F tier even with the binaries. Cataphract. Oh, where's it going?
Hmm.
S
It's
tier, again, one of those. I I gotta say D tier.
it's D tier. Yeah, it's definitely D
Yeah.
tier. I would put it above the Blackjack honestly because I think that the Mask Cataphract again for what we used it for, it was actually quite good, and it played exactly how I imagined it playing, and did its job, and we won the drop because of it. Or obviously not just because of it, but it definitely helped. Just fast.
Yeah.
It's the same thing as the Hunchback. It's just like slightly worse than the Hunchback, but it fills that heavy mech slot again, while going fast because of the mask.
There's
Yeah.
also 1 or 2 unexplored binary builds on the Cataphract.
Interesting. I did not consider running the Cataphract past the mask one, to be honest.
I would say it's still the mask one, but you'd use 2 binaries in the high mounts plus like a Gauss.
Interesting.
And then 3 airmids.
Okay. Would you say that still would be D at best, right?
Yeah, it's still D tier, but I could see it being like viable in a very niche scenario where you need a super tanky laser movement mech that also has mask.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think we're fine with it in D. Below the champion, but above the Blackjack still. Thanks for the follows, by the way, everybody. I hope you're enjoying this. Again, I'll probably post this on. Well, I will post this on YouTube. I'm not sure if I'll cut it up or not, or just post the entire thing. But either way, thank you for everybody joining us live. Go ahead, Sim.
So Cataphract is like, I think it's unexplored, and it could be C as well, because of it's very durable, even if it eats stuff into CT. But I wouldn't be surprised if it went to C just because of strat choices or slight meta changes. But yeah, it's high C at least. I like it. I'm biased.
High C, or did you mean high D?
High D.
Okay, yeah. I definitely think it is quite tanky and stuff. It's definitely not F. I think high D is a good place for it, but I could see an argument for low C. We'll leave it in D for now, though. Skokomish. I think this one. Well, I say Skokomish. It's funny I say Skokomish because, like, I mean, I guess the ER large Zeus is a mech, but I think this is top of C, honestly. I think the Skokomish quite strong. I mean, it is the fastest assault mech in the game. So if you're talking about a full brawl push, like pure SRMs, nothing fancy, just we're gonna hold W and shoot legs, is a great choice. It's very, very tanky. It's got, I think, like plus 20 something on each leg, and it goes over 100. So it's very, very simple to use and quite strong.
Agreed.
The ER large Zeus, I believe it was brought against us in some scrims. I think I tried it one time. It's interesting because it is quite fast for that type of mech while still being okay, but has too many weaknesses to really be above C. even in the best case for the year large. So doesn't really change anything. I definitely think the Skokomish is the stronger, or the strongest Zeus in CS23.
Yeah, and I used to bring it a lot back in when I played for Abins and we did all those roll rushes. I used to play the Zeus in those drops. Definitely a good mech for that.
Yeah, 100%.
In comp.
Yes,
And
yes.
now it's time for another IS medium to go to F tier.
Yeah, I think this one's probably below Cougar and above Kintaro and Centurion.
Yeah, I would say so.
I actually think he might have been brought in some drops though, so let me just take a quick look at it, because for whatever reason I'm thinking that maybe I'm forgetting about a build on the Enforcer that was actually decent. Obviously, again, because of the class and tonnage it's competing against things much better than it, but I don't want to knock it until I take a look. I think it might have been like a heavy PPC mix on something, or maybe like light PPC mix with a ballistic.
So, fact, Enforcer is unexplored. Question, is it unexplored for a good reason?
Yeah, it could be.
So I have a pretty greedy 5-year large Enforcer that can alpha, but it doesn't work in the current meta.
Yeah,
Aside from that, I don't think the Enforcer has anything that you can build on it that really works.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything. I was thinking like torso mounts of heavy PPCs with like backups. But the most I think this is probably even gonna be too heavy.
It only has one high mount.
Oh, even on the left torso,
One
they're
of
not both
them's
high.
hip mounted.
Oh, okay. I give up.
Yeah. It has a lot of
Yeah.
these crappy details and just too many ballistic mounts for a 50-tonner, and like it does nothing better than something else, so it's
It
forgotten
does
every time.
one thing well on mining. If you get behind one of the like little boxes on top of the sides, if you think of like behind tits
Okay.
from team one side, it can perfectly look through the gaps in those and pre-aim things without exposing.
Yeah, I think even in very
And
specific
it's
things like that, though.
left side alpha 5 ISER large, but it's too greedy for the current meta.
Yeah, bad for the meta. Not a good mech. F tier is fine. I thought maybe I might have been missing something, but it would
Even in a trade meta, I'd still put it higher in F tier, but not out of F tier.
Okay. It is time for another S mech. And this one is just below the Incubus, but above the Stalker and Spider, for sure.
Yep.
Oh man, such a good mech. So many things you can run on it. Like you can Giga Brawl with it. We brought SRM, SPL, Micropulse. We brought ER Large. We brought 2 PPC. We brought 3 PPC. Just so good. We brought Laser Vomit. We brought Laser Vomit in both torsos and the arms. I think we brought like 7 different XC builds, and all of them were really strong.
And now that worth noting, because this tier is going to be looked at in the future, this mech is S tier if you look at CS23.
Yeah.
And it is getting better since the XEM left torso.
That is true. That was not even a factor. And yeah, it really just comes down to like, it's got all the tools you want. And it plays like not an assault mech in a lot of ways. And for this meta, that's a good thing. So it's got the jump jets, it's got the mask, both of which are incredible pieces of equipment. It's got high mounts for like PPC or ER large. It's got backup weapons and the speed to use them. And it's a tonnage filler, which is actually can be a good thing. But I don't know. I think that you just can't go wrong bringing this mech like on any map. It's fine for any strategy on any map, and that in and of itself already puts it in A tier in my opinion. But then like sometimes it's literally the best choice, and I think we proved it by like bringing it in a lot of our control decks, and Chicken did exceptionally well with it. He did a really good job with the XC, and really showed how powerful it is throughout the entire CS. We in agreement with that?
Yep.
Okay. Another S, Shadowcat. I think I'm gonna put this above S or above Incubus.
Biased much?
I might be biased, but I think you can look at how some other people performed with it as well that obviously aren't as strong as me in it, and how well they performed to really show that this mech was just so incredibly powerful. And I think that
I want to highlight here that the difference between like I agree with you. The Shadowcat, I think, out of the three is the strongest, but the difference between the Incubus Shadowcat and Xe.
Yeah, they're all different, but we said before for the top list, we're not really focused on that. It's
Yeah.
especially because they're even different weight classes. It's S tier.
Question.
I think that funny enough, and you saw it a lot of Shadowcats, and every team ran it. I think last year was actually stronger in my opinion, and I definitely was the one that pushed it last year. It was really good to see that teams understood how powerful it was, and some players, like I think Moker is the most obvious one, where he was able to carry his team multiple times by playing this mech quite well.
I mean, he got the tournament MVP, so
Yeah, and I think it was very well deserved. I definitely think that the heavy machine gun nerf hurt this mech, but I was able to adapt it quite well with regular MGs. Other people used the LMGs, which were easier to use and still were useful. I think the sleeper of the tournament and one of the strongest just builds in the game was 2 PPCs with backup machine guns. Would have been exceptionally strong in a slower meta, like just a tiny bit slower of a meta, but even for this fast meta, it had just enough to be able to repel a brawl push. Yeah, so I actually plan on bringing it on a couple maps if we went to the second match of the grand final, but obviously we did not get there. But just super good mech. I don't think there's any debate that this was a top tier mech for this CS. Okay, I hear no disagreements. Obviously, I am biased, but results do speak for themselves at some point, when, especially when it's not just me doing well with it.
Is it bias or is it just good sense?
It's good, man. It's good. All right.
I think
Go ahead, Steph.
I think it's more because it can perform so many things. It's kind of like the Xe of mediums that can do a lot of things, and it's flexible in any situation. I think what it lacks is just the raw firepower to force kills in certain scenarios. It always has to respect other mechs, though.
I agree with that.
So
I agree with that. It definitely is not an easy mech to play. It is a mech where a bad player is going to get themselves killed very fast if they try to play aggressive with it.
I think like I'm looking at the mist links and it's in A, and as far as mediums go, I think there is some like bias here. Not as much as for me to like just disagree with you straight up, but like the Mistlinks is an A, and it's a great mech for lights and somebody looking at this tier list, deciding what light mechs to bring. Now, if people just look at this tier list and take Shadowcats everywhere because it's an S, I don't think they're gonna have as much fun as you did. Still, it still needs quite a lot of skill to get the best out of the mech, because it doesn't have the durability to just auto contribute to matches. It doesn't have the firepower to auto contribute to damage. So I think it has a lot of things you have to play around. But when you do play around, then it's a great mech. Honestly, I'm trying to be as objective as possible, and I would place it in A. High.
All right. I think everything you said is true, so I will go down on S, but it stays in S, similar to how you bumped the spider up to S.
Okay.
we have to rank somewhat more, thinking about the highest level of the game and not thinking about.
Yeah, it is CS23, but I think everything he said is relevant, even at the top level. Because, like,
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we don't have a million players playing the game at the top level. It's as Tim would say, it's not the golden age of MWO, you know.
It isn't the golden age.
So overall, there is less, top super high level pilots. So like, it is relevant even at the current top level of CS23. So I think it's fine. We can put it below the Xe and Incubus. Both of those are exceptionally strong. I am okay with that.
Okay, fair enough.
Stormcrow, solid. I don't know about this one though. Actually, I know it's above D, but I don't know between C or B.
I would say it's the highest in D tier.
Really?
The Stormcrow? I think for the laser vomit build that we didn't utilize enough alone, that makes it low B, because it was just so strong.
We did quite well with it.
Really, really strong in Crimson. We just didn't use it much later in the tournament.
Yeah, we did very well with it in invitationals, and even at the beginning of the tournament, like when we were bringing laser vomit on Polar.
Absolutely.
Stim,
laser vomit is so strong.
You remember that, right? Did you think the Stormcrow was pretty decent?
Yep, I like it.
D tier.
It suffers from taking a medium slot, and many drops either want pseudo lights that are fast mediums, or something else niche. And the Stormcrow is like, it's just a generally strong mech with chicken legs, so I would place it in C.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I think that it's definitely, you know, again, we're not focusing too much on this, but if you compare like a Shadowcat, a Stormcrow is way easier to play. Like, for any team that isn't like super high level, I'd probably give the pile to Stormcrow over Shadowcat any day and expect them to do better.
Yes.
Quite different mechs, of course, but I definitely think that it can't be below C. Like, the Laser Vomit build is solid. It's proven. We'll put it below, like, I'll put it above the Batmaster, honestly. I think it's like right around there. Okay, Nova.
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Sim stuff.
Sorry, I was gonna say, if you're the DC and you're making strats and you have like a decent player who doesn't have any particular strengths and you need somebody to trade in assaults and you give them a battle master. It's kind of the same for mediums. Like, you have a decent player with no particular strengths and you put them, and you need a medium that can help the wolf pack but it's just generally strong, then you put them in a Stormcrow. And if you have a light player that doesn't have any particular strengths but you need a light player, you put them in a Mistlings. Stormcrow is kind of, I think, somewhere there. Just sort of reliable, nothing too critically like wrong about it. It has good leg hitboxes, quite fast, carries a ton of damage or like firepower and so on.
I agree with you for the first two, but I actually think the Mistlinks is, I think what you said is half true, because I think a good Mistlinks palette definitely shines way more than a, like, the difference between a bad and a good Mistlinks palette is far more than between a bad and good Stormcrow palette relative to like
Okay, agreed.
to competitive teams.
I think
So
a problem with all of those, or both of those mechs, is that both of them don't have jump jets, and it makes them quite a bit map reliant.
it's true. I agree.
Yeah, the
So, for
ceiling,
example,
the
I
ceiling
would
on them.
never bring a Stormcrow on mining, and I think it's straight up F tier on that map.
I strongly disagree, and I think we can just go straight back to CS21 when I believe 5J played against I think it was Loot on Mining Collective, and I believe it was Bowser that farmed like 850 damage in the Stormcrow and tried to carry his team with it and performed exceptionally well. So while I wouldn't personally bring it to mining, I think to say that it's like F tier on mining is just completely factual. It's just not true. That's of course my opinion, but I think just like a fast laser vomit mech, like I just, even if it doesn't have JJs, I don't think it's like that bad for mining.
I think with how pushy it is, it becomes a bit too risky. But
I think you're right. Mining for this meta, I definitely would not bring it, but I still would only put it in D tier. Like, I'd much rather have it than a JagerMech or a Hellbringer or a Wolverine. Like, no way is it F. Like, looking at those other mechs in F tier, there's no way.
yeah, no, not overall. I would say for mining specifically.
Even yeah, okay. Well, even then I'd say D tier, but I think it's fine right above the Bowmaster. Let's go to the Nova. This one's really interesting because I'm not sure, did we brought it once. I brought it once on Vitric and it didn't do particularly well, but again, it fit the strategy. We planned on bringing it in a couple other cases that we just never got to. So maybe a bit better than it might seem. What do we think?
Unexplored can definitely have a high skill ceiling.
I think it's roughly around where the Stormcrow is, but it plays very differently. To where it can be stronger, but it's also a lot less forgiving to play. It's slower, gets arguably more guns. It gets JJ.
It's like on a similar tier level, but it's not as much of a generalist as the Stormcrow is.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I think that
one could say it's a niche.
I think what you're really comparing the Nova to is like the Hunchback 2CA and the Huntsman. Because they both, all those mechs can run a bunch of energy. They can all get like a bunch of JJs. Is the Nova like better than either of those? I think in some cases, yes. So those mechs, we haven't gotten to either of them yet, but I think they're not bad mechs either. So I would say like C tier for the Nova. I think it's like
say pretty much roughly where the Stormcrow is.
Yeah,
power level.
I agree with that. And I think that unlike the Stormcrow though, it's the opposite. Like the Stormcrow's like what Sim was saying, kind of like a generic, like, oh, it's it fits the deck, it's good, fine, put somebody in it and it'll do well. I think the Nova's the opposite, where it's like it's very niche and specific. Like you do not just bring a Nova to a deck at all. You have to have a very good idea of what that Nova is going to do and what you're trying to do with it.
Yeah. For example, specifically what was it, like a 2 ERP PC and a bunch of, was it micro pulse or something? So kind of similar to the old Hunchback that had 2 ERPs and 6 small pulse. It has like a flexible array of weapons and okay mounts, but it's just a bit too fragile to like reliably slap into decks.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's obviously got some major downsides. Like the arms can be great for like tracking and shooting lights, but they're also really low slung, so you have to full expose and both vertically and like horizontally. So, yeah, it's definitely got some big weaknesses and some strengths, and that's what makes it really niche. Put it
Unexplored, higher skill ceiling, medium.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it below the Batmaster, but I think in some cases it is a really good pick. Just very specific cases. Mauler, I think this is right below the JagerMech, and again, this one actually like I'm actually gonna put it lower than that. I changed my mind unless you guys disagree, because I think that the JagerMech is actually strong. Like it's a pretty good mech if Daka was decent. I think if Daka was decent, the Mauler still would be weak. It just doesn't have enough quirks. I would probably put it like above the Wolverine, but below the Victor. Like considering how bad the weapon it wants to use is and how like underquirked it is, it just I don't see it being decent at all. Like I think it's trash.
Yes, salvageable to at least mid D by high skill level of the player, like say 6 AC5 for a niche specific strat. If you have aim, then that mech can overcome its hitboxes and fragility. But yeah, it's very hard to use well, unlike many other mechs above it.
Yeah, I think that even when you do use it perfectly, it just does not seem that good. Like maybe it's not like the worst
Good
thing
mounts.
ever, but I think the mounts are actually deceptively not that good. I think that assuming you're running like 6AC5, the lower mounts, I don't actually have the game in booted up, but like I think they're not quite as good as people think they are. You actually have to expose quite a bit, and the mech does not have good agility at all. So
I think it's also because the cockpit is quite high, so it's like the distance between the hard points and the cockpit is deceptively high. You sometimes shoot the ground.
yeah. Yeah, I guess we can put it a little bit higher after what you said. I'll put it below the Hellbringer, but above the King Crab and Victor. I just got information from the chat that Bowser did not do 800 something. He did 780, so we're gonna move the Stormcrow down below the Nova. Bowser, you let me down. No, I'm just joking, of course. But yeah, misremembered that one. Still though, I think that just laser bomb is like really flexible, so it's not super surprising.
Yeah.
Granted, it was different meta and like different weapon balance and stuff, but even so.
It was a lot greedier in terms of the meta.
True. Black Knight. I think C tier, right? After all said and done now? Or is it D?
I'd say D, honestly.
Yeah, the CT holds it back.
The CT holds it back, and the mount rework didn't do enough. Like, yeah, it's definitely D tier.
Okay. I was thinking like with binaries for more aggressive. It's got a lot of armor quirks, and it's got some good offensive quirks too. But I guess the hitbox is just so bad that it's
I've
not
tried it, but it still ends up losing trades. So
yeah, definitely.
Like it's the.
Go on.
Go on.
I was gonna say you can't really trade with it. You have to like be holding W or something.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and at that point,
be
like
super
things
careful.
like
Yeah.
the charger just become better.
Exactly.
It doesn't have the mounts to abuse the binary duration, and then it doesn't have the armor to really stand out in the open with large X pulses.
Black Knight.
Take a Mad Dog over it every time.
Yes, I agree with that. Black Knight have been played in CS23 is asked by Mr. T. It actually was played, I believe, by DSC. They did lose the drop. I believe it was to Dragoons with the Black Knight. Go ahead, Sean.
No, you're good. I was just, yeah, like I would almost Like in every deck where you'd want to take that mech, like you'd be better off just taking any Clan Laser Vomit mech from Stormcrow all the way up to, like, if you want to get into IS mechs, the Charger, or even the Bounty Hunter, which we haven't talked about yet. But the Bounty Hunter Laser Vomit, like, I would take it in that heavy slot every time over the Black Knight. It's not even close.
Yeah. Okay. Timberwolf. This one hurts because Timberwolf is actually my most played mech in the entire game, and I won the Timberwolf challenge, and I've played. I don't know. I love this mech, but it's C at best. It's just not good for this meta, and it got nerfed at some point where the S lost armor. I can't put it
It's
above
even
C.
worse.
Hey, look at the bright side. You take it over the Black Knight.
Yes, that's true.
True.
I think I would have to put this, honestly, the Timberwolf below the Stormcrow. I think it's like above the Thunderbolt, but below the Stormcrow, like right around there.
What kind of build?
I think no matter what you run on it, I know that Abin was using like Heg 20s on it. I didn't think that was particularly impressive or good. I know that the Laser Vomit was not particularly impressive or good. Again, it's also like really pushing a tonnage. I mean, 75 tons. You compare it to like 80 thunders at that point, and it's just quite fragile. It doesn't have enough firepower for its fragility. Its mounts are like kind of bad, and if you run the pack, then like you have the huge glaring weakness that they can shoot that side torso with the laser pack.
It's
I would.
also part of the bunch of mechs that are just affected by the fact that the meta isn't greedy at all. If we were playing in like a 2021 meta in terms of how much of a threat pushes, the Timber would be a lot stronger, I think.
Maybe, but I don't think it can trade well. What were you gonna say, Stim?
I like the Timby. Always liked it. And I even played it in that comp game in Terra Therma and liked it even more. But still, I would place it next to the Cataphract on either side.
Wow.
Indeed. Yeah, it's that bad because it's so fragile and doesn't serve any meta-specific purpose right now, and you would never pick it over anything else or even a second mech of any role.
I mean, that's a fair opinion. Yeah, I mean, like, you're not wrong. I mean, if you compare it to something like the Mad Dog, right, which is 15 tons less, with just like the Laser Vomit build, the only thing that Timber can have that's like favorable for it is the jump jets, because it's less tanky. It's got like similar bad mounts. It's got worse hitboxes. It's just like worse, except for the JJs, and it's again 15 tons more. So, I mean, you're kind of convincing me it's like lower than I'm putting it. Yeah.
Right. Sadly, the Timby is only good for cinematics.
I'm gonna put it. I think the Hag build was like slightly better than the Laser Vomit build that Evans was using. The double Hag 20. I think double Hag 20 was just so strong for a while. I'm gonna put it bottom of C. I'm gonna move it down, but not all the way to D tier.
But you'd use a Huntsman for that double 20s.
Yeah, but you can't run like I think. And we'll talk about it later, of course. But I think the Hag 20 plus medium laser combo was arguably the strongest archetype you could run, and the Timber could do it. So I think just for that, it gets like barely squeaks in the C.
Okay, if you like, that's fine, but it's still gonna get shut on whatever you put on it because of its hitboxes and general demeanor.
I agree, but just because it can run that and it goes 81 kph with JJs, that's it. Low C, high D for sure though.
Okay, so barely staying above champion.
Yes, barely staying above champion.
Fine.
Marauder.
A low B.
No, this goes straight to A. 100% A. I'm actually tempted to put this in S. I would definitely put it above the Jenner. I think even above the Warhawk, honestly. I think this mech again is another one that was like misunderstood and not used properly by teams. Super tanky mech. Like, I mean, I can just pull up the quirks for it real quick, but it has so many things going for it, and it's that heavy mech slot as well, which means it just doesn't contest anything else ever. Let me see.
That's fair. Yeah.
Bounty Hunter Channel. Yeah, it's got 10% range, ERPPC HSL, and let's see, plus 10, 16 on one side torso, 16 structure on the other, and then 23 on the CT with leg structure as well, which is actually really important in this meta to have some
which
extra
build?
stuff on your legs. I think 2. I think I would argue maybe 3, but the build we brought and won every single time we brought it was the 3 ER peeps, 1 light Gauss, and 4 smalls for mining, and that was very, very consistent. Always tanked quite a lot, even when getting brawl pushed. Tanked a lot. Go ahead, Shen. Was that you?
That was actually two ERP Gauss 5 small.
Okay, one of the 2. I'm not sure which. I can actually check. I can just check right now while we're discussing it.
But just to harken back to something we discussed earlier, the way you like this mech and why you like it. Yeah, here it is. 2 year peeps. Like similarities between why I liked the old IS Highlander, because it's dead-sided like this. It has some backup weaponry. I played the two light Gauss, 2 RPP Highlander with like, was it 3 rocket launcher 20s or something? It has similar things going for it as this mech. Obviously not as good, but that's why I didn't like it in F tier.
I understand. That actually makes sense. I do think that like there's at least right now in the game there's like a huge difference between those mechs, but I agree with the parallel you're drawing. Personally, I'm not too experienced in the Highlander, the IS one. I have a lot of experience in the clan one, but the IS one, if you really think it should go up to D, I will move it up to D. Because
it should. There's a Raven there, there's a Jenner there, there's a fucking Irby there, whatever. Highlander definitely deserves D.
All right, well, Jenner shouldn't be there, but we'll put it in D tier. Okay. But yeah, I think the Bounty Hunter is definitely 100% A. And I think the other build that you can run on it is one that I explored and was incredibly strong, but just wasn't quite right. It was risky to bring in the meta. Is 3 binaries with 4 air mediums, and just super, super powerful, huge punch while being incredibly tanky. You can just absolutely fuck up a light or like drill someone CT, and you can alpha it without overheating. So really, really strong. Even 60 or large we looked at for pairing up with the Stalker on maps like Crimson, where again like it's going to be able to win trades just by nature of its hitbox. Even though it's like giving up a little bit of sustain, or I should say a lot, but definitely A tier.
Side note, for the Bounty Hunter, you want to put your big guns on the 1st and 3rd slot on the arms, and not the 1st and 2nd, because it's better mounts.
Okay, well, rip, but and I don't know if Neon put it in the sheet or if I put it in the sheet. Maybe I fucked up.
Our sheet build has it, just the one you did right now, and I wanted to mention it for.
Oh, okay, yeah. When I was still topping the binaries, and yeah. A tier for a Bounty Hunter for sure. I think the other Marauders are absolute trash. I'd probably put them in D tier at best, maybe F tier. But the Bounty Hunter just stands out as being incredibly, incredibly strong.
Agreed. And it had that nice spot on mining as well.
Yes, Neon scienced that one out quite well and was able to do a lot of work with it, both in scrims and in the matches. Okay, Hunchback 2C. I think we talked about this briefly. I think it's C tier. I think it's right next to the Stormcrow.
I think it's above the Nova, but not by much.
I agree with that in general. I think
I don't know.
If this meta was 2021 greediness, I think it would be almost S tier, but it's too greedy.
I think that unlike
in this meta, I don't know. I think it's actually worse than either the Nova or the Stormcrow, to be honest, in this meta.
I think that it does something that neither of those mechs can do super well. It can effectively Pop-Tart and take 0 damage back while having SPL for backup in case you get brawl pushed. It's still weak, don't get me wrong, because again, like 6 SPL on a really fragile mech is just not cutting it anymore. But it's definitely, I would say, like not a huge liability in that case. So as far as like if you want to bring a Pop-Tart, it is one of the better ones to bring like 2 clan AR PPCs on, have a singular Pop-Tart.
In general, if you want to bring greedy mechs, I think the Hunchy is like S tier for very greed mechs, but that's not meta right now. So if you want to bring a greedy mech, whether that's a laser vomit mech that goes 95 and has jump jets, or it's a Pop-Tart that is almost impossible to shoot back at, I think it's the Hunchy.
Yeah, it's fair.
It's a child of a slower meta where long range was so prevalent that anything with high mounts that doesn't eat shit when they peak was really golden. But now it's much, much less impactful just because it's so fragile in brawls
I
and mid-range.
I I agree with everything you guys said about the Pop Tart, but it's like think critically back to how many times we evaluated that when we were building decks and how many times we chose not to take the Hunchback Pop Tart because it just wasn't fast enough to rotate versus other mediums that can fill that role. Like again, it has that problem of contesting that medium mech slot, and that's why we never ran it even on mining. We never ran the Pop Tart Hunchback one time in CS23 on mining, and that's like its best map. Like I don't think it's very good.
But I will say though, I gotta talk here because I think that I agree with what you just said as well. But if I'm thinking about this not just from our team but teams in general, if I'm playing against EQ, I think the Hunchback 2 CA with PPCs for Pop Tart would have been a great pick on mining. To take advantage of the fact that okay, we probably have shown what we're gonna bring. We're probably not going to brawl push. That's a good pick. To not be completely throwing if we do something more aggressive and not be completely inflexible, but have that extra Pop Tart. And I think like with that in mind, it's still one of the best Pop Tarts in the game. Like, sure, I think a Shadow Cat's better, but that's also like I'd say it's harder to play the Shadow Cat for one, but also it just doesn't have nearly as much sustain. Like it can't get as much damage of just the PPCs over a course of a match. Like a Hunchback 2 CA absolutely can. Like it can be relentless against things like the Dire and such that want to, be a little bit more out in the open or have to expose more.
I think the Shadow Cat's the best Pop Tart in the game right now, and the Hunchy is the second best.
It's definitely up there.
If you're talking purely about how well they Pop Tart, that's...
And you can bring ER Large on it. You can bring, Laser Vomit. So it's also pretty flexible. So like not only is it like okay in strength, but it's flexible too. I don't think you can put it below C.
I'd put in low B still because tier list and ease of access and easy played.
Yeah,
okay.
I almost agree with that.
I'll do it. Yeah. Yeah, I see it. I actually.
It is also a mech where if you can fit it in, and if it does work, and you think it's not too greedy for the deck you're building, then it is really good. It's just somewhat situational, and that's why it is getting lower.
I think it is, quite fragile and is pretty weak to brawl push in general, which was pretty meta. But it's also, if you position right with it, especially if you have Laser Vomit, it's not like the worst thing ever. Like you get enough heat sinks in it. So you can maybe burn a leg or two before they get in and have high impact. So I think low B is fine.
Things goes 95.
Good sim.
It needs a defensively versed pilot because it is, as you said, vulnerable to mistakes.
Yeah.
Unforgiving.
I think low B is fine. Orion 2C. In my opinion, this arguably is the best mech in the entire game, or definitely was during CS. I put it above the Incubus even. And I would put it above the Shadow Cat too, if I had my way. Like, the Skull, just so fucking insanely OP in my opinion. Like, it's got crazy armor. It's got multiple builds, all of which are top tier. It can do control well. It can do push well. It's only map that I wouldn't necessarily want it is mining, and even then, I don't think it's a bad choice. Yeah, because I think the mech is that strong.
Yep.
It's
definitely up there next tier. That's...
Yeah, I just I don't know. Like
again, talking about the Skull, the other Orions are a lot lower.
Yes, the other Orion 2Cs are terrible, but the Skull specifically is...
have brought the 2CA for Brawl, and it's not good.
Yeah, I agree. The Skull specifically, 3 ER Peeps, 1 LB20 was the king in my opinion, overall. But even like Hag Vomit was okay on it. I think Abin brought that against us and actually won that drop. I think that Goss ER Large was good on it, especially early on in the tournament. I used that a lot in scrims and performed exceptionally well. I think 4 LPL was good for aggressive strats where you wanted to go legs and wanted something that could be consistent against light legs, but we still had like the max engine. Just all top tier builds can build it however you need to for the strategy. And it's a heavy mech slot, so it's never contesting anything.
Yeah, it's like the heavy or the XE of heavies, but I think the important thing to ask is like how much of it being in S is because it's a heavy, and how much is because of the build and actual match impact as a mech. I think it's heavily because it's a heavy, not just like because it's so strong. But it is still like an XE of
I don't agree.
heavies.
I don't agree. Like, look at how many insanely strong performances Chicken had with that thing. I don't agree.
I think
It's itself very strong.
I think that it's in between. I think that like it is definitely biased because it's a heavy. I think if it wasn't a heavy, it might be top of A or low S. I think the fact that it's a heavy mech in 75 tons pushes it to the top of S to being like.
Yeah. Well, I put it lower in S, but yes.
Yeah.
As for
Like,
what Shine said,
is it
No, go ahead,
is
Sim.
it as high on raw power level as like the XE? No, but I understand what you're saying. Still.
Yeah, Sim, go ahead. Please finish your.
Yeah, I was just saying, as to what Shine said, I think about Chicken having like strong performances. I don't remember the exact performances, of course, but like, also got to remember that it is a very it's a good mech for a high match score because it'll be one of the last ones to die. It's very forgiving because of the mask. It has massive armor. It's threatening enough not to like get swamped by opportunistic light mechs or whatever. It's usually moving with other mechs that will tank for it or aggro the enemy or whatever, and it's positioned well to farm and kill.
100%. I do think that inflates it a bit, but to that point, I think it is incredibly consistent. It's really hard. If you're a good pilot, it's really hard to have a bad game in this thing, and
Agreed.
that speaks volumes for it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really
Just
good.
lower than top S.
I would say that it's
I
definitely
don't know.
up there with the XE and the Incubus. So.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'm biased. I personally think it's the best mech that we have on the tier list so far. Like if I had to pick one, but if you guys feel otherwise,
Sim is slightly undervaluating the playmaking potential of firing 3 ER peeps and an LB20 directly into a light mech with no ghost heat. But yeah, it's really fucking.
What were you saying? Where do you think it should be, Stem? If you were to like choose again, like I'm not super concerned about the order of these SNA, but
Yeah. Like I don't have anything against the mech. I'm just saying like it's getting so much on top of being like a godly mech. It's getting so much on top just because it's a heavy. So I would kind of just compensate for that by just placing it after the games.
try to ward people off from like auto including it. I understand.
Order here would be XE Incubus and then Shadowcat Skull, whichever way around.
So, yeah,
for the record, for the record, I actually don't think it's better than the XE just on like a mech to mech power level rating. I don't value it higher than the XE, but like it's really fucking good.
All right, we'll put it.
Shadowcat and the XE are both better, but it's definitely S tier, no question.
We'll put it here then, because I think that is better than the Shadowcat, and yeah, that's me. So
yes, it is. It is better.
So we'll put it here, below the Incubus and XE. Highlander 2C. Oh, go ahead, Sim. You were gonna say?
Yeah, just one more thing. Like, when people look at this tier list, I think they should pick a skull because it's a strong mech as a mech. Not they shouldn't pick a skull just because they didn't know what else to pick for a heavy slot.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why
I think that's good point. I do think we shouldn't worry too much about. Again, there's an explanation. People can listen to the dialogue too. So we shouldn't, try to metagame our tier list for people not listening to the discussion and only looking at the tier list. But yes, I agree with what you're saying. Below Incubus and XE is fine. Highlander 2C.
I think top of B tier.
I actually think it's A tier.
it is.
And I think that for a while, the Double Hag 30, I believe it's, what is that hero called?
I forgot about the A tier.
What is the hero? Keeper. I think the Double Hag 30 SRM Keeper was like easily top of A tier for a while. I mean, Jan loved that thing and performed exceptionally well with it.
Yeah, I forgot about it.
Obviously that's like one patch, but even outside of that patch, I think that it was low A tier because it was an exceptional mech for being able to trade, but being really safe against the brawl push. It was such a good anchor mech.
If you think about it, that mech is almost like the totem of our deck building philosophy for the entire tournament.
And yeah, in a large way. I mean, we saw how it it didn't perform exceptionally well, don't get me wrong, but like it did fine whenever it turned into a trade game against Abin, right? And its main purpose is to be the stopping force against a brawl push. That's what you rally behind, and it fucks something up before it dies. It can do that while still being relevant in a trade game. And I think for that, it has to be A.
Dunk something.
Yeah, and for that, I think I have to give it A. Like, I can't go below A on it unless somebody actively jumps in and tries to convince me otherwise. What do you think,
No,
Sim?
I think low mid A is great.
Yeah, mid A is fine. I was just thinking of the Stalker. Like, if the meta was even slightly more brawlier, then the Highlander could be considered low S, because the Stalker doesn't anti-brawl as well as the Highlander, and in this meta you always had to be and have to be wary of brawls. So I think it is very, very consistent. You can slap it on almost any deck and be happy, except unless you're going for a full brawl push.
Yeah.
It's
Other
flexible
problem
and
it
tanky.
has is that it's also as slow as the Stalker, so
Yes, it is slow.
with
That is
arguably having a bit less range in some regards.
Yeah. Okay. Let's put it above the Gener 2C, but below the Warhawk. I think the
I
Warhawk
would
is.
say, like roughly with the Warhawk. Yeah.
Did you mean by less range? Did you mean like Stalker with ER large or what?
Yeah, Stalker with ER large or Stalker with Laser Vomit. In general, it has less stopping power at that range. If you don't, like, if you have to get useful, if speed becomes relevant, the Stalker kind of has an easier time getting all its weapons into the fight.
Yeah.
If that makes
I agree with that. It can be tough for the Highlander to get into range to use the LB20 and SRM if it's a control game. And I think you saw Neon struggle with that a bit. I believe a Spider came into her on Theta, which was great positioning from her, obviously. But if that didn't happen, it might have been tough to get more than just the 3 PPCs relevant into the match. But yeah, I think A tier. A tier for sure. Oh, Cicada. Yeah, F tier. Unfortunately.
talk about it.
My Cicada, as much as I love this mech, and
Is there a tier
Unexplored heavy
below F
gauss.
tier?
unexplored heavy awesome.
Can we make like a boiler room of hell tier down there?
No, I think that it's the lowest on the tier list so far, but it's not like that much worse than like the Kantara
No,
or
it's
Centurion.
not much
Like,
worse than the Centurion. No.
but yeah, I don't. Is there anything to say about this mech? It just doesn't have anything going for it. It's just bad.
It's not just bad; it's also bad in a forgettable way.
If it was a more long range meta with projectile emphasis, then it could be annoying as a poker. But with ER large and binaries and whatnot, then it just gets burned even if it peaks a bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say with ERLR just being the trade meta, I just don't see it being useful with its hitboxes.
I don't think it can ever it can only run projectiles because I remember I think in 2021 when the Cicadas first got their Quirk Pass, I looked at it and I tried to make, I think it was a 4-year large Cicada with the jump jets and it had like 15% range or something. You can't trade with it though because anything that can shoot back at you will hit your CT. The hitbox is just atrocious.
Yep.
So you have to have projectile weapons, and yeah, it's hard to fit those on it.
The hitbox is actually, it's not just a big CT, it's atrocious. If you hit like between the arms and the side torso, it is registers as CT.
Yeah, it's rough.
So, if you had to play one or the other, would you play an ER large Cicada or an ER large Gener 2C?
Gener 2C. You mean like the Fury?
Whatever, it's a shit build, so.
I would definitely bring the Fury with the ER large, and like if I could bring MG backups, especially 100%.
Just ER large,
Yeah,
just like the Cicada, because the hitbox is kind of similar if you were to trade with ER large in a Gener 2C.
I think I'd still take the Gener 2C just because by nature being a smaller target and more speed to peak weird angles.
Yeah,
because that's all you can do.
The mounts on the Fury, the huge range bonus, the cooldown, it's just better.
Yeah, probably. Okay, Warhammer.
I want to put it in C tier.
I think I was gonna say top of F or low D. Like the Black Widow is probably again like it should be a good JagerMech, but it's not because Doc is just that bad. And then the Laser Vomit builds are like there's just better choices.
So
yeah, I think there's better choices, but it's not a bad mech. and I would say it's definitely not F tier.
Gotson.
Yeah, it's. I think here the heavy slot kind of turns against it. It's not a bad mech, but if you're gonna take a heavy, then you have all these skulls and whatnot to use, so it's hard to justify taking a Warhammer. It was better in an old, slower meta.
I think if it was 60 tons, then it would actually be like, low C or high D. But because it's 70 tons, like that's 10 tons down. Like if you're gonna bring a throwaway heavy, then like there's, like you're saying, there's better choices. Like if you're gonna bring like Laser Vomit, why would you not bring a Mad Dog instead for like Laser Vomit? And have 10 extra tons to put elsewhere. It's just bad.
Yeah, there's an interesting discrepancy between like how usable a Warhammer is in, say, QP for a newer player versus in comp for a good player.
Yeah.
It's you always find something better even if the mech itself isn't too bad.
Yeah. I agree with that actually. It's just
Yeah, I think it's still pretty good, but it's not like every time you want to bring a Warhammer, there's something that's like 5% better.
I'll give it bottom of D. I'm gonna put it below the Highlander though. I don't think it's good. Like I would never bring it ever. But we'll avoid F just because some of you think otherwise. It's not like quite as bad as I think. Unlike this next one, which is definitely straight to F, Rifleman.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Not to C. Oh boy, where do you put this though? I think it's above the Wolverine. I think it's and the Victor, but below the King Crab. I put it like in between these two.
So I think what nails this mech down is a couple of years ago, me and Selith played in this 2v2 tournament that rewarded. It was the only heroes tournament, only hero mechs. So it rewarded players and teams with more points if you brought a shittier hero. And I brought the Dad Breaker just because of that, and we won. We won the drop, but we also won heftily because of the massive point bonus we got for the rifle.
I think that is very fitting. Definitely an absolute shit mech. No good variants as far as I'm aware.
The only good variant is the 3C on Alpine Peak specifically.
Yes, we did bring that during ISC. Well, unfortunately, CS meta was not quite slow enough to let you plink away with Lycos at 2 kilometers away. Or
I mean, it would have been on Alpine, but Alpine is not.
Yeah, unfortunate, but definitely F tier. Archer. I don't know about this one at all because again, I'm not the Lerm guy. I think that the SRM Archer was actually, it's not F. I'll just say straight up, it's not F. I don't know if it's above D though. The SRM Archer with the HSL got like a lot of like upfront firepower. You can definitely ambush somebody and just kill them. And I think that again, like for Lerms, maybe was viable. I don't know on the Lerms front, but you tell me, Stim. Is the Archer viable for Lerms?
Archer, and I'm building a deck. The Archer is like, you save 5 tons because you're not picking a 75 tonner. You get some burn time in the Laser Vomit build, and it has massive durability in the torsos if you just place some Rocket Launcher 10s in there and never fire them. That's the durability is what it has going for it. It's got semi-okay hitboxes and just massive armor values with the damage reduction from the missile bay doors, and an okay sustained DPS with, let's say, medium X pulse. 6 medium X pulse. And if you want ECM, but yeah, that's it. But if you go for legs, then yeah.
I did not consider bringing like lasers on it. Let me actually look at the mech here then.
I think that's what you would go for it, because you yeah.
The Tempest or the 2R, if I remember
correctly. Both are really good. Tempest is slightly better if I remember correctly, at least for like medium laser large pulse combo.
If I remember correctly, they both have the same hard points, and I don't recall the quirks on them nowadays.
Quirks are just a bit different, and Tempest has ECM. So for QP, go for Tempest. In comp, I can't remember the exact. There was a slight quirk difference, and I went for the Tempest in the end. But yeah, like either medium lasers plus 2 large pulse and an LFE, quite high LFE, I must mention, or just 6 X MPLs and a large LFE.
So you're talking about because the missile packs or the missile side doors, they reduce the damage, and that's why it's pretty decent.
20%, and it also already has like large armor quirks, as you see. So it actually has assault level durability in the torsos.
Okay, so
The mounts suck and you don't get too much firepower, but that's pretty
like
much
an-
the summary of Archer.
It's like a heavy 4SB, I'd say.
okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of wonky to build with. I think the SRM one is actually like a little bit slept on. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm pretty sure you can alpha it without overheating. With
It's fine too.
I believe it's how much alpha? So 103, or actually 116 if you put all of them in. I might be wrong about that. I'd have to double check, but it has the HSL and has really really good missile quirks overall. So
Yeah.
just the idea of like, okay, you ambush and just immediately nuke and kill someone. I think there was opportunity for that with this map pool. So I just can't put an F when.
There was, yes, definitely. But I think the reason you don't see this Archer played is because if you play a deck that has brawly heavies, you're going to pick something else because you want to push brawl. And the Archer is a bit too, I think, slow and no JJs and so on.
It feels like a catapult in that sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's even worse because it doesn't have JJs. I definitely think it's more of an ambush alpha strike mech, at least with the SRMs. But the lasers are interesting. I think we can put it bottom of the tier below Warhammer, but I think it barely stays at F. Kodiak is. I mean, I think we're like the Spear Bear is the strongest one, right?
Yeah, by far.
And it did get buffed right before CS. We ran it in Invitationals and crushed with it in the one drop we brought it. I'd say
Bottom of C tier.
bottom of C tier. I don't. I think it's stronger than Timber for sure. Again, like for this type of deck, the high tonnage is actually a good thing because you want to fill your tonnage. With your like brawl pushing with SRMs, so like it can be a good thing to be high tonnage. So I don't think the fact that it's a 100 tonner is that bad. And it's really simple and easy to play. Again, like we're not looking at that too much, but it's relevant. I would say like mid C tier. I'd say right below Catapult, but above Valmaster over. Maybe like here.
Yeah, I could believe it.
I think that the rest of the Kodiaks were weaker overall, but the Laservom one wasn't terrible. Like the Laservom Goss one, it was just like got absolutely decked by hags was the main issue with it, and why I don't think we ever tried it. It's like it just wasn't viable because of that. Before hags were released, we were bringing in other tournaments and had good success with it because it had such good agility and pretty good alpha strike while being pretty good sustain. But hags just kind of like put it into its coffin.
Side note: the Archer can alpha 9 SRM6s.
It can't.
It can.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Max heat skills, max heat cap, light 295, I think.
Yeah, so very
heat sinks for tons of ammo.
A very niche ambush mech, but
But then you already have an Arctic Wolf that can alpha 8 SRM6s and an SRM2.
Well, we'll get to the Arctic Wolf, but maybe we'll reevaluate
It's
it.
hard to justify.
Maybe we should just skip
for this.
Maybe we should just skip to the article.
No, no skipping. We stay on the path. Yeah, okay. I think nobody really said much about the Spirit Bear, so we'll leave the Spirit Bear like in C tier. I think it's fine. It's an okay choice for brawl pushing.
Yeah.
Phoenix Hawk 7S specifically, straight to S tier for sure. I would say that this is 100%. One below the Shadowcat. I think that Shadowcat more flexible, and I'd honestly say even like the better Pop Tart overall, even though it's like not quite as good against a brawl push incoming. Obviously the Clan Air PPC is like way more flexibility than the snubs, but Phoenix Hawk also a very very excellent mech, and you can run a couple other builds on it that are also quite good, like medium pulse small laser mix, or medium X pulse. I even thought about and tried even a couple times, and it was okay if you were just trying to leg a mech and then bail before you got heat capped. But overall, the snub small laser or the heavy light PPC mix were both top tier.
The binary one was pretty decent too. When we tried it on Crimson, it was pretty good. It wasn't as good as the P builds, but it was pretty good.
Yes, we did try a couple of the Phoenix Hawks builds. I wouldn't say any of them were S, but yeah, they were all pretty good in general. What do you think, Stim?
All right. Sorry, which mech?
The Phoenix Hawk 7S.
Yeah, so I liked the snub build. think that. No, sorry. You were referring to the heavy PPC, light PPC one, right?
No, either. Just the mech in general. I mean, what do you think about
Okay,
the Phoenix
so
Hawk?
yeah, I liked the PPC variants. I think our pilots used them well. But personally, what I've played most is just the normal 7 medium laser one, because the decks it was used in previously with Ubbins and now with EQ. I've tried it a few times. It was really good for running with lights and catching other lights, just another pseudo light reinforcement. And I think for that, it's tanky, it's super fast with the mask, and it can sustain quite a lot of DPS and just overall be a reliable extra light. So S, I don't think it's too generous, but it's definitely high A or S. Honestly, because Mistlinks is an A, I would just rate the Phoenix Hawk somewhere in there. It's, I think the Mistlinks was even more like widely used than the Phoenix Hawk, and they're both like reliable mechs. I don't
Okay.
think the Phoenix Hawk is kind of like a playmaker that kind of impacts games in a unique way.
Hmm. Okay. So you put it in top
It's
of A.
just super strong.
So you put it in top of A, you said?
Hard to say. Either very low S or high A. It's semantics now because of the
Yeah.
medium slot versus light slot, but like
You're convincing me, though. We did kind of skip on it in a couple drops. I think it's worse than the Shadow Cat. We'll put it top A. We'll put it top A.
yeah.
Okay.
So sorry, I missed some of the Kodiak feedback. So you were talking about the Spirit Bear, right?
Yes.
Broly. Very niche. That's why it is next to the Piranha there. So that's kind of why it could be in B and the Kit Fox. But honestly, if you look at what's in C, I'd almost place it high C because it's very niche still. Even in Broly strats, you don't always think, Kodiak Spirit Bear. It's hard to deliver. It's like it's a very hard to deliver payload.
Yes. So you put it above the Summoner and Catapult or below?
Above, like Gargoyle level, I guess.
Okay. Okay. We can move
It's hard to
it.
bring.
We can move it to above the Grasshopper. I think I'm okay with that. Right next to
Thanks,
Gargoyle. Okay. Crab. Even with the medium X pulses, I think Abin tried bringing this and did okay-ish. It's really weak. I'd say F tier, honestly. Like top of F tier for me right now, I think. Unless anybody here disagrees. What do you think, Stim?
Yeah, it's a piece of an older meta. It has the same kind of tankiness factors as a Marauder because of the nose. It's just hard to bring over other mediums, and that's again the medium slot syndrome.
Very
Yeah,
much so, yeah.
It's gonna be either it's gonna be high D or very low C.
High D, you think? Wow, you're giving it a lot more. Okay. I don't think. I mean, I put it top of F. I don't think it can be above the. I don't think it would be above the Banshee. Honestly, I think the Banshee, Lamalinche was very niche, but actually quite strong in the right scenario. I don't think the Crabbo is ever to that status of ever being decent. So
Yeah. Well, consider this. I think why you don't see it as decent is because just nobody runs it, and who runs it doesn't always succeed with it, say. Because it's not a fast medium. It's much less forgiving than fast mediums, of course. But like it does have some unique staying power against larger mechs. Other lights who shoot its legs, it's going to lose some of its durability. But the torso tankiness that is somewhat similar to Marauder makes it, I think, somewhat unique. I loved the crab when I played it myself back in like the 6 medium pulse meta.
okay, okay,
I don't think it's F, at least.
all right. You're convincing me. We'll put it above the Irby. I think right below the Awesome with the 4 large X pulses.
Yeah, that's good. That's excellent.
It's a nice spot for it. Viper, straight to A. I don't think there's any question in my mind. I'd say, honestly, it's hard. With these three, they're all like so close. I think overall the Viper was better than the Phoenix Hawk, though. I think it was more flexible because
Yeah,
5 tons less,
and it was more flexible than the Mistlinks as well, while filling a similar role. Like it was more prevalent and easier to use across different maps just because of the speed.
yeah, I think Viper's easily A. I don't think it gets to S though. Actually, I mean, unless you
not
disagree with me,
quite.
Stim, I think that the Viper was it's just so consistent and such a good mech in case the enemy's brawl pushing, but
Yeah, cut
didn't really.
speed,
Yes, in the JJs.
JJ's agility, yeah. But when it has to like fight toe to toe, it's not the strongest. And even when it performs strong, it has to stare and like really commit. So that gives it more avenues of failure as well.
I definitely think that we found the very strongest build for it with the 4 heavy mediums, 1 micropulse, and machine guns. But even so, that build had some downsides, and honestly, I think that our pilots in general were able to do like really good with it, considering like having to stare with the 4 heavy mediums in skirmish with that long duration. Like it's really easy to get slapped around while trying to do that. It's really hard to engage with the MGs and stare. It's yeah, I was quite impressed that we were able to do as consistently good with it as we were. But you kind of needed to bring it again because of the fear of the brawl push, and it was just quite good against that.
Yeah.
So a
Well,
little bit of
and
a
luckily, it was like once you got enough, once you had enough reps in it, the agility and the sheer amount of JJs you had made it possible to play and take optimal peaks at like the max range of the HMLs. So like once you got used to it, it wasn't that bad in the skirmish.
Oh yeah, I think Polly. I mean, like I have to go back and watch, but Polly got like 500 something damage, I believe, in the grand final game against Dragoons, which was generally a control game, and I don't think she really used the machine guns like at all. I think that was like all skirmishing for the most part. Um, so yeah, like definitely like possible when Polly did a good job throughout the year with it, of course, but by the end, when enough reps in it,
Definitely.
like
Yeah.
able to skirmish with just the 4 heavy mediums and get that much damage is quite impressive, and it shows just how flexible the mech is because it's also good against like a full cent, right?
Yeah, you're working hard with that mech on that map because it's like you gain speed and you have like slightly better hitboxes than say like the equivalent general loadout, but like your mounts aren't as good, and you definitely that burn duration just makes every pop tart trade more difficult to take. So you have to be a lot more intelligent about how you approach those. So yeah, it was really
Yeah, really easy to get
really
bullied.
impressive performance actually on that map, especially against that team.
Yeah,
With the
really,
deck that they brought, like
really
very
easy,
impressive performance.
really easy to get bullied by like a Phoenix Hawk 7S with snubs when trying to skirmish against it for sure.
Yeah, I think
Exactly.
the pilot
Yeah,
carried
exactly.
that. The pilot carried that mech to S tier performance, but the mech itself is A. Simply on paper, like having the heavy mediums and the MGs has some or rather dyssynergies because heavy mediums will, as you said, make you vulnerable to like bleeding armor all game, but the MGs themselves kind of demand a fresh mech that can commit in the late game, and those two objectives are not parallel.
Yeah. I think you said something about. Could you repeat that? What'd you say about the pilot carrying the mech? Could you repeat that?
Yeah, I said our pilot carried the Viper to S tier performance, but the mech itself, I wouldn't put it above A.
I agree, and that's why I'm moving the spider down to A. I'm sorry, you've proven the point. You said the words.
No U card on me.
Yes, I did get wrecked.
Boy,
Yeah,
boy,
I think
Look
you
at that.
you've ousted the spiders as being A tier. I'm sorry, but
Damn brutal.
yeah, it is how it is.
Only I did this for you.
But yeah, I think Spider goes back down to A. I think it's above the Mistlinks, but yeah, I would say Viper's very slightly above the Spider. Just our pals made them look better than they are. Cyclops, absolute trash. I'd say arguably the man. It's hard to say. One of the worst assault mechs in the game for sure, though. I'd say worse than the Osiris. I don't think there's a single good build with this. The Sleipnir is a joke compared to what it used to be. It's like it's the perfect mech to like point at for like proving power creep. It's like 4 UAC 5 Sleipnir is actually a joke. It's so weak. It's just funny to know that that was like brought in top level games long ago because of how bad it is now. Like both the weapon system and the mech. It's quite sad actually.
So true.
Yeah.
I used to be terrified of that thing every single time I played quick play.
Yeah,
Every time, dude.
There's a side that would like to bump it up 1 tier, but it's hard to justify in this meta. I'm sure there's some like reason in people just not picking it because they're not comfortable with it. I'm sure somebody could use it well. But it's still like as tier lists go, we shouldn't suggest people to use it.
I think that Abbins tried to bring a streak Cyclops. I'm of the opinion that was trash, but maybe there is some unexplored builds for the Cyclops, like streaks, that I am undervaluing, but for me, it's definitely F tier.
God. No, puke in my mouth. No.
Well,
I think Cyclops is F tier as well. There's not even a discussion. It's just underquirked. It used to have agility compared to other assaults, but nowadays it doesn't.
Yep, once the agility passed, it got, it got some.
Maybe the SRM Cyclops for some massive XL rush, but even then it's hard to pull off.
I mean, how much? I'm just curious. Compared to the Archer, how
fast enough and it's too fragile.
How does it compare to the Archer?
Exactly.
Very unfavorably.
Unfavorably, yes.
Less SRMs, less quirks.
Yeah.
Like, oh.
But remember, in Brawl Rushes,
Let's him talk. Let's him talk.
In Brawl Rushes, you want to use every slot for the Brawl Rush, right? So it's not competing with the Archer.
Yeah, so what's competing against is like Spirit Bear and Skokomish.
And if you're gonna talk about mass ISSRMs, it's competing against the 4 HP as well.
Yeah.
Which, if you can sacrifice a bit of speed, that's a lot better than the Cyclops.
But you can't. In the Brawl Rush, it's going to be too slow.
Yeah.
I think it's just... It's not fast enough to match the things like the Skokomish and stuff. You just... Again, like, I don't think it's like a worthless mech, but it's just you never would bring it. There's 100% always a better choice, and like it's not a good mech either. It's like at best mediocre, at best. So it's got to be F. Just don't bring it.
The difference between... Oh, go on, sorry, Strine. Go on.
I was just going to say, no mech is worthless. They all cost MC.
Oof.
So I'm thinking if the difference between D and F tiers is do not bring this mech ever, and do not bring this mech because it doesn't fit the meta or its slots are taken by other mechs, but the mech itself isn't the worst.
I think that for me, when what we established at the beginning was like D tier, you might have an excuse to bring it, even though it's bad. So like the champion is like the epitome of that, right? We brought it in the grand finals of CS, but it's D tier because that was really the only time we would ever bring it, and it was the last mech to put in that drop deck. Versus like the things in F, you would never bring ever. There's never an excuse to bring it for the CS. If you brought it, you were making a mistake. And I think the Cyclops 100% is like if you brought it, you were making a mistake. There's always a better mech to bring.
Yes.
The only unique thing the Cyclops has is 150 meters of sensor range.
The Lurms. Oh no. I always forget about the Lurms.
Useful, dude. LOL.
This time. But even then, it's not really fast enough with enough Lurms.
Yeah. Okay, we're going next. Night Gear. I think this is low B. I think it's a solid choice to fill in a deck. You don't build a deck around it. You slot this into a deck that it makes sense to put it in. But it does its job well enough, even though it's quite fragile and I don't think it's super strong.
Yeah, I think it's the Hunchback 2C of heavies.
Yes,
I actually a pretty decent way of describing it.
It's more flexible than the Hunchback though, because like it can trade and it can pop tart and it can do sustained damage all in the same mech. Like, so I don't agree with that. It's more flexible than the Hunchback by far.
I disagree because it's not fast.
Yeah,
the Hunchback's a lot faster. The speed, the low speed of the Night Gear prevents it from being flexible, in my opinion. Like, yes, you can technically pop tart with it, but you can't pop tart effectively with it because you don't have the speed to reposition. I'd say like low B is fine. What do you think, Stim?
Yes, low B. I would use it less personally than low B, but I would use it sometimes. But people looking at this tier list should probably bring it because it's straightforward for most pilots to get impact out of.
Yeah. I do think that it's easy to get punished with it too because it has no armor quirks and the CT is quite big. But it's the role it fills and how like to build and stuff. It's all very straightforward. I do agree with that. Okay, Huntsman. This is 100% patch dependent, no doubt about it. One of the mechs that changed the most throughout the Hegs patches. Like at first, it was absolutely broken with the low duration on the Heg 20s, and of course, we're discussing the double Heg 20 build. But yeah, with the low duration on the Hag 20s, it was like arguably, I would say unarguably, the best Pop-Tart in the game. And then the duration got nerfed and it was like weaker, but maybe still usable. And then Hags got like nerfed again and it was like trash. And I can't even remember all the patches that happened, but this mech like shifted rapidly. For a while it was like S tier and then it was like C tier at best. And yeah, I just I can't put it into one category.
The Huntsman, ignoring the Hag variant, I would put it near the Nova. It's like a Nova Hunchback 2C contender, and I think it is roughly in the power level of the Nova overall.
Yeah.
Ignoring the Hag variant. So
I would agree with that.
I want to leave it in patch dependent, but I want to put that out there. So because the patch dependent is purely done by the Hag variant.
Yeah, I think Huntsman and Nova are close. Yeah.
Like the Peep Serm one that we used in Blood League was pretty decent too. Like we just didn't wind up being the best pick. And
Hunchy.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, I think
the determination.
I think it was
right. So
yeah, I think it was okay though. It was like C tier. Yeah, so yeah, I agree with what you said.
Yeah,
but definitely patch dependent because for a while it was S and yeah, not there anymore. What do you think, Stim? Are you fine with that? You didn't like the Hag 20
statement or
the Hag 20 Huntsman in general. Do you agree that it was like super high tier, or do you think that we were overestimating it? Because I definitely remember you saying that you didn't think it was that good. Even when it was at its strongest.
It wasn't bad. I think there was some slight romanticization in the team. Is that how you say it? Romantic feelings towards it. Because it's kind of sexy in a mech way, but like 2 Hag 20s on a Pop-Tart. Especially when it was used. It was used during the spread era, wasn't it? Yes. There was spread then. So it isn't big, but like it isn't too much of a unique mech to consider something great. But honestly, it's hard to say because what I observed, our pilots played it well. So I think it was back then. It was at least mid B because they played it well.
So you think again it was the pilot making it?
Yes, I think because if you look at it on paper, it's again taking up a medium slot for 2 Hag 20 Pop-Tarting, which is good when you allow it to do its work. But if you don't allow it to do its work, then you're gonna get fucked.
Well, where I thought it was so strong is where I think that it was the best Pop-Tart against a Brawl Push, though, because unlike most Pop-Tarts, it was able to have good sustained DPS while keeping range. Like it didn't have to get point blank to use the SPLs like a Hunchback would. And it's got way more sustained DPS while they're coming in. Obviously, like the PPCs being way too hot.
Yeah, that's why we took it. We still took it against Abin even after it got nerfed.
Yeah, after it went through some cycles. At that point, I think it hadn't taken no spread.
It was still good. Like the DPS was still there.
I can see that. I have no disagreement with that. It's fine overall.
Yeah. Just fine though. Oh, maybe we were overvaluing it. I still think it's patch dependent though, because you even said B, so that puts it above where it would normally be. Well, so we'll leave it in patch dependent.
And like now it's been put into the ground. So rest in peace.
Yeah, it's definitely not what it was.
And you got to remember, the weapons are good, but it's still a huntsman, so it's kind of a boxy, fragile medium.
True. Yeah, the hitboxes are not great.
Explodey torsos.
Well,
it just goes to show like how insane like just double Hag 20 was on medium like mobile Pop-Tart mechs when they came out.
Sorry, I'm missing some chat.
It made the Huntsman really good.
Basalt noticed there's no Rifleman 2C. So yeah, I added the Crusader and the Hatchet Man at the end. I thought those were the only two I was missing, but I guess I missed another one. Anything after, I believe, the Marauder 2? I needed to manually put on.
Quickly check. Yeah.
I guess I missed the Rifleman.
Post Marauder 2, you're missing Rifleman and Dervish.
Missing the Dervish as well. All right. Well, I will have to get those, but we'll get to there in a bit. Linebacker. I think this mech is actually trash. Used to be really good, but again, it just has not gotten like any quirks. Well, everything else has, and it really shows. And the agility buff that everything got. It didn't. It's very similar to the Cyclops actually. It's like the clan Cyclops, despite being a heavy and 7 assault. Just doesn't have anything going for it anymore.
It's an easy F for me. The easy F. Every time I saw a CERM linebacker, I just cringed.
I think the Hellfire as a direct comparison just completely blows it out of the water. Like, even if they were both 65 tons, I think the Hellfire would always be better. But you also save 5 tons, and they're both heavies, so it's a really easy comparison to make.
Exactly.
What do you think, Sim?
Rip linebacker.
Linebacker, it has some historical weight on its back, so because it used to be the go-to heavy, fast heavy, and after that, even when it like wasn't the go-to mech, it was the one to go to after taking a Hellfire. And if you go for a fast brawl, you want everybody to be fast brawl usually, so you would take the linebacker again. So it kind of maybe got etched in people's minds, but it was already kind of weak even then. But then again, the weakness didn't always show, because when you brawl rush, as we've discussed before, brawl rushes are easily like polarized. So either you totally stomp or you totally get fucked. And the linebacker usually doesn't glare out in that scenario. You can't pick it out. Oh, the linebacker was bad, because you either got stomped or you won. So I think it was kind of a hidden weakness in that sense. Don't get me wrong, I like the linebacker. The medium pulse was okay for our time as well, but it just needs a really good route, a really good pilot, really good twisting, really good like situational awareness. But once you get in somebody's face, it's fine. But it's honestly tier wise now. I'm having trouble like even justifying D for it. Maybe low D, just because it's fast and it needs to be used in some rush decks. But F is more likely.
I think F. I think I'll give it top of F, but still F. And it's just because, like, even comparing to things like the Cataphract, things like the Dragon that are also like can get that fast, it's just worse straight up. It's less tanky. Oftentimes we'll have less DPS. Like it's just bad. It's really, really bad.
The Dragon has to be XL though, right?
The Dragon does not.
An insane speed quirk.
Yeah, it can get.
It does 7.5%. Yeah.
It can get light engine and be 20 DPS with 100 kbh. So
especially back when Hellfire didn't exist, the linebacker was a lot stronger in comparison for its like slot. But
yeah,
right now I just forgot that it existed.
Rest in peace, linebacker.
That summarizes it.
Always a shame to see like mechs that used to be strong be like absolute trash, but it is what it is. Mad 2C.
Power creep, baby.
I think we can safely put this one right above the Bounty Hunter.
It's like what?
Yeah, I would agree.
I think the Marauders are right next to each other, but this one's very slightly better. I think the Mod 2 CD was top tier, and I actually, funny enough, I believe KSG was the first team that I saw consistently running that, and did very, very well against us in scrims, and so we tried it ourselves. I think other teams might have scrimmed them as well, or they caught onto it themselves. I don't know, but as soon as we picked it up, immediately Neon really, really thought it was really strong. I agreed, and it performed really well too. Even without the Mad 2 CD, it was performing well for us with like a ER large, ER medium mix, or Hag 40 we ran for a while, which was quite strong, even though I didn't personally love it. Plenty of good builds for it, just great chassis in general. Can't go wrong with it, I'd say.
Yeah. A bit meta dependent, but
what meta do you think it'd be bad?
Do you think? Well, like its strengths are speed when it needs it, tankiness sort of, but then again, you usually want to run a fast Marauder 2C, and you need to be then cognizant of the XL engine because the sides are so large.
It's true. I think that the standard engine with 5-year large in the torsos though was still like, I mean, you could use that. I think we even thought about using it a couple of times. So I'm not sure it really is meta dependent. I think no matter what the meta was, it was going to be a strong chassis, to be honest.
Like, I'd say in a brawly meta, it's weaker than normal.
Well, yeah. I think that the Mad 2 CD had that covered though, for most of the patches with the Hags. But I agree with you for the laser one. I do agree. But
yeah. And I agree with you with the like having the brawly part covered, as in it can receive a Broly push. But then if you're in a Broly meta, you hardly want to bring Mad 2C yourself, or a D1, because there's other good assaults for that kind of role. Even the Executioner just takes that slot easily. Usually.
Interesting.
yes.
Well, we were planning on bringing it when we were gonna brawl push on Crimson, so I don't know. I'm not convinced, but I at least see what you're saying.
What do you think? Mid C, or did you want to put it like in B even?
Oh, I thought A. I
Oh,
definitely was thinking A tier. I mean, we brought it in a lot of our decks. Other teams brought in a lot of their decks. It performed well, and I just in general thought it was really strong. It's interesting that you think it was that much weaker. I mean, if I compare it to like a Direwolf, I 100% think that the Mad 2C is a lot better.
compared to your Warhawk likings, when would you bring Warhawk, and when would you bring the Mad 2C?
I think the Mad 2C was overall the better trader. I think that the Mad 2C was overall the safer choice and much easier to play, I would say.
Yeah, okay, agreed. Then
I think if you're
what else is in A?
if you're brawl pushing yourself, the Warhawk was definitely the better choice throughout the entire tournament. But then after you picked the Warhawk, the Mad 2C was honestly like the second best choice, anyways. Funny enough, if you're going for like a longer range brawl push, like what we plan on doing on Crimson, which I'll explain later.
Yeah, so okay, maybe I was thinking too much of like faster laser vomit XL builds. If you go for standard engine ER large, then yes, it's a very safe pick. Better than, well, easily better than Battlemaster, worse than Stalker, so somewhere in between.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair.
Okay, fine. You can, yeah. A is fine, especially for people who look at the tier list in search for mechs, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, Bushwhacker. When did the patch happen? I think it happened mid CS, right?
It was October patch.
Yeah, it was mid CS patch, very patch dependent. Before patch, easy F. After patch, I'd say high D or low C.
Yep.
Um,
I tend to agree.
yeah, there was a couple.
Yeah, I was gonna say yeah, low C, just because of the actually the XPL variant that we didn't wind up using was actually really strong. We just didn't have a good occasion to use it, and then the binary build was actually really good.
Yes, 100%. And even the like brawl pushing Bushwhacker again, like I don't think it was ever the best choice because a little bit slow and no JJs, but really, really easy to play. Like impossible to fuck up level. And I still think that is a
Insane
factor.
DPS.
Yeah, with insane DPS. So
The
I think
raw DPS, like yeah.
patch dependence, fine. I think.
Which build were you thinking of?
So we I can actually. I don't actually think I have it saved. The High Roller with 2 binaries and I think 2 air mediums
Yeah,
with machine guns was, in my opinion, the best one.
Yeah.
For the Brawl Pusher, I think it was like 6 HMGs with SRM6. Maybe it was SRM4 with max engine. It went like 105 kph with like 28 DPS or something. While being relatively tanky. It's just the problem is like it gets legged and then it can't do anything, obviously.
Yeah, quite niche, easy-ish to play, but no JJs and prone to legging.
Yep. Exactly.
Maybe, I mean, it sounds to me like it's somewhere around Shadowhawk level almost. Or...
Yes, I agree. That's what we were saying, like low C or high D. But that's only after the patch. Before the patch hit mid CS, it was absolutely worthless. So, definitely a patch dependent one.
But then, would you suggest to a person who has never used either, would you suggest the high-mounted Shadowhawk, or would you suggest the non-JJ Bushwhacker? I think it's still lower than Shadowhawk for sure.
I think for a pure brawl push, I actually would have suggested the Bushwhacker because the Shadowhawk, like, you need to twist and use the high mounts properly, and that's actually quite difficult to do.
Yes, but we are talking about top meta here, or top.
Well,
We're talking about like a newer.
No, but like
a new CS player though, right? Like
well,
you definitely
no.
give him the Shadowhawk.
Even if it's like the top level players as well, sometimes you just can't do it. Like depending on the map and like where the enemy is. Like
fair enough.
Sometimes you can't use the high mounts.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, maybe the
especially if
Bushwhacker's
you're
more
rushing.
universal.
I think the
It's
Bushwhacker,
a
yeah,
bit harder.
it is more universal in my opinion. Yeah, definitely. It's
Yeah.
not like the Shadowhawk has like great legs to like they're pretty big too, and they don't have like insane quirks or anything. So
And then you have to consider that the high roller also exists with binaries.
Yeah.
So
okay. Next Supernova. I'd say pretty
It's
niche.
like a high B tier mech, right?
I'm not sure about that. We brought it in one deck, and it performed
so.
well in that deck, very well actually. But
It's like
you can't bring it
it was
whenever.
like extremely good on like no, you can't. But like it was like extremely good in the situations where it was good, and like we also brought it. We tried it on Vitric, and it was pretty solid there too. I don't know, man.
I think
I'd say it's
it's.
definitely below the Dire, so I would put it in C tier.
I was thinking C as well.
Not as
I
good
think
as the Dire.
I'm getting Invictus vibes off this one. Like it's one variance for one very specific situation. I think it's above D, but I do not think I would bring this all like.
I mean, okay, that's true, but it's worth noting that like in that specific situation, it wasn't the 8th mech in the deck. It was like a very, very highly picked mech. For,
That's
like,
true, and that's why I think like high C.
really fucking good.
I don't think I can put it in B tier.
Yeah, okay.
I
I
was
can
too
li-
greedy to
I
be
can
any
live with
higher
that.
than
I do
C,
like
honestly.
the Supernova though.
What do you think, Stim?
I liked the broiler on Vitric though. I actually liked that. That was cool. That was pretty solid.
So, what is the exact build you're thinking on the boiler?
It's got to
The
30s?
it's got to be 2 Ag 30s, 2 LPL, and 1 ER
Yeah.
medium.
yeah, it was
For
the hag
example,
one.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's too hard to use to put too high on the tier list, I think, because of the low mounts and so on. There was also a version with, what was it? Two 30s and
3 ER large.
yeah, maybe that. And then say you had a Battle Master with ER Large trading against the Supernova, say decent Div level players. I think the Battle Master probably maybe would win still, but the boiler has pop tarting going for it.
Well, the arm mounts are so low on the boiler that I don't think you can really pop dart at all.
You can't.
You can't,
You
you
can't
just
pop tart with
expose
it. But
a
it
lot.
was just like
Well, let's them talk. What were you saying?
just like for that.
How do you pop dart?
Sorry.
Sorry, Shine, but yes, I mean you can pop tart. You just have to expose a lot. But then again, if you're facing like a Battle Master with IS ER large burn time, it isn't too bad, is it? Like even if you peak just a little bit, assaults peak slow enough that the IS ER large burn time goes in anyway. So I don't think it's too bad to pop tart and expose fully and then put 90 points of damage on a Battle Master that only deals you like 50, 54.
I think you're envisioning this with Goss and not Hags. There's no way that you can pop tart with the Hag duration, as long as it is with Hag 30s. Even towards the beginning of the patch.
Specifically thinking. Exactly. I was pretty specifically thinking about the Hag variant when the Hag variant was super strong, and we took it on Vitric as like the second best Supernova next to the pure ER large.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean,
You
like
can't really pop tart with that build with those mounts.
Hags are the Hag 30 is long enough duration. I
get what you're saying about the like a Gauss ER large build though, like against the Battle Master. Like I would definitely expect to be able to do that against them.
Yeah, but hang on, G. So duration is what? 0.9 now or 0.7?
Yes, 0.7, I believe. It sounds about right.
Yeah. So if you're able to pop dart ER larges, which you are, and that duration is 1.35, so why couldn't you pop dart with the recharge Hag 30s? You just release them and fire the ER large at the same
really
time.
pop tart with ER larges and arm mounts though?
Well, you can. That's why I'm saying you just have to expose a lot. But then, if you take that risk at the right times when it doesn't really matter, then you're still outputting 90 damage pinpoint at 800 meters, and that can be very scary in the hands of a good player.
I mean, that's fair. I don't think in that, like, if you're talking about just that level of exposure, I don't think you have to specify pop tarting. But even if it's like a wide peak,
Okay.
Whatever the case is, you just mean like full exposed to dump the alpha, specifically if it's from an unexpected angle. It's my main problem with it is that I think it was quite strong in some points of the meta, but if you compare it to something like the Mat 2 CD, it's kind of just worse in this 5 tons more.
Mm.
Um,
I agree. I think it's just a significant part of its weakness comes from how hard it is to play. To make it better than it's.
that's fair. I actually agree. It is quite difficult with the low wide arms, and yeah, like the Hegs in general are not an easy weapon to use to their max effectiveness. That's fair. Where would you put it then?
Because it's a tier list, and we don't take into account some god tier player who plays it really well, then it would have to go to the same level as the medium Nova. So it would be like the Nova, but for assaults. So at max, mid C, but maybe even D.
Yeah,
D, because we don't want to suggest people to play it too much.
I think
High D.
low C. I think it's above the things in D. Even with the pure or large one.
Fair enough.
I would probably put it below the Hunchback. But in specific scenarios can really shine. Definitely not like a mistake to bring it if you have a good idea for it. Okay, Assassin. This one warmed up to me over the course of CS. Well, I think it did the opposite for other people. I definitely thought it was just like strictly worse than the Arctic Wolf at the beginning of CS, but it's for like bringing jump jets. It actually goes faster than a jump jet Arctic Wolf can, and it can be kind of awkward to hit. What do you think about this one,
Like
Stim?
top of D tier though. Dude. Oh my god.
What do you think, Stim?
Sorry.
No, you can go ahead first, Shine. Sorry.
It's just listen, you're not allowed to mention this mech in the same breath as the Arctic Wolf. Get the hell out of here.
Okay. What do you think, Stim, of the Assassin? I'm assuming we're talking about the 4 SRM6 because I can't really think of anything else being worth bringing. Maybe the 3 SRM6 3 smalls, but I don't think that ended up being too good because it prevents your ability to twist immediately.
Yeah, maybe the 2 binary one as well.
Okay.
That's it.
So
that's all I can think of.
Awesome.
The Assassin has kind of a. I need to tell you like a context for my evaluation, of course. So it has like some sort of calcified place in my mind. It's even at its height, I didn't really like it. It was usable and it was really good for in the hands of some players, but I just never found a good reason to bring it. I always had some other mech in mind to use instead of it. So for me, it goes into the category of usable, okay mechs, but they bring nothing unique really to the table. And there's usually or always something better that I want to bring. It's not the mech, it's more like its ecological slot. So
I'm
like
thinking
you have the Arctic Wolf, as you said, with the SRMs, I think you said it, and then yeah, that's probably okay-ish. As long as it's lower than the Cataphract.
Yes, I have it.
Yeah,
Just
Yeah.
it's one of those
Like
mechs.
it's like it's like top of D. Right? Like
yeah, close
top
to
of
it.
D maybe. It's like you suck ADC and make it work and actually do pretty well with it on a number of occasions. Like Jay really is pretty high on the Assassin for his part. I don't think the mech is horrible, but like, why would you ever take this?
Yeah, there's usually better
I
choices.
just don't know.
Well, like I told you,
The downsides are so huge.
if you need JJs and you
Okay.
need speed, then it doesn't. Like, I think it's relevant. I think it's
Giving
high
up
D.
so much. I think it's one of those situations like what was the one we were talking about earlier? You're just giving up so much to get those JJs. I just don't think it's even worth it.
Yeah.
I can't imagine a deck where I would take it over. Like even if you need JJ, like I'd rather just take the prime and be a little slower because it's that the mech is just that much better than the assassin.
Yeah,
Very much disagree.
I don't agree entirely. I think that the speed can be everything if it's the difference between you getting in before you get legged or not. But I'm happy with it being high D. So let's move on.
One more thing.
Oh yeah, go
If
on.
this was a tier list for like all the way, say up to tier Div D or Div E, I think then the Assassin might like earn a place in C tier because it's easy to play.
It's true. It is easier to play. Good points. I don't think we should take that too heavily into account though for what we're doing right now, like
No.
you said.
Go on.
Okay. Roughneck. I think actually better than the Timberwolf. I actually think it's like right there. And I think honestly the wolf, maybe above the Wolfhound, like that. I think I'm gonna swap these two, the Shadowhawk
Yeah,
and the
it's
Wolfhound.
definitely better. It's definitely better than the Wolfhound, no question.
Yeah, I think it's nice and tanky, so it's pretty consistent in what it's doing. Binaries definitely made it a mech. I think without binaries, it was like quite weak and probably be low D. But the 3A with the binaries, I think, was quite good. And even though we didn't get the chance to use it, we did plan on bringing it in the grand finals. So that should speak a little bit to its consistency there. I mean, Ghosty, what do you think? You were the one that played the mech, so
C tier at minimum.
C tier minimum.
Yeah.
Why do you think it should be stronger, and why?
I mean, you put it C tier as well, so
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like it has arguably one of the strongest mounts in the game, and on Vitric specifically. If you want to play the ramps, I think it's the strongest heavy to do it.
Yeah, so a very specific case, but like really strong in that case. So quality C tier mech.
I think C tier is fine.
Okay. Annie.
Don't
I think it's actually
versatile
one of the
enough to
most
go higher.
disrespected mechs in the entire game. Yeah, it's not for
amazing.
CS, but it is like, I think it's one of the most disrespected mechs in the entire game, especially right now. People don't understand how good binaries are on that fucking mech. It's insane.
Stim, you okay with that as well? C tier for Roughneck.
Yeah, the question with the Roughneck is how many armor and structure buffs do they need to give the mech for people to notice it?
Yeah, let's take a look at it.
Yeah, dude,
Super
seriously.
tanky.
Let's take a look at it.
For real.
It's one of
It's
the
like, and the
only
hitboxes
mechs
are good. Like,
to have structure and armor on almost every component.
Yeah. So we got 30 extra total for the CT when this is the energy one. So like you can get 2 binaries and 3 air mediums really high mounted with a lot of extra armor. 10% energy heat. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty solid, pretty consistent. Okay. Annihilator. Oh boy, where's Basalt? Yeah, I wanted this to be better, but it's tough to justify ever bringing, really.
yeah, it's like, what do you bring it for?
I mean, Stim.
It can't move. It can't rotate.
You've got a lot of experience with the Annie, right, Stim? Sorry, Shine, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, Stim is the guy to ask for sure. Like,
yeah, like what do you think for the Annie? Like, what do you think was the best build? What do you think? Do you think it was underused? I don't know. I couldn't find a use for it really in any of our decks.
No, I wouldn't fault you for that. It's hard to find a use for, and surprisingly hard to find a use for a mech that used to be like the golden top of assaults and like big mechs and just the ultimate assault mech. So what we have here is a more brawly meta than before, more pinpoint with like, of course, heavy larges and then binaries, and shittier DACA, which Annihilator likes. But then if you forget all the DACA builds, then you go for the ones I like to use or loved to use most in previous tournaments, which is the Clapstick, of course, which was nerfed, but then the other Clapstick took its place with like ER Large, ER Peeps, and Light Gauss Rifle, but that's tradey meta. And now if you want to bring a tradey control deck, you usually preferred something faster like the Executioner, or hell, even a Dire is faster than some of the Annie Clapstick builds. And
yeah, so
just hard to justify as an assault.
So basically,
it's okay.
All of its builds majority of its builds got nerfed. It's a bad meta for it, and it did not get the same quirk power creep everything else got. Is basically what you've just said.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it's tough. You put it very elegantly. I even after what you said, like trying to think, I spent that entire time like trying to think of builds. I was thinking like maybe it was underused of binaries a bit, like the 1P. I know I really liked that build in quick play. I actually thought it was like the strongest quick play build when binaries first released. The high mounted binaries with like decent quirks and like obviously pretty tanky just off the hitboxes, but like getting in range to use those binaries in comp, pretty unrealistic, and then really bad against a brawl push. So yeah, again, like bad.
The fact that today was one of the major Annie quirk passes, and all it did was consolidate heat quirks into a single heat quirk, so they're easier to read, should say a lot of how underquirked the mech is.
Yeah. What do you think,
played
Stim?
a game.
Okay.
I played a game of QP with the 4 AC10 now that it has the HSL quirk. that's fun, but still doesn't catch up to all the other power creep going on. But yeah, to add to what you just said, G, Annie's one of the strong points, literally the strong points of the Annie was of course its great torsos and damage spreading, but now lots of like even mid-range decks, they focus on legging mechs, especially brawly decks take out legs, and there the Annie again is weak, so it didn't really have an edge anywhere, and thus it got passed for other mechs.
Yeah. Where do you think you'd put it then? I'll let you decide this one.
Let's see. So I'm comparing it to such mechs as the Dire, the Battlemaster. Let's see what's in D. Well, awesome. Ooh. So it's definitely higher than that. Supernova's in low C. As a tier list, it's still easier to play and more consistent than the Supernova. So higher than that. Better than Battlemaster? We're talking high div players, so it's hard to say.
I don't think. I mean, like, I can put it right next to Supernova. I mean, if you want to override me, that's fine. But I think that, like, the Supernova, again, like, it had a couple of use cases where it was the best choice. I just, like, can you think of a single case where that would be the case for the Annihilator this CS?
Where was the Supernova the best case?
We brought it on Polar Team 2, and it did exceptionally well. I think we brought it twice, and it won both those drops. One of them, I believe it got like 700 damage, 600 something. Was it 700, 600, 800? I don't know.
Well, and it was just mobile enough to enable the entire strat while having like an oppressive amount of ER large firepower. Like it was the clear best choice for that. There was no other mech that could quite do that.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fairly put. Yeah,
so
yes, the Annie then. Yeah, go on.
I was just gonna say, try to think. Is there a single case where it's like, yes, even in your head, can you create a deck where the Annie is like a good choice to bring?
No, because it is too restrictive if you take the entire deck into question. It's too slow, and it will. If you see an Annie on the other side, you know it's gonna fucking anchor half of their force there, and they can't just leave the Annie alone probably. And the entire enemy strat just becomes way more predictable if you see an Annie there, or a Dire, but especially if you see an Annie.
It's a huge liability, and that's something that we really noticed and were able to punish people for, even all the way back in ISC when the mech pool was restricted to just IS. Like that was still true of the Annihilator.
Yes.
In that meta.
So it doesn't bring enough
people for that.
Right. So it doesn't bring enough edge to the table to over or compensate for the huge opportunity cost it bestows as well. So I don't think the answer is no, G, so it should go below Supernova then.
Yeah, I'm thinking like above the Wolfhound. I was thinking like here after listening to what you said, because honestly I was thinking D tier for it until you like pointed out like it should be above the Awesome, and I agree. I think that it should be above the ones in D, but I think that I think it can't be above the Roughneck because again like that's a mech that pretty consistent and we were gonna bring. Definitely can't be above the Supernova. I think the Shadowhawk is like one above it, but I would be willing to do this as well. But it's somewhere in there, I think. After listening to what you said, because I do agree, you put it quite eloquently.
Thanks. Also in chats, Twitch user laughing at Annie lower than Atlas. I gotta say that is actually a positive thing. For a long time, I was like laughing at the thought, like, I wish Atlas was better than the Annihilator at some point. Now it is.
Yeah, kind of crazy to think about. Even like 2 years ago, I wouldn't have believed that. Like, I mean, the Atlas is Giga Quarks and obviously a new weapon system that worked really well with one specific variant like came out, but it's I think people really enjoyed seeing the Atlas. Like, I'm glad we ended up bringing that and decided it was a good choice.
Hmm.
Gotten a lot of messages. Go on.
But and I think this is kind of the natural flow of balancing, where the same as I earlier said about the Gen F, like mechs that have at some point, even if it was like 50 years ago, if they have been strong at some point, they're gonna have baggage for a long time, and the powers that be will be kind of wary to buff them. And I think the Annihilator is sort of feeling that as well. It was so strong for so long that they are
Kodiak
scared to make it
as well.
like catch in power creep, catch other mechs in power creep.
Yeah, that makes sense. Mad Cat. I think this one very very reliant on the Hex. I think this would have been C tier if Hex didn't exist, but Hex did exist, so I think I have to put it in A tier actually. Just below the Highlander. Is there agreements, disagreements? What do we think?
Yeah, actually, just agree.
It's like consistent, and it was a like a natural head carrier. Even after like some of the nerfs or all the nerfs, like it still wasn't a bad choice to bring Hex. And then even like the Gaussier Large again, like not super amazing, don't get me wrong, but like it was okay with it, and what something people were able to like be consistent with. And for 90 tons, like the Direwolf was usually the better choice if you're talking about Gaussier Large, but not always. Like Polar Highlands, if you need the speed, which you did for that map, then like okay, Mad Cat was a better choice anyways, and it's 10 less tons. So yeah, in my mind, it's low A. Go Sim?
No, that's fine. I'm just my personal bias against the Mad Cat is because when it came out, I loved the Highlander 2C and the Dire and the Annie and some other IS assaults, and then this perfect agile assault comes in, like the Primus of the class, and everybody plays it, and I was like, don't play that mech, just play these classic slow IS mechs, please. But yeah, the Mad Cat 2 is like overall so well rounded that it's hard to ever drop it too low. It can be a bit fragile, and especially back when DACA was a thing, the arms were just mega fragile. It kind of always fills a role, and I find it annoyingly well rounded. I don't even play it that much because of that. I think it's like a soulless mech, unlike the heavy Mad Cat.
Damn, that hurts a bit because I definitely consider it my like in my top three, the Timber, Shadow Cat, Mad Cat being the third there.
Yeah, because it's too perfect.
I definitely don't think it's perfect anymore though. I think the power creep has gone far enough that if Hags were not a thing this CS, that we probably would not have brought it like at all. I think we
Agreed.
I don't think we brought it a single time. Maybe we brought one time with Goss, but generally didn't bring it.
Yeah, with
Yeah.
perfect I mean like in a vacuum. It's just high mounts, agile, lots of weaponry, customizable, blah blah.
Oh, you're gonna trigger me. The mounts are not high. Don't say they're high.
They're not low either.
Yeah, they're not low, but they're not
If you
high.
played the Supernova, I tip my hat to you. But if you play the
They're-
Mad Cat 2, I'm gonna say you're taking the easier route rather than the harder.
Okay. God damn it. All right.
Faith and true, because like the Mad Cat's mounts aren't super high, but they are high enough that the mech's agility allows them to be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uziel. F tier, right? But,
Yeah, get this shit out of here.
well, okay, hang on. I'm actually not gonna put it in yet because the hero mech is really, really interesting. If nothing else, I still think it's F tier,
funny.
but
It's funny, I almost suggested that we try it on mining a few times, but it's just like it's so apparent that there's so many better choices, and it's so fragile and
fragile.
easy to it's so easy to XL check. Like it's such a risky pick. You pick that when you're trying to style on somebody, and that's not what we're about. So
yeah, I think Abens was bringing to some scrims. Go ahead, Stem. No, let Stem talk. Go.
I'm sorry, I spoke over you.
No, talk.
no, you're good, man.
So-
Go right on ahead.
I actually have to agree with GRAM. The moment I see either a Uziel or a Belial, this feeling of curiosity just strikes me. I can't help but to wonder how many C-bills do I get if I sell this?
Oh my.
Yeah. Got him. All right.
at least it's super fun and quick play.
It's bad.
You can't take that away from it. It's super fun.
best
Super
build
fun mech.
I could come up with for a non-Belial Uziel was 5 large pulse, no armor, XL engine.
Yeah, we've heard the stories. You trolls, you hate the Uziel so
no.
much. Uziel deserves better.
Uziel is. It used to actually be a comp mech backward during the MPL meta because it had range quirks and it had really good torso pitch, but that's it. It was still super fragile.
All right, Sim, you were
So
saying
I
something.
JagerMech. We can
Go ahead,
move
Sim.
on, right?
No, let Sim talk.
I know you want to make this tier list objective, but I think placing the Uziel above old Grandpa Centurion is just disrespectful.
Should be,
I-
no. Uziel has
I-
to be.
Oh, come on.
If not,
Yeah.
No, the Uziel is better than the Centurion. It's better than the Enforcer. It's better than.
No,
It is.
no, actually, it is not. It is absolutely not. No.
I actually don't think so. No.
There's no way the hero mech was worse than those four.
No. Listen, the binary Centurion is actually pretty decent. Like you could play it.
Okay, fine. Happy. Bottom of the
Or the
bottom of
Yenlo
that.
Wang.
Okay. You guys have beaten me down. Uziel's at the bottom. Next, Nova Cat. Nova Cat is a misunderstood mech. It's
it is.
stronger than people think. I think that Emmy brought it once and used it to great effectiveness against the brawl push. Exactly how it should be set up. They really showed the ideal situation for the Nova Cat with a low investment for the position it was playing. I think this is easily C tier.
Yeah, I was gonna say
can't-
mid to high C tier.
I think low
I
C
can't
tier
recall
still.
which I remember them bringing it, but I can't remember what drop that was.
Crimson Team 2, I think, against Fjord. They put it up on the Blood Ass pill that we
Okay, yeah.
pioneered, and it got farmed. Go ahead, Sim.
Yeah, that's a good spot for it too. Really.
What's build?
4-year large on the set of 8. Let me find it.
Yeah, with a giga range, right?
Yes,
Really
it's,
good.
it's got
Yes,
insane.
this is one of those mechs that, of course, used to be
Military.
shit, and people don't play it because it used to be so shit, and then it got mega quirked so that people don't actually know where it is. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's also like people it's so infrequently seen that like it feels impossible to get used to hitting it with projectiles. It's like the most frustrating assault mech to shoot projectiles at, I think.
Well, it's a heavy mech, but yeah.
The armpits.
Oh my god, so annoying, dude.
Because of the armpits or what?
And the JJ animation.
Yes, the set of 8 that I think is
Oh my
decent
God.
has 4 JJs, so quite a bit of lift as well there. Quite annoying.
Yeah,
I have never
also
been-
max DC
I have-
with range quirks.
I had never been so humiliated in my life than when I started doing 1v1s with G when I first joined the team and I lost in a direwolf to the fucking Nova Cat.
Rip.
Wow.
I wanted to uninstall the game because I
Yeah.
just kept sending out. to the
It's
army.
got Giga quirks.
I
It's
wonder
stronger than
why.
it seems. It's easily misunderstood, underrepresented. I think it's easily C tier. Above Timberwolf for
I
sure.
think it's C tier, but
Go ahead, Sim.
Sorry, in that high spot in the Blood Asp spot where it was mentioned, how differently or worse would a Hunchback 2C with 4 ear larges performed?
Way worse because it was far out of range. It was like 1500 away.
Yeah.
So the damage difference would have
range
been
work.
intense. And
So how much range on the Nova Cat?
it's
a bit
plus
pixelated.
max TC.
10% plus max TC, and then it's got minus 25% cooldown for the ear large, and
Okay.
12.5% duration.
So it throws people off timing and like they think they're safe and then you hit them with a full burn again and just jank away with your jump jet animation. It's so annoying, dude.
Can
I
alpha
get
the
it.
4 large. It's
Would it
Very
being-
niche stuff, though.
yes, it's kind of niche, but okay. on.
Yeah, I think it being uncommon pushes it up to mid high C tier because it's something people haven't seen and won't play against. But if you're gonna take the true power, if it was a common mech, I would say it is like pretty much exactly replaced it.
I think that it's tempting to be like, oh, look at why is it in C tier and like something like the champion in D tier when like they both fulfill something, they're both niche and do something very specific. But I think the Nova Cat is not quite that specific. Like I think any time that you plan on extreme range trading and you're going to be able to use your jump jets effectively, then it's actually a pretty good pick. So I think it deserves to be low C.
I think
Yeah,
it should be in
agree.
low tier. I think right now, with how it is, with it being barely played, I think it actually would perform as if it was mid to high C.
It just got arm lift as well. I did not know that. That I must have missed that.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's
Yeah,
gonna.
It's
it's got
actually going to
lifted
be
up
like
a bit.
probably legit really good soon. Like really fucking good.
No, I'm just looking at it. No,
It's minor.
So-
yeah.
The hill peak is going to be giga. Come on.
No.
But-
Have you looked at it post patch?
No, go. Let him talk. Go
Yeah,
into.
so
Yeah.
because this mech is or has been such an unknown, and I think it warrants some like extra scrutiny. So all of this I'm hearing from you, I don't disagree. But like this is a tier list, and like pushing a C tier with the Nova Cat, I feel like I have to try and ground this a bit, even if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and that grounding was just warranted just because it has to be done. But like cooldown on an ER large trader when alpha is the thing that matters. Range is fine, but extreme range is definitely not the meta here, and it takes a heavy slot. You can do so much more with a lot of heavies in this meta. Plus, I think there's just a bit of romantic feeling here with how unknown this mech now is, and I get it. We have to like bring it up so that people try it, but in this meta and for the purposes of this tier list, I'd say high D. If champion is in high D, and I think Neon's tales of champion agility were pretty legit. I'd still say like high D and maybe unexplored low to mid C. But
Okay.
like,
I
straight to C is a bit too much.
all right. One counterpoint. I for now I'm putting it above the assassin, but Lerm Nova Cat. Is it actually good? Does that boost it up to C or no?
It's the same question as the Lerm Trebuchet. Unexplored, and we did not use it, nor did the meta really support it.
Okay, we'll leave it in D then.
It is
I
good.
don't know. That thing is such a better generalist pick than these mechs that are at the top of D. I really don't agree.
I'm not sure it's a generalist pick. I mean, like the ER large, it is niche. Like I think it's,
This
but he's right about the meta. That's the thing. Like if it was a trader meta, then like 100% it'd be easily C. But he made a good point about the meta that I wasn't respecting. It's not good against the bush, obviously. So
Don't get me wrong. I would love to see the Nova Cat finally be used. It's like one of the least used mechs for me as well. But I'm looking at what's there with it. So the Crab, Awesome, Blackjack, Cataphract, all those mechs. Like for a heavy, the Cataphract actually is an okay generalist just because it has so much armor and it has sustainable firepower. This Nova Cat in this meta is much harder to use well, I think.
yeah, I mean I agree with that. I think like if the Lerms don't boost it at all, then like it's fine in high D. And we didn't use Lerms, so I can't say on that. I'm definitely I'm not the person to ask about Lerms. So
I would say the Lerms boosted up a bit to like where it's maybe above the Cataphract, but yeah. low
okay,
C
okay,
ID.
I'm fine with that. We'll leave it below the champion, but above the Cataphract. I think that's fair.
Yeah, Lerms are strong for it for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Thanatos, absolute trash. I think even below the one above the Cyclops, I think, but below the Osiris. As crazy as that sounds.
it's real bad.
Yeah.
Oh man, I mean, yes, I agree, but I just wanted to note that it has some really nice use cases with the high mounts and heavy gauss, say on mining, holding above theta in some strats, because it's a brawly meta. It can have okay stopping power behind brawl mechs, but then that leans too much maybe on the deck composition itself and a good pilot. I'm just saying it isn't total trash like maybe a Hellbringer might feel like total trash just because it doesn't fit anywhere well enough.
Okay, we can move it up. I'll put it above the Rifleman.
Yes, that's better. Yep.
Okay. Hellspawn, very good. Definitely people came around to how strong this was over the course of the year, like earlier on. I'd say easy B tier. Easy B tier for me. I think
One of the better brawl push mediums. for
yes, yeah, definitely. Just wonky hitboxes and pretty good quirks overall, both like defensive and aggressive. I think that solid choice for a brawl push, and that was quite strong. So not much else to say.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Maybe even higher than Javelin. I like the wonky hitboxes.
Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna put it above the Firestar, but below the Commando. I think that's a good place for it. Um, Black Lantern. This one's really hard to place because I feel like it was really strong while being really weak.
Compared to Stormcrow, where Stormcrow is closer to Hellfire, whereas Black Lantern is closer to a light in general.
Yes, it's basically like a meat, like, you know, a bigger light mech, but the problem is like because this meta was often shooting legs. And that is like the biggest way and easiest way to kill a lantern. You really don't want them to shoot your legs when you're playing a lantern. And the maps in particular, some of them were really good for it. Polar was an example of a map that was exceptional for the lantern, in my opinion. But then you also had some maps that weren't so good for it. I mean, mining is an obvious one that you'll never bring it to, but like Vitric, it was absolutely useless on Vitric as well. Hibernal, I think it was really weak. So you really had Crimson and Polar only. And I think on Crimson, it fell into that same trap of like, it was really easy to shoot the legs because you don't really have anything to peek over. It's always side peeking, which isn't terrible for it, but if they're going for your legs are going to get exposed then. And they're quite big.
Yeah,
and easy to shoot.
There's a lot of game states on Polar that can result in that getting taxed over the course of the game as you're making rotations. So yeah, definitely a handicap on Crimson, even though you know, it theoretically should have been like a really good pick for it.
I think with the fact that it's taking a medium slot, with the fact that it's taking 55 tons instead of like 40, and what all the weaknesses I just said, I think it actually has to be top of C or low B. Like,
yeah, that's
I'm
gonna say like
yeah, it's
D-tier.
roughly the same as a Zeus in terms of like viability, as far as I see it.
I think I'm gonna put it at the very bottom of B, below the Nike. I think it falls in the same category almost of these, but again, like rather than being the generic, like they're always probably okay to bring. I think the Lanter's like in some decks, it's literally the perfect mech that you need to build like run the caps and support your other lights, and other times it's completely useless and you're throwing if you bring it.
Yeah, true.
But I think like I can't put it below B because there's just some decks where you needed it. You needed that other fast mech, and no other medium mech was gonna like cut it because either too slow or like not enough brawling / skirmish. And you could bring it against it like in a brawl push to fill out your tonnage and nuke legs. Like it still had a lot of burst and DPS. So I think like the lowest on B probably the lowest we'll have in B, in my opinion. Unless you disagree, Stim. What do you think?
No, I think that's fair. Yeah, even if it has mask, it's still a 55 tonner that needs to commit and doesn't have JJs.
Yeah, no JJs is like really painful with the big legs. Okay, Arctic Wolf.
Okay,
This was the best mech in the entire game by far. This is
let's go, dude.
definitely top of S. So many good builds. I think that the best build, arguably, of the entire tournament was actually I think it's the 2. Let me double check that.
Yeah.
We found that one late, but I'm glad I did because holy shit, that thing is actually completely broken. Arctic Wolf 2, yeah. But I think all the Arctic Wolves, like, all incredibly viable and all exceptionally strong. You have the prime set of 8, or like you can change it to add a 5th Storm 6 for maps like Vitric or Hibernal, where you really want the jump jets and pop tart ability. You have the 1 if you want to like brawl push or like try to nuke somebody fast with incredible speed and DPS and burst. And then you have the 2 for the generic trade while having amazing backup weapons far beyond the capability of any small lasers that other similar mechs could run. Like, it's just, it does, like, it's got a lot of armor, it's got good hitboxes, it's small, it's fast, it's got good enough agility, it's got good mounts. It literally has everything you want except for jump jets, and you can get jump jets on some of the SR variants even still. So, for me...
On any map where you don't need those JJs, the 2 is literally 2 mechs in 1. That's how good it is.
Yeah. So, in my opinion,
fast,
best mech of the entire tournament. What do we all think?
So good. You love to see it.
I'm guessing you agree with me,
It's the
Shine.
best mech in the tournament, but it's definitely S tier, I think.
Stim?
Yeah.
Go on, Shine.
I'm interested to hear Stim's thoughts on this.
Yeah, it's like this one's a delicious one. Like sometimes I didn't even play it, and the reason I didn't look at it too closely in a scrutinizing way because it always seemed to perform well. Sometimes a build just comes together really nicely, and it costs so little tonnage. But the best build in the entire tournament, like, I have some historical bias here because for a long time the Arctic Wolf was the big brother of the Gener 2C, and I loved SRM bombers. And I always played the SRM bomber Arctic Wolf. It got the armor buffs, which was a sorely needed addition. I still think the hitbox, like, it has no glaring weaknesses, but if there's a weakness, past not having JJs on some builds, it's the hitboxes. Honestly, the side torsos are a bit boxy for a small medium like this, but still it's fine because it has such a nice peaking profile. I think
You know,
for
they
the tonnage
are a
investment,
bit.
it's... Go on.
They're definitely a bit boxy. Like if you approach the wrong type of opponent from the wrong type of angle and you're not twisting and weaving properly when they fire, like you could get side torsoed really fast.
Yeah.
Luckily, like it has enough agility and the arms are just big enough that you can spread quite a bit of damage if you're anticipating shots properly.
Yeah.
It's just
It's delicious enough that it's almost like somebody purpose built a mech for their needs. This is where I want 2 heavy large. This is where I want the SRMs.
Yeah, definitely. Like the mounts
you love to see it.
on that, like, and that's, I think that was the reason why it took so long for me to find it, is because, like, obviously I spent hours and hours just pouring through mechs looking for different things. But when you just look at the mech DB of it, you don't have in your mind instantly that, like, oh yes, these mounts are going to be god tier, right? You have to actually, like, look in game to see where the mounts are. I think that's why, like, went so unnoticed for so long.
Wait, you
I
don't know
I need
for all mechs by heart?
Okay, yeah.
I need to point something out for all the people in chat who are listening to this right now. Okay, I had to talk to this team and convince GRAM and the rest of these guys to run the Arctic Wolf 1. I had to convince them to run it.
I think the Arctic Wolf won a couple drops.
True facts.
You know, it had competition, all right. But Stib, can you finish your thought, because you were still talking about something about the purpose built? Yeah, I was very specifically built, almost.
Not sure if it's the best build in the tournament. It's close, but it's definitely the most delicious build in the tournament because it it leverages so many of the clan positives. So heavy larges, lots of damage in little tonnage. SRMs, lots of damage in little tonnage. Pretty cool. Lots of damage in little heat. Hitboxes or stature is fine. It's a bit of a barn door, so when you twist, your profile becomes very small. I mean, if this thing had JJs, it would need to be nerfed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm of the opinion. I mean, for comp, if I was bouncing around comp, I would nerf it. I think that the Arctic Wolf 2 is not a problem in QP because, like, again, bracket builds in general are just weaker there, so
Yes.
it doesn't need to be nerfed. But yeah, I'm definitely of the opinion that it was. I think the one thing that I agree with everything you said, and I would add, it was perfect for the meta. Like, if you're going to play a control game, you need to be ready for a push, and this was the perfect mech to do just that, where it can play the control game and is perfect for receiving.
Yeah, this is the penultimate meta mech, just like the Highlander 2C is with the SRM ERPPC build.
Yes, and unlike the Highlander 2C, which I think was an A tier probably because of the meta, this was, like, would have been S tier even without the meta, and then, like, that's why I think pushes it to be the best mech of the tournament, is because the meta, like, was perfect for it.
Yeah, I don't think the Arctic Wolf 1 necessarily would be S tier, but the 2 with heavy larges and SRMs or ER larges and SRMs is definitely.
No, it's No, you're
one of
right.
the strongest.
You're
in the
right. It's
tournament.
Yeah, I think it'd be A
the
tier with
one
like
is
the
not-
Viper.
the one is not S tier, but as I will continue to insist to all of you, it is probably the best brawl push, like one of the best brawl push mediums in the game. I don't know if it's better than some of the XPL stuff or like the 4SP or something like that. But again, it's like it's a different role, and like it has the most burst damage per tonnage of any mech that I'm aware of. And that's incredibly valuable on a fast mech for that type of deck, especially in comp where like I don't have to worry about sustained DPS as much. Like it's just ideal for any mech, any deck where you want to hold W. You take that mech, you're not going to have a bad time. I can promise you that.
Yeah.
There's a reason it's like the Strat totem mech, baby.
I tend to disagree,
And it's
honestly.
a shout out to all the Strat boys.
I think that it does have
Agree
weaknesses.
with me.
If you're full sending, like you have to be very careful about your path and what map it is to not get liked, because no JJs and kind of big-ish legs for how big the mech is as a whole. It definitely is a concern. But I would agree that it is one of the strongest choices. I would agree with that.
You have the agility, and if your pilot understands the terrain, you're not going to get legged. You're going to get on top of them. It's going to happen.
Well,
The only place where you can't take it is like a map where they're going to receive you in a flat space.
yeah,
and
so
they're
like
gonna-
Crimson straight in the
and
water.
That,
Yes.
yeah, Crimson, which is why we didn't take it on Crimson, right?
You
So
also
Well, we
can't
did bring it
take
on Crimson, but
mining,
we brought the other one.
can't really
Well,
take it on Vitric, so
we didn't
that leaves you with
actually
two
take
maps.
it on Crimson, though.
yeah, but no, he makes
We didn't-
Ghosty is making a good point. Vitric and mining are both like you can't bring the Arctic Wolf one even for pushing. Really, it's not the best choice.
No, yeah.
So
You can't bring it on Vitric either, no.
so that's like
Definitely not.
two of the maps for sure. It's out. I think Crimson. It's like
Yeah.
yeah.
2.5. So
But-
that's
but, like-
50-50 on whether you can bring it.
But
Yeah.
it's like you can bring the Prime like on Vitric for different types of decks. You just can't do it for Brawl.
Oh, that's true.
So
I-
like the chassis, as a chassis, the article still has coverage across
I
everything.
think
It's just
yes,
the one in
but we were
particular.
talking about the one. We were talking about the one specifically.
Yeah,
so.
the one.
I'm saying
The one in particular, like I said, it's not S tier. It's not versatile enough, right?
for Brawl Push, I think the Arctic Wolf is B tier. The one is B tier and the Prime is B tier for different reasons. But the Arctic Wolf 2 just pulls it up to S tier easily.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say like the one is like B tier. The bracket build like Laser Vomit Serms is like with JJ's is like a high B tier mech. And
I think that
the
was
2 is
easily
S
A. I think the 2 is
You
S.
think
and
it's A?
I think the jump jet bracket was A, yeah, for sure. But
You think it
I
was
think
A?
the
Like
2
low
is
A?
S tier, the Jump Jet bracket is A, the 1 is B tier, and then the Prime with Quad SRM6 is probably low B tier, maybe high.
I would say high C, yeah, and that's why we moved away from it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, and average it all together, like just because the 2 was so good in this meta, it's S tier.
Okay. We'll maybe come back to it. I'm gonna leave it as top for now because that's my choice. But once we have everything in there, we'll discuss. Sunspider. I think this was just another like kind of laser vom focus. Maybe could run some hags. I think it's probably right above the Annie. A little bit better than the Timberwolf. Not exceptionally good or anything. Maybe like near Grasshopper though. I don't know. It's somewhere in C tier. I think we all agree with that, right?
Yeah,
Sounds
lower
better.
than higher,
Lower than higher.
rather.
Yeah.
Yeah, rather
Say
lower than higher.
Rough. It's probably better than the Grasshopper, so.
I think unlike the Grasshopper though, it's way less flexible because the Grasshopper had more viable builds and it has the JJs for like maps like mining. Sunspider really only, I mean, there was a couple bracket builds that were like tried, but it was really Laser Vomit and then like some hag stuff and then maybe some Earlord stuff that I thought was quite weak and probably would give like low C or even high D. Grasshopper,
I'd,
go ahead.
I'd consider the Roughneck to be higher within C tier, to be honest.
Well, we can't spend time going back. Well, again, once it's all over, we'll look at them all quickly. But let's get everything in first. I think right above the Annie for now, because on the lower end, as Tim said, and I actually agree with him. So
Roughly where the Roughneck is, that fits. It's from my experience.
okay, Night Star, pretty shitty. Is it F though?
Pretty rough.
Is the light Gauss so basically the King Crab has the pinpoint light Gauss CR PPC. Well, Stim apparently runs, quad ear PPC because
choose
he's a
this one.
madman. But the Nightstar with the 50 pinpoint, I think it's better than the King Crab because it's after the Nightstar patch came through, the mounts aren't atrocious anymore. Like they're actually relatively high. And it's a little bit more agile. Do we think it breaks out of F though? I don't think it does. I think it's still F. Does everybody? What do you guys think? What do you think, Stim?
Not for this meta, it doesn't break up. I think.
I'd agree.
Yeah, big agree on that one.
Cause what, Stim? You were saying?
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't agree with the meta.
Yeah. So I think, like, honestly, right below the Hellbringer. Like, I think it's slightly better than the King Crab, but not a lot.
Yo, Daka meta win? Come on.
I guess there's the Daka Nightstar too, but honestly, again, this is shit. So, unfortunately, even
So
with all the
bad in this
quirks,
meta, it's just
yeah,
insane.
it's just the meta.
Like one of the worst possible assault mechs you could take. Actually, it's so bad. Ugh.
Okay. Well, I mean, maybe for receiving it, but if you know the enemy's gonna push and you stop in some weird spot, but yeah, generally it's bad. Blood Asp. I think that comparing this to like some of the other traders we have in here, like the Direwolf and the Supernova, I think that it's like I used it earlier in the year, and I think it's like arguably the best trader in the entire game for like ER large. But as Stim has been saying, and I agree with, the meta did not play into this mech's favor. Really, if you were bringing this mech, you had to have a very specific place in mind.
Yeah.
You couldn't just bring it to any deck.
We brought it on Crimson. We brought it on Crimson for like 8 months, right? I mean, it had
Yes.
a place in the comp meta all year, and it was still really strong on Crimson and CS. So like, I think it's like an A tier mech, right? In this meta.
I think that, but like, no, I think I would have to put it B because I think that like in that specific drop in that specific place, yes, it was like the best choice there, straight up. But how many like decks did we choose not to bring it because it like just wasn't really playable because of the meta? Like Hibernal,
I don't know.
we really couldn't bring it.
Like
mining, you couldn't bring it.
On Hibernal, it was still really good on Polar as well, though. Like it was really good. It wasn't the best pick we determined the Supernova was, but it was still really good on Polar.
I think that Polar was good and Crimson was good, and that's it. We brought it on Vitric, but that was a cheese play to be completely straight up about it. And like, it's not a cheese play that we could repeat. So like, I want a fine because of the cheese play. I think I'll give it bottom of A.
I want to say A tier, and I think the cheese play is actually repeatable, but
I think that
different pathing now.
I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, like,
I think they need to put an invisible wall up there, and it should not be repeatable. You know.
What do you think, Stim?
Look, I'm already annoying Kraz enough.
Do you agree with the blast A, or do you think it should be lower because the meta?
Yeah, it should be lower, and I have a slight bias against the Blood Asp because I think it has kind of a similar thing that the Battlemaster had when it actually was released. People loved the Battlemaster because it was easy to play. Blood Asp is sort of easy to play as well because it's sort of fast. It has JJs. It has high mounts. Like there's nothing big to overcome, but I think it's actually more fragile than people give it credit for, and the torso that gets shots just takes away most of your weapons. So if I wanted to trade and I played an assault, I wouldn't probably pick the Blood Asp, even if it's like it's nice to play and you feel powerful in it, but I always personally gravitate towards sturdier and more durable assaults so that I can actually take a beating and like have an extended impact in the game. The way we use the Blood Asp, for example, on Crimson, it's so far back in the on top of the mountain that it's quite safe there, and that's why it feels strong, and it is strong there. But like overall, this tier list is like a tier list for assaults and other mechs. So if somebody's looking for traders and it sees like Blood Asp is high, let's take it, they might get disappointed by how fragile it is and how it loses all those weapons, and they might not know why it was so strong, because those strengths were sort of partially situational. So like an overall strong trader assault would deserve A tier, but I don't think the Blood Asp is overall that strong. It's easy to play, and I think that's the greatest like strength you have in it. But when
You convinced me.
I
like
don't
top,
know.
No,
I
you,
don't know.
you've completely convinced me.
Here's
I'm convinced. Listen,
there's-
listen. No, I gotta talk. I
there's
gotta talk.
another.
Let me talk.
Okay.
Listen, I'll let you talk after. I think that you completely convinced me, and when I'm looking at this tier list and trying to take away my bias, it's exactly fits in with the other things in B, where it's like it's good in a specific scenario, but you have to like build it for that, and it's not good in other things, and that's like everything you said is true, and that's exactly the definition of like the Blast, especially in this meta for these maps. Like Polar, it was okay, but we didn't bring it. We didn't bring it on Polar, and Crimson, it was good, and we brought up Crimson, but only in a specific spot for a specific purpose. Like other maps, no, wasn't useful. Like I don't think you can give it A tier. I don't think you can. I think it's definitely B. And honestly, I'm gonna put it below the Atlas because I think the Atlas, in its specific role, in its function, in its deck, the Atlas was stronger than the Blast was in the Blast deck.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, maybe that's fair.
Go ahead, Shine.
I felt like maybe kind of undervalued when, like, maybe this is just for us specifically for our team, like being able to be that S tier kind of large trader while also bringing the backup weapons, kind of, in my opinion, pushes it up a little more.
I think the backup weapons though, like
Again, one of those mechs, kind of like the Highlander, that kind of like embodies the type of decks that were good in this tournament.
the backup weapons were
for us,
good
at least.
in a control versus control deck, where they helped keep you safe against like one light jumping you later, or they helped you push in later. But if the enemy's brawl pushing, honestly, the SPL, especially with how we were positioning it, they were fucking useless because if they're on top of you, you're dead. Especially in something fragile like a Blood Asp. You'd rather have more heat sinks to get more damage in and try to leg them before they get on top of you. Like, it's similar to another mech I'll talk about later. That'll be the last mech we discuss because I have a lot to say about it. But I think that Sim, everything he said is correct, and he actually convinced me. I think that the Blood Asp is top of B, but it cannot be A, given how inflexible it is in this meta, and that it really isn't that strong, even when it is the best choice. Like, it does still have that clear weakness of that side torso with the 4-year large on it that you can take off. Really, the only thing keeping it super strong and sometimes the best in a scenario is the 10% range, or is it 5% range? I can't remember. That's really the only thing. Like, if it didn't have that, I actually think it'd probably be like low B tier or top of C. And you need a very specific scenario to play into that range, and make that work for you. Do you agree that it should be below the Atlas?
I think that is very respectful towards the old Grandpa Atlas.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to focus on memes here, but I guess that's okay answer.
That's my way
I
of
think
saying
that's
it's
fitting.
fine. Yes.
Okay.
It's fitting.
Charger.
Low B tier.
No, this is patch dependent. This is the most patch dependent mech by far.
Okay, yeah, that is fair.
This went from being absolute like trash, low D at best with the A1 to being S tier. So, yeah. Almost. Yes, I mean the number 7 it was, in my opinion, the strongest charger, but the binary one was relevant towards the end. Like probably B tier, and even the A1 went from like probably low D or F to like high C.
I don't disagree with you, but I don't think the number 7 was super patch dependent.
I disagree heavily. I think without XPLs, and without the extra quirks like it got, the armor or I can't remember if it has structure armor, but doesn't really matter because it's got the crit chance. I think without both of those things, it would be significantly weaker. Like, sure, you can do the binary build with like less structure, and it'd be okay. It'd probably be like high C, but that's like at best. There's no way it'd be B tier.
Let me look the exact values up because I remember it being so. Charger number 7. It got an extra 10 structure on each torso. Yeah, that's actually not on every component. That's not horrible.
It's pretty significant. I think that
It also lost 5 energy cooldown, but
you have to remember like XPLs and like they were getting changed. So it was like from patch to patch it just wildly changed. Like, okay, are XPLs good now? Are they bad now? Does the mech get quirks now? Is like it was very,
yeah,
very
and
swingy.
alone thinking about the current, I think what is currently the most reliable charger, which is the triple binary one on the number 7, on the initial binary patch would have just been disgusting, even without the extra structure.
Yeah, that could be the case. I don't think that was during CS, was it? I think that was. Oh yeah, it was invitationals, but it was banned.
It was-
So
Right, yeah. But in comp queue, that could have been,
that is true.
yeah, patch dependent, I would say. Otherwise, high C, low B.
Okay. Anybody disagree with the patch dependent? I think this one's pretty straightforward in there. But we can still talk about it. Go ahead, Sim.
No, it's easy to put it there, yeah.
Ebon Jaguar.
I wonder for every patch dependent mech in general, just give a rating for when they were strongest and how strong they were in relation to the rest of the list.
I'd say number 7 was like below Incubus, probably third in S. At its strongest, and again at its weakest, I'd say low D.
Yeah.
Um,
That's fair.
Ebon Jag though, I think it's pretty trash, but not quite as trash as the F tiers. I think it's like Warhammer level.
Below the Archer, perfect.
I'd say one above the Archer, honestly. I think that
Same thing.
only because you could run double Heg 20 with ER medium, like 6 ER mediums. Which was just probably the strongest archetype overall that like multiple mechs could run. And it didn't do it terribly. It has like some quirks for that build. It's just the CT is just too big. Is really what it comes down to. You just always get CT.
It's an Ebon Jag as well.
I mean, I tried it. I tried it in scrims, and like if I didn't get shot back at, I would Giga Farm. Like I'd end with like 500 plus damage every time. But then like if I got shot back at by good players, I'd get 200 damage and die. So sums up that mech pretty well, I think. Would you agree with that, Stim?
Yeah. There's never really has been anything unique about the Ebon Jag except the massive alpha build that was kind of memey with the 2 heavy large, 6-0 medium, 1 Gauss. I guess you could do that with the Hag now, but or maybe not. But like, yeah, it's pretty much in the same bin as the Hellbringer and even Team B for me right now.
Yeah.
But Team B is the best of them, of course.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay. We'll leave it in D. Fafnir. Very, very tough. Because I don't actually think it's bad. The problem is what it's competing against and what it like role it fulfills. The Gossi are large build on the Fafnir with the HSL quirk. Quite strong actually. Like it's not bad, but it's just not better than a direwolf. It's just not. So yeah, it's just never bring it because you're not gonna bring 2 of 100 tonners. Ever, really.
I know we experimented with like Gauss binaries. We couldn't find a like deck to fit it on.
Yeah. I think the Corsair was also the better choice for that, which is also not. Well, I'm gonna have to get like 3 mechs, I think, to add. But I think the Fafnir was like it was almost used a couple times. It's definitely not F. It's tough to place this one because I really don't think it's a bad mech, but there was never a time to bring it. There's always a better choice. So by that metric, it's almost F tier. Even after the hitbox changes and stuff. What do you think, Stim?
Yeah, Fafnir. It's one of those mechs that is kind of permanently in a place it can never escape unless it gets like 100 armor or something, because it's even if you buff, it has massive armor buffs, of course, but it's still a Fafnir. So what I'm going at is at different levels of skill, it gets punished differently. So if you buff it too much in lower divs and QP, it's going to be too strong. But good players are always going to be able to CT or side torso it, and the weapons it has to bring because of its slow speed kind of also limit it to some punching back roll, and the armor buffs only define how long it has to endure being a punching bag before it dies. But it can still do a lot of damage, of course, if let do, because it's a 100-tonner with a lot of hard points. But like, I think it's like, I feel that mech is doomed to have like a low impact ceiling, sort of.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna put it at bottom of D. I don't want to quite put it in F because I just don't think it's that bad. I think that there was maybe a reason to bring it if you wanted a shorter duration, like if it was really important for you to be able to get more consistent legs on lights and mediums moving through areas, compared to the Direwolf, because the IS duration and obviously not having to stutter fire and being able to just alpha all 4 ERs. So I'm gonna put it in bottom of D unless somebody strongly disagrees.
Yeah, I'd agree. It feels it
Okay.
feels like there is a niche for it, but it's super small and it's super hard to find.
Yeah.
Yeah, some kind of tunnel troll just ambushing people, maybe. But like, the reason I think it needs to go lower than higher is because, again, this tier list is the same as telling somebody, be it lower div player or even a tier or a div A player, either do bring this mech or don't bring this mech. And I'd every time I'd tell anyone to not bring this mech because they have better options, and using this mech like for good impact takes so much more
Work.
effort.
Yeah.
You're better off putting that effort somewhere else.
Yeah, that's a good point. Bottom of D it stays then. Okay, Hellfire. This is instant S. I personally would put it under the Arctic Wolf, but in second place. I think the Void. It's tough because like this would change places depending on the patch, but it stayed in S throughout the entire thing. At its best, the Void of 2 egg 20 in 5-year mediums, like arguably better than the Arctic Wolf even. And then at its worst at the very end, after Hegs had, the Dust had Cell and Hegs were at their worst state, probably bottom of S, I'd say. So it's tough. I think that we can plop it at bottom of S just to visualize its worst case scenario during CS to like show how strong it was. Does anybody disagree on it being S tier?
I think it should be S tier. I think it should be like mid S tier. I'd put it around the Orion, but to have like an overall rating. But
Yeah, makes sense. What do you think?
S tier anyway.
Do you agree, Stim? S tier for the Hellfire?
So, what build specifically did you have in mind?
Heg 2 egg 20 5-year medium. I can pull up a link.
Yeah, so I agree. It's fine there. When comparing it to the Arctic Wolf, one thought came to mind, and that is, yeah, right, I see. That the Arctic Wolf being like the best of mediums, I think, is a slightly bigger achievement than the Hellfire being the best heavy, or one of the best heavies.
Yeah, that's a good point, and I actually agree with that. That's a really
If
good
it
point.
was 55 tons, it would be a lot worse again.
It's true. It's true. It's true. Yeah, definitely.
55 would be A tier. There you go.
Definitely, but like, what's most impressive is what it manages to do at 60 tons. Because generally, the other 60 tonners, like, they're fill-ins when it's like, okay, we want to bring other good shit. We have to have a heavy mech. Fine, throw in a 60 tonner. But like, the Hellfire managed to achieve a 60, like a really strong heavy mech that was its minimum tonnage. So you'd have the most tonnage to put elsewhere. That was like,
it achieved actually being the 4th medium instead of being the 3.5 medium.
yes, that's a good way to put it too. Yeah.
Except it's as durable as a heavy. It's not a medium, right? Like the mask and the hitboxes put it over the top. Doesn't have amazing hitboxes, but you can spread. And yeah, it's so good.
I think that
so good.
The other thing to keep in mind is it was also super top tier, easily S tier for brawl pushing with a different variant. I think it's the Hellfire. I can actually just pull it up again.
Yeah. See.
And the laser vomit variants were good, and the Gauss vomit variant was good too with the normal Gauss rifle before Hags came in. Like it was still really good. Like that was an A tier build in my opinion, right?
Yeah. So Hellfire
That's
C.
like polar. Like
yeah,
definitely.
I agree. Yeah. Hellfire C.
So versatile. So versatile. You can take it in like any deck. Like it's just really damn good. Except if you absolutely need JJs. Like I wouldn't take it on mining. That's rough.
I think that I actually
You could-
think it was okay on mining. I think it would be better than Stormcrow. I'd consider putting it in some of our decks for mining. Like, it was that strong. But obviously you do want JJs on that map ideally. But yeah, definitely wasn't a bad choice. I think Avon brought it a lot in scrims too. I think they were bringing the right build on it personally, but Hellfire in general is such a good chassis. I think the Hellfire Void easily S tier. Sounds like Stim thinks on the lower side of S tier. Is that what you were suggesting with the when you were bringing up the medium versus heavy contrast there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
And having played all of those mediums and the Hellfire quite a bit, like I would heavily agree with what Stim is saying there.
Okay. Final thoughts on it, Stim? We good on the bottom of S tier?
It's nothing. Yeah, you can go on.
Okay. Well, it's fine then.
I'll get back to it if I finish the thought.
Okay. Hatamoto.
I would put it slightly above the awesome.
Probably best JagerMech. It's just Daka's that bad. I think that we did find a use for it. We did bring in the grand final. We did win the drop.
Patch dependent, baby.
Patch dependent?
I wouldn't say so.
I don't think so.
It wasn't good before the LXPL got buffed. I don't think. Like
I mean, you could still bring it. It would only be slightly worse because those are
yes.
a secondary weapon
Yeah,
anyways.
I wasn't relying on large X pulses as much.
I don't think it's patch dependent. I think it's what Ghosty said actually exactly above the awesome. Like,
on that note, actually, the awesome was patch dependent.
Really?
yeah,
That thing should go down.
you're right. Yeah, very patch dependent. You're right. Okay. Well, the hot mode fills this spot.
Yeah, and if you're gonna look at the awesome, like after its patch, it would be in that exact spot, but
Yeah.
it was very patch dependent.
Have you?
How about the Hellfire?
Yes.
Sorry, no, go on.
No, I was literally going to ask if you finished your thought on it.
Okay, so because I was thinking like we've gone through a lot of these 60 tonners now, and compared to like 75 tonners, I think a pattern is easy to see, like what's sort of wrong. I'm not gonna go into game balance, but like sort of wrong with heavies, where 60 tonners have it so good with their quirks and their speed that 75 tonners really don't shine where they should shine. Like the Nitro comes close to a 75 tonners image, which means a slower heavy but punches so hard or has something else unique going for them that it compensates for the speed. But right now it isn't like that. 60 tonners just overshadow 75 tonners too easily. You want mediums, you don't want heavies. You turn heavies into mediums, and that's kind of, you don't want to turn heavies into assaults too often now. So that's kind of a shame.
I 100% agree. I think it's really, really obvious when you look at like the Timberwolf and how it's been nerfed. While like the 60 tonners like you're talking about have been buffed, and they've kind of equalized. And I think that's the nature of like QP, where it's like, okay, a lot of those mechs go like 81 kph, and in QP, you don't care about tonnage. So for a long time, the Timberwolf was just better than like a 60 tonner that brought the same weapons, right? You'd fit more heat sinks, you get a jump jet, and you'd get more armor. So why wouldn't you just bring that every time? And I think that's kind of why that has happened. I don't like it either. I think you're 100% spot on. But that's my explanation. I'm not sure if it makes sense, but
It does, and
It's just
and then-
another symptom of power creep overall, right?
yeah, a bit of that too. What were you saying this time? You were saying something?
Yeah, it's on top of the meta wanting to twist heavies into mediums. We also want to twist mediums into lights. Sort of, we want fast mediums, and just overall speed is like I am a light player by heart. I'm also an assault player, but like I love speed, but like speed is a bit too strong for like so universally for many weight classes.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think mask as well is also like a really obvious trait that a lot of these top tier mechs have. Just look at them. It definitely seems to be quite a boost.
at least I personally loved it when you had to respect like heavy hitter mechs more. I think that was, like I say, 2015 or 16, say, when the Raven ER Lodges was one of the light mechs that was very prevalent. I think it was exciting that you could actually get killed in one hit from fresh when you were sniping against an assault trader. That was fucking thrilling. Right now, it's just start gnawing them down, and they probably can't do anything to you.
Yeah, and even if you do get hit, usually you're like, okay, you're open, you can back off and play a different way.
Yeah.
You definitely like.
Oh no,
I think
range armor.
the moment for me that I kind of realized that the game had turned into something different, and this is again as somebody who like got into, the serious part of this game rather late, 2021. But the moment that like dual heavy Goss can't one shot a Piranha, I've said that before. Like that's when like I have a problem because that like that should be like the like a defining interaction. Like if you're gonna have this mech that's like a gunboat that's super fragile and super fast that can like jump behind assault, crit out all their shit and kill them instantly. Like having the most fragile mech with a shit ton of firepower not die to a skill shot based close range, extremely heavy, easy to crit out weapon that you're running two of, like
the weapons weigh almost twice the fucking Piranha does.
yeah, like yeah. So I agree 100% with what you're saying. I really wish that the game wasn't quite in the state it's in, but I don't want to go on too much about that. Let's circle back.
We got to say one more comment, okay? Basically, Data was right about some things.
Oh shit, he says it. Oh no, gonna get me in trouble. Vape Regal.
Totally right about certain things.
Okay? I think
it's coming from a light pilot. All right.
I think the Veagle here. I agree. Data has a lot of correct opinions, but the Veagle, the rival. I think we did bring it, even though we lost the drop. I actually think that it was not the Veagle's fault, and I think that the PPC Veagle, although a little bit slow for the meta, I'd say maybe even very slow, it's still like a solid choice, and you did see some teams have a lot of success with it on Polar Highlands specifically. I don't think you can put this below C tier as a mech.
And what about the Vitric Veagle?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I said on Vitric we brought it,
Oh.
And I don't think it was the Veagle's fault that we lost that drop. I think that it was quite strong.
PPC, yeah, okay.
Yeah, for what we were doing on that drop, I actually think that it was quite strong, and even though it didn't work out, we had enough experience with it in scrims to know that it was quite strong doing what we were doing with it. It's just didn't look like it. I'd say C tier somewhere. What do you think? 3 PPC Vehicle is too slow or rival? Sorry, Chad is asking about 3 PPC Vehicle. I think 3 PPC Vehicle is way too slow. The mounts are also low enough that you hard lose trades to too many things. Pure laser vomit, you're gonna get fucked.
To comment for about chat, in a meta as brawly as this, you'd probably want to gravitate towards 2 peeps and an LB20 or LB10.
Yeah. If you did go for like a standard vehicle, probably an AC10.
Yep.
Even because a little bit better for like pop starting and be like reach out to like 600 meters, but yeah, I think that the rival is still the best vehicle by a good amount in this meta. Maybe the brawl vehicle, we didn't actually bring it, but we were considering it. It's probably not a bad choice. It's probably simpler to play than some of the stuff we brought.
I still think that not bringing that on Vitric was a mistake. I still think I will stand by that.
Okay. It was a contender at the very least.
I think that was wrong. I think it was wrong to exclude a mech from the Vitric deck. I think it was just wrong.
Okay, well,
I'm gonna go on the record.
Somewhere around Nova, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I actually think so. I probably put it right below Stormcrow, honestly, just because the meta was so bad for it overall. I think one under Stormcrow.
Yeah, true.
But
the funny thing too is like we didn't even plumb the depths of the actual good like Veagle variants either, because like we had also cooked up like double Hag 20 4ER medium, and that probably would have been really good on Vitric in the control deck as well as the rival. And we had so many different mechs to fill that slot and different like Veagle variants.
It's a medium mech
that we just didn't even have to try it.
It's a medium mech.
Also, there's so much competition.
That's really all I have to say. Medium mech was by far the most contested. Good.
Vigo kind of shit on in the discourse a lot lately, but actually still pretty versatile and a pretty good mech. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Stim, you agree with that as well?
Yep, sure.
Okay. Vulcan. I am the one that played the Vulcan. I think MPG might have played it once or twice. I think it's easily A tier.
yeah,
I'd say above the Jenner. I'd say above the Mad Cat even. I think that its weakness is that it's a little bit susceptible to brawl push, if not played right, because it does actually have the MGs to have decent sustained DPS, or actually good sustained DPS and decent DPS, and it is more squirrely and hard to lag than something like a Phoenix Hawk, but much harder to properly respond to a brawl push, and doesn't quite have as much alpha on the Pop Tart. So you have to play it again like at a little bit further range and a little bit like safer with each Pop Tart because you're getting less damage out. Easily A tier still. I just think that again, like the medium mechs were so hotly contested, that's why you didn't see it. What do you think, Stim?
Yeah,
really good,
and
just really hard to
sorry,
play.
go on, Shane.
Also incredibly high skill floor on the Vulcan, more than the other mediums in that category.
Yeah.
Like much harder to master.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Much harder to use effectively. Much,
Okay, Stim.
And
go ahead, Stim, sorry.
Just pointing out some like niche applications as well. There's that Mask Vulcan that can be one of the faster cappers in the game, and then something that was never really explored in the XPL meta was like just turning the old MPL Vulcan into a 5x MPL Vulcan, because it's squirrely, it would be hard to respond to in a 1v1. Say if you're another light and you get engaged by a 5 medium X pulse Vulcan, there's a high cost of committing to that fight and trying to win it, because the Vulcan might just tank it off and just kill you if you commit, and it's hard to get away.
Yeah, I think medium X bosses were a little bit like underused because they weren't properly understood and experimented with. I do think Abin actually tried in scrims the medium X Pulse Vulcan and did not perform super well overall. But I think they played it on like kind of strange maps like Vitric, which I don't think suits it at all. It's hard to say. I honestly I think this meta was quite unexplored. I think I'm quite confident in that EQ explored the meta and pushed the meta far more than any other team, but I still think we definitely missed things, and it would have continued to develop if there was more time and more strong teams. I can say that with confidence, actually. Also, the patches didn't help. I mean, a new patch like every month is things always constantly changing. It's hard to find what was strongest last patch, right? If you're already moving on. So I say A tier for Vulcan, right above the Mad Cat, below the Highlander. Good pick, but just generally better stuff. Shadowcat, Phoenix Hawk, Viper. Those were like the big three, right?
Yeah, it's if you put somebody in a 40 tonner or so mech, then that player most likely wants something that is easier to play than the Vulcan. So it tends to get overlooked.
Yeah. Oh, Arctic Wolf too. Like that. Arctic Wolf, Viper, Phoenix Hawk, Shadowcat. Yeah, it's tough to like justify a Vulcan over those four in like any deck. Okay. Warhammer 2C. So this was pretty much just them all. Yeah.
I put it in patch dependent. I want to talk about where it peaked and where it like.
I think
on average.
I think it was definitely dependent on the hags. I think if the Godseer large build wasn't terrible, but very fragile mech, very very fragile. Just not consistent.
Hag dependent.
Go ahead, Sim.
I just said yes.
Yeah, I think if it like a good game would be great, but like it was very easy to have a bad game. It was just the opposite of consistent, which is not what we wanted as a team. I think other teams it could be a good choice for them to bring, and they probably I think they did, and probably some drops they did really good, and some drops they didn't. But just for us, like we wanted more consistent things because I felt like we were the strongest team. So why would we want to like take a risky mech? And then obviously, like you say, it was a little bit patch dependent because it was a good hag user, a natural hag carrier. And if hags suck, then yeah, it's going to be a lot weaker than when Hags were good. So where would you put it at its best and worst?
So yeah, this is a bit of a stretch, but like it's kind of the Piranha of the assault traders. From the weakest end, can still pack a punch, but it's just too inconsistent because nobody plays perfectly just because of RNG and stuff. Or did Ghost or Shine want to say about something about the
Oh yeah, I mean,
tier?
I played a
Yeah, go ahead, Gussie.
I would say it was the high A tier at its best, and on average, I would put it mid to low B tier throughout the whole
I don't know.
tournament.
I
I think release
come-
hags on it were insanely strong.
coming from the other perspective, just as somebody who played against it a lot, every single time I saw this mech in a scrim or in a match, as the medium mech pilot, who's usually playing like a mobile, like Laswa mech, every single time I saw them all I saw was food, free food to eat, because there's nothing it could do to hurt me, and I could just torment it. It just didn't. It didn't. I never felt threatened by that mech one single time the entire season.
What you really needed when you're bringing them all is you needed a team that was being aggressive in front of you. Because if it was static, then you couldn't trade well against like proper traders. And well, if your team isn't like pushing and being aggressive, then like maybe you're getting pushed. Then it's really fragile. And as soon as you get jumped on, you're dead. So really, you wanted a team in front of you that's pushing forward and taking the aggro, and that you can use your speed to move up with them while maintaining the range and using your firepower, because it does have great firepower and great offensive quirks. So like good choice in some specific decks, I think, and then like probably like C tier on average if you're just like bringing in a control deck, because it is still like low tonnage. Like there's something to be said about it only being 80 tons on an assault mech, so it doesn't really take any like relevant slots, and it's gives you the tonnage elsewhere.
I can understand where the traders are coming from, just because it had at various points so much raw firepower that like if you screwed up against it, it could punish you really heavily, right? But like that wasn't something that from my role I ever experienced for myself. I never, like I said, I never felt threatened by that mech. It was just easy to torment.
I think we can put it in B. I don't think we have to put in patch dependent because it didn't change too much based on patches, even though it did. And I agree with you. I think I can't put it below B, but I also like, even at its strongest, I think it was like high B. I don't think it ever reached A because again, it was just too inconsistent. Even with the weapons, like it was definitely like A tier offensively, but like things could go wrong really fast still, even if your weapons were strong and you had good offensive quirks. Like it was always fragile. I'm gonna put it bottom of B actually.
Low B is fine with the note that it actually does need like a defensively versed pilot who doesn't, because it's very unforgiving against enemy traders, which are gonna be like heavier than the mech.
Yeah, it either needs a pilot that can play it properly, which we had, or it needs a team that's being aggressive in front of it, so it's not getting shot at, essentially.
Yeah. There's always a few red flags rising when a mech is described as, oh, it's a good mech when nobody's shooting at it.
Yeah, that's true. But I will say, like, as far as a mech that is like a glass cannon type archetype, it is like, when hags were at the strongest, it was arguably the best glass cannon in the entire game, because it had the speed to move up and make sure it was constantly shooting with the insane offensive quirk and the ability to run the OP weapon, right? So
true. And when we ran it, I think it was I think the best use of it was the mid aggressive decks that we ran on Polar. Like from what I can recall, like Basalt in the back as we like moving up as we just pushed forward and engaged in optimal and put a lot of pressure on the enemy traders if they were running ER large or whatever. Like it felt like the mall was in a pretty good spot there as we were being aggressive, like you say.
Yeah.
I think the strongest use we had for it was actually the hags plus laser vomit on Hibernal in a push. But
I'm grabbing the pictures, by the way. So if you guys want to talk about the next one after you finish this one, the Mad 2, hopefully I'll have the pictures by then.
If the meta was more greedy, I'd put it high, but with how things are, C or D, I would say. I don't see it being higher.
Should I be seeing anything on your screen, G?
No, I'm getting the pictures. So
Okay,
for the missing mechs, because we're missing a couple mechs.
Yep.
So I have to grab the icons.
Dervish and Rifleman to see.
Yeah, so if you want to keep talking while I do that, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, I want to keep talking. I feel mech envy, and because I see the Shadowcat up there, I see the Incubus up there, I see the Arctic Wolf up there, and I don't see the Spider up there.
Look, my Hunchy doesn't get to be up there either, so cry in a corner.
Just imagine being both an Arctic Wolf and a Shadowcat pilot. How good that feels right now. Just think about that. Feels good, man.
Oh, Bowser's in chat. Hey, Bowser. Good to see you, of course. Just one more second, guys. Just have to grab these manually from the wiki. I was supposed to. I did this for the 2 mechs I thought we were missing. I didn't realize we were missing a bunch of others. Corsair.
I mean, we were definitely missing Stone Rhino and Longbow.
Yeah, well, luckily those aren't a factor. Yeah, so Mad 2,
Oh.
where do we think it is?
Okay.
No, go, Stim, go on.
Oh, did you want Matt too? Next.
That's the mech we were on, I thought, because we finished the Mo, or the Warhammer 2C.
Did we see a Matt 2 used?
Kong took it, right?
Yeah, we saw an
Oh,
alpha
yeah.
or so in scrims a few times, but
It's hard to comment on it because it's really I didn't see a good use case for it.
yeah, I think the strong build of it was way too greedy for the meta, so I don't saw it ever being used.
Brawlers are gonna be slow from the Matt 2, and long range. Well, long range is long range with low mounts. So you could do binaries.
Yeah,
but
3
then...
binaries, 3 large pulse was the build that I had originally theory crafted, and
Oh, you too? Okay.
yeah, it's really strong, but I mean, I had what 5 larges, 3 large pulse earlier, but it's just better with binaries now.
Yeah, it was just hard to use the Matt 2 on an assault slot when you had all these other assaults, executioners and stuff waiting.
Yeah, it's too greedy in the current meta, way too greedy. So I feel like it was like D tier, yeah, D tier at best, honestly.
I don't remember it being particularly good. I don't think it's like as bad as most of them, if not all the mechs in F tier, but honestly, I think it's like Fafnir level. I think that
I was gonna say the exact same, like D tier at best, Fafnir. Like,
A
Yeah.
bit better than Fafnir because of the tankiness profile, but yeah, D probably just because of the meta.
I would say personally, I would put it higher than the Highlander 2C, and I'm honestly gonna drag the quick draw down.
the IS Highlander, you mean, not the Highlander 2C.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, drag the quick draw down.
I'm gonna drag the Raven down as well, a bit, and the Jenner. Honestly,
Just
like
a bit. Not too
And
much.
the
Not too
dragon.
much.
no, Dragon's fine where it is because of the brawl, the Giga Brawler.
Right. Yeah, true.
Okay. Sit here for now. Okay. We're gonna save this one for last. So, Tin Man, Hatchet Man. I think it's just the Tin Man. The 7R was like okay. I mean, it was basically just like a worse Phoenix Hawk. It had some pros to it, but not worth the low mounts. Like, I think we were considering bringing like 7 medium pulse on it for Crimson for skirmishing, but we never did that. But the Tin Man, I honestly think is S tier. Literally the best mech in the game for leading a push. In almost every case. Just insanely tanky, light engine with good speed. What else do you want? Yeah, like I don't know. What
Imagine
And-
a 4SP, but it gets to have JJs.
pretty much, yeah.
Faster.
Exactly.
With a great animation as
Exactly.
well with those JJs.
I was about to say,
I think-
what else could you want? The ability to jump from the floor of Vitric to the top. That's what you want, right?
I mean, the
There you
actual
go.
thing I would want is the actual 4SP quicks instead of just half of them. But It's a bit too
Tin
much.
Man
to ask
is what the Vindicator should have been.
But it's
Yeah, that's actually like funny that you say that because I don't know. I don't even
true.
play the Vindicator, but yeah, like they kind of like give off a similar vibe for whatever reason. But yeah, one is terrible, one is like just so good. What do you think, Stim? Do you think the Tin Man was S tier?
Yeah, it seemed like that for what I saw it in action. It's really good for its tonnage and just skinny, durable, resilient.
Yeah, I think it was like again very non-flexible, but because the meta was so defined by Brawl and it was like the best mech for leading that Brawl, like how can you not put it in S tier?
Yeah.
I actually would have to say like again it's you can't say that it's it's only specific use cases because of how prevalent Brawl was. Like you could bring Brawl every deck and it'd be good in every deck. I have to put it higher up. I have to put it above an Xe. Like I think for a Brawl deck, it's an auto include. You have to bring it. And again, like Brawl was the meta, like or arguably the meta. It was one of the strongest ways to play the game, so it's got to be up there.
Mm. Yeah, so S tier now has like the defining mechs of their weight classes as pertains to the meta. And we were also playing Conquest, where capping is important.
Okay. Spider goes back up. But I think that like I don't know what you said earlier about the player making the mech shine, but whatever. You want the Spider up there. I will let you have it. You know best. Next, Rifleman 2C. It's a very specific mech. It's very similar to the Supernova in my opinion. I actually feel like it should just be right next to the Supernova because
I agree. I was
it's
gonna say C tier as well.
yeah, it's very very good in this very specific use case. It's actually Stim. You're the one that suggested the Rifleman 2C. We were putting a Night Gear. Actually, I think we would start with a Mad Cat up there so it can move forward and be a little bit more flexible. Then we moved to a Night Gear for a very short period of time. And then you suggested the Rifleman, which was actually genius because it has everything you want back there. Mainly that 10% range. Literally the perfect mech to sink back there because it's a heavy mech, which nobody cares about and just suck in general, especially on mining where most of the good heavy mechs don't have jump jets, the Hellfire notably. And you're just not investing that much tonnage back there because of it. And
Exactly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry for cutting you off.
No, you're good.
I was saying exactly like in a meta that favors Brawl so much, on a map where Brawl is rather easy mining, you want to invest as little as possible on the back line, and the Rifleman 2C still does it really well, so that's why it fit there so nicely.
Oh, thank you for the raid, by the way, Fury. Unfortunately, not playing the game right now, just talking about CS meta, so sorry for everybody joining that was hoping for gameplay, but I'm sure there's other people streaming the new patch. For anybody who wants to stick around, we're nearing the end of the tier list. Probably going to have to end up doing 2 streams because there's a bunch of other stuff we want to discuss, and this has gone on way longer than I expected, which is actually a good thing, though. Yeah, so stick around if feel free to gaze upon our CS tier list. Stim, so you agree with the placement then of next to the Supernova?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Do you think higher or lower?
Well, I'd say higher just because
Heavy mech?
that too, and because if somebody's looking at this tier list and they're wondering like what to take in a Brawl meta, but I want long range, then I think the Rifleman 2C should jump up or jump at them a bit more. Whereas the Supernova is more of a situational assault pick.
I agree with that. I'm fine with the Rifleman being higher. Actually think I want to move the Thunderbolt down here below the Roughneck and the Sun Spider, but like that. Honestly, same with the Ice Ferret. That looks better to me. Okay. Corsair. We didn't actually use the Corsair at all, but I saw other teams use it, and it was always in my mind. I looked at a lot of decks with it. I think both Gaussier Large and Binary Vomit, or Gauss Binary Vomit, was very, very strong. I think Abins used it a lot in scrims versus us. I think it was 2 binaries, 2 ER mediums, 2 Gauss. and it
Yeah,
did very well. It was very hard to play against. Obviously, its weakness being it's slow and its hitboxes, but it's got some good quirks. It's got a good amount of armor, and it's got the mount. So I definitely don't think it can be below C tier, despite us not using it. Like if we're being objective.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I
I
think
would
what.
put it low B
Sorry, go
tier
on.
with the Warhammer 2C, to be honest.
And used him.
That's not a. Yeah, that's not a bad point. What Ghosty said, because the archetype that the Corsair has going for it is a mech that punches super hard, and to to punish or trade with that mech, you have to take it to the face. But then the mech you are shooting at, the Corsair, is like rugged enough to take what you can give that mech. So you always have to pay a price if you wanna shoot at it, and that's what makes it kind of like uh, like that provides it consistency. Whereas
Yeah.
the Warhammer 2C can hit you hard as well, but if you're trading against it, you're gonna probably cause significant damage. Whereas with the Corsair, not so much.
Yep. I agree with that. I think I would actually put it above the Warhammer. I think I'd put it one above.
Yeah.
It's a solid choice for sure. Just didn't fit for us particularly in our decks or on the maps that we were looking to control.
Yeah. So earlier when we were talking about Highlander, IS Highlander, I said it's like a good attrition trader. So it takes damage, gives damage, but the enemy is destroyed or crippled before it is destroyed or crippled, because it can lose the side torso and arm and then tank with the side torso, blah blah. The Corsair gets like the other, or it is similar in this way, where it can trade and trade and trade and give a lot of damage out. It can take a lot of damage too, and the enemy is gonna get crippled faster, most likely.
Yes. Yes, I agree. 100%. Just does it in a very different way, but the same idea.
Yeah. More damage centric attrition trading, but yeah.
Yes. Dervish. Brawl is meta, baby. I think this is easily B tier.
Yeah, it's an easy pick to ward off brawls or brawl yourself. And even if you put in, like, say, a less than decent player in, say, a lower division even, it's got so much damage in the SRMs, and at that range, most people can hit a lot of it, and it's going to deliver a lot of that payload before dying, because it has JJs and a decent frame to tank with.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I think, honestly, for me, it's one below the Hellspawn, which might sound wrong to people, but I actually think the Hellspawn was underappreciated and the Dervish was overappreciated just a bit. We did bring the Dervish though at the end and not the Hellspawn, but I think that was more about like what other mechs we were bringing in, like the tonnage. I think that the Dervish is better than Hellspawn overall, but not for its tonnage. I think like if you can use the 10 tons somewhere else, you're not really losing that much by bringing Hellspawn instead.
Yeah, exactly that.
Agree.
You agree with that as well, Stim?
Yes, and when you said the Dervish is a bit more like overappreciated over the Hellspawn, I'm just wondering, is it perhaps because people just own the Hellspawn less? The Dervish was more prevalent before, and the Hellspawn really never surfaced.
I think that might be part of it, but it's also like the Hellspawn's hitboxes and missile locations are kind of strange. So the Dervish is much more straightforward to play. Like if you end up getting in a Pop Tart scenario, like okay, you have the missiles all on the side torsos, right? Like,
Yeah.
or like that you can't mess it up as much, I think, and it's more intuitive. I think that's probably the main reason why.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, last mech, definitely by far the most misunderstood mech of this entire tournament. I genuinely think this mech screwed even top level teams. I have a lot to say about this, so I don't even know where to start. I'm gonna place it where I think it should be placed, and that's the bottom of A. I think one above the Jenner. I think the Jenner is the lowest in A, and the Crusader is right below the Mad Cat. Teams really screwed themselves by forcing this mech. I think Abins realized a bit late, but they did realize it wasn't as strong as it appeared a little bit after us. I was actually slow to realizing it too. We forced this early on, like every drop, similar to how other teams forced it to the end of CS, and at some point I kind of like just figured out that it's not as good as it seems. A couple of the points we talked about, that lots of things apply to this, but I can just start from the top. Like we talked about earlier, some of these other mechs, it can look great on paper. Like, oh yeah, your sustained DPS is, it's over 10 and you have a lot of burst and alpha. If you're a fragile mech that needs to be right next to the enemy to deal your DPS, you're going to get focused and die first. And it doesn't matter how much DPS you have. If you're fragile and get focused first, you're not going to get your damage out. And that is like the definition of this mech is like fragility at this point. After it's lost its armor quirks, it's got ginormous legs. It's not speedy enough to like run away, and it doesn't have the range with the small lasers. You have to be right up against them to deal your effective damage against the brawl push. It's just yeah, I mean, like, do you guys agree with me there?
Heavy Piranha.
I'm sorry, heavier Piranha. Yeah, I think that a lot of people, and that's just for like, the control 6T point of view. We didn't bring it for pushes either, and that's something else. Other teams would bring it for pushes often. They, again, like, were undervaluing tankiness. Like, if you're bringing a bunch of mechs like the Dervish and Tin Man and stuff, and you bring a Crusader in that drop, what do you think the opponent's going to focus first? They're going to leg your Crusader, and it's not going to deal any damage again. Like, it's not fast enough to close in immediately, so they're always going to have the chance to focus it and leg it and kill it. So then, where is it good? Well, I think that it's very good in this specific scenario where you can be in a position where you can leg shield and they can't get to your other leg if they're brawl pushing, for one. That helps it immensely. So Mining Collective was an obvious example of that. There's kind of like gaps in the buildings that you could shove yourself into, and it drastically increased your lifespan against a brawl push. The other thing would be if you could position yourself behind your teammates, where there was some sort of wall in front of you where they couldn't get to you because there was a huge priority target in front of them that they had to deal with first. And the one that we used that was the most consistent for us was the Highlander. Like, a Crusader behind a Highlander was like a pretty well protected Crusader. It's really hard to walk past a Highlander with the LB20 and the SRMs. In general, though, this mech was just so overrated. So many teams would put a palette that was not comfortable or was not good with the mech because they felt like they had to. And I think that was because heavy mechs in general were weaker. So you look at the heavy mechs available and you think like, oh, okay, well, we have to bring a Crusader because all the other heavy mechs suck. And that really, really hurt a lot of teams. I think that, again, I'm not for the purpose of calling anybody out, but I think 5J specifically putting a very, very strong light palette in this mech for the entire CS, including in all 3 drops of the grand final against us, that was just a huge mistake. There's no other way to say it. It was just not understanding the mech and not understanding the mech's weaknesses, really, and overvaluing it just in any deck.
Yeah, it was ridiculous how fast those mechs legs melted sometimes.
Yeah.
I want to highlight one of the things I think I said when we made our Vitshake deck for the grand final is that I looked at the deck and I went, okay, if I see all of these 8 mechs, there is not a single one I would want to shoot at.
Yeah, I remember us discussing that.
Yes, for our Vitshake Brawl deck, yeah. 100%. Yeah, like, not giving them a single good target.
That was the beauty of that deck.
Yeah. And
Crusader into that deck, easy priority.
Easy and Vigo would have been pretty easy to focus as well, by the way.
The thing is, if you put a Crusader into that deck, you are essentially playing 7v8 because it's just immediately gonna die.
Yeah, or it can't go in which case, okay, you're losing DPS and it's not worth it. I'm of the opinion that Bonson was one of, if not the best Crusader palette in the game for this CS. He played it all year long. Obsessively, I forced him to play it because I thought it was going to be meta, again, like in CS, and I did think it was meta at the beginning of CS, but even so, there was just a point where it got dunked. I think we even won the drop, but I just kind of realized, like, this is just not worth it. Like, it's just incredibly difficult to position it properly. It's incredibly inconsistent with receiving a push because if you're even a little bit out of position, or if the enemy just makes the correct call to get it while you're trying to DPS with your smalls, it immediately dies, and things are bad for your team. Yeah, so we moved away from it, and that ended up being 100% the right call. I mean, the Hellfire was such an easy swap to for almost all the decks, and honestly, it was stronger. I didn't realize how strong the Hellfire was at first. We were a little bit late adopting that. I actually think that Abins was the one bringing the Hellfire first, the Void specifically, and then I think Nyan used it, and then I helped her tweak the build for it, and it ended up being stronger than the Crusader ever was this CS. So really, just I think teams were just too unwilling to move away from the Crusader in general. What do you think, Stim? Do you agree with what I said?
I do, and I wanted to add to, like, it could warrant a whole new like segment, but like tankiness is such an, as you said, it's an underrated stat, and people often look at the numbers, dissipation, and sustained DPS, but like it's seldom mentioned, and never enough mentioned how important it is that a mech survives, say, 5 or 10 seconds or 15 seconds longer, because it's 15 seconds more for every other mech in the team, and so much more cumulative damage that your team can output. And that's why these mechs that look good on paper and have a lot of damage are also such liabilities. Like Kodiaks, and in some case, sometimes the Blood Asp. Well, heavies have the Crusader, of course. Mediums, not sure what would be the example there. For lights, it's probably like a Jenner 2C for the uninitiated, or even the Saber sometimes, because the Saber can die very fast if it's played wrong and focused right.
I agree with that, yeah. It's just, that
think
tends to be all lights, so except for Commando.
And another thing in general is that doesn't go just for mechs, it also goes for the skills that pilots have. I think the most underappreciated skill that Div A pilots, like high Div A pilots, have is just not dying in a match ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. The ability to keep yourself alive in the game is like really, really important. Just your presence not being on the scoreboard does have an effect on how the enemy can play and will play.
Yeah, and staying alive is especially tough for players that are very hungry to have high damage numbers or presence in the end of game screen or something like that, because they want to deal damage, and they will forego tanking and shielding and just playing as a team and for the team because of that, and that's a weakness.
Yeah, that's true. The Crusader, I don't want to just talk badly of it because I am putting in an A tier. I just, people have the expectation, I think, that it's S tier. They certainly built their decks and played like it. So now that I covered that, it still is an immense amount of sustained DPS. Like if you are ignored when you're like, the enemy's broad pushing you, you will carry by yourself. It definitely, even a control deck, it has the ability to gank targets and immediately kill them. When you're playing control deck, though, like, again, you need a really good palette to play it properly, because you cannot bleed with this mech. You have to think of it as your smalls or your primary weapon, really, no matter what build you're running. If you take trades where you get shot almost as much, even if less, but almost as much as you're shooting the enemy, and you'd go down to 60% for bringing one enemy down to 60%, that's probably really terrible for you, because you're not going to be able to close in and use your smalls later on. You're just going to die when you try to do that, because you're just not that fast and you're quite big. So you need to play in a very, very passive, controlled manner, and that's really difficult to do, especially in this meta where aggression tends to win out and be king. I think that the binary build ended up being the easier build to play overall, but I personally think double heavy PPC smalls was the best build, because it played into that mentality of, I'm going to conserve my armor at all costs. Peek a different play or pop star from a different position every time and maximize your damage for the least amount of exposure, which is dual heavy peeps. I feel pretty strongly about that, but very, very difficult to play. and the velocity was hard to deal with. It's relatively low velocity for how fast everything is moving in the CS. No doubt about it. Would you agree with that as well, Stim? Everything I just said?
Yep. It's pretty much like that. Mech self-balances just because of the amount of aggro it draws.
Yeah. Oh, man. Okay, well, I think we can look through our tier list real quick and maybe make some adjustments. How do we feel about S tier? I know people were hesitant on the Arctic Wolf being top.
Some of the images, at least for me on the screen, are a bit dark and like. So could you like just list them out from left to right?
Arctic Wolf, Incubus, Hatchetman, Executioner, Orion 2C, Shadowcat, Stalker, Hellfire, Spider.
I don't think there's a big question there for me. If there is any question, then I would maybe ask if the Orion 2C is more A than S, but it's fine either way.
Okay.
I think the S tier is fitting with what I'd consider it to be.
Okay, seems like we're pretty agreed on that. A tier, Viper, Mislinks, Phoenix Hawk, Marauder 2C, Marauder, Warhawk, Highlander 2C, Vulcan, Mad Cat, Crusader, Jenner 2C. Honestly, that seems like perfect to me.
Yeah, I would switch Warhawk and Highlander, but that's it. And that's a super minor change. So
I'm okay with that. What did you say, Stim?
I'm just wondering, the Jenner 2C can be significantly harder to use than some of these mechs. I'm not sure if it deserves the same place or same tier as Mistlinks, even if I love the mech, of course, and it can be super powerful, but like, it's very much easier to die in that mech than, say, a Viper or Mistlinks.
I think you're right, but I also think the SRM Jenner was underused and undervalued, and Brawl was king. And it was one of the best Brawlites, in my opinion. Like,
Okay.
I
There, for sure.
I will drop it to B tier, but you have to convince me a little bit more than just like, oh, it's fragile.
Yeah, so I don't feel too strongly to convince you, but I'm just trying to look through the eyes of a person who looks at this tier list and tries to pick mechs, and then if they pick the Jenner 2C over Firestarter, Javelin, Commando, it's not too big of a deal, but still, they will have a larger learning curve than with some of the other mechs lower in the tier list. But I guess it's kind of on the same level as the Mistlink, so having it last in the A section is fine.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a powerful mech for sure.
We're good on that. Then B. Atlas, Bloodasp, Piranha, Flea, Kit Fox, Direwolf, Commando, Hellspawn, Dervish, Firestarter, Javelin, Hunchback 2C, Nightgear, Black Lantern, Corsair, Warhammer 2C. There was contention with the Piranha. I think that was the main point of contention, right? Was the Piranha.
Really, the Piranha?
Well, what do you think, Stim? Do you still think the Piranha needs to be dropped?
It has such a high skill floor that it's just it's tough to recommend it. I know your reason, which is fair, was because it can be so powerful played right and in the right scenarios. So I would be content leaving it here with a note. You need to be really good with this mech to play it well. But
Okay, let's drop it a bit.
Yeah.
In B.
Yeah.
Why don't we put it under the Direwolf, right next to the Commando? I think the Commando is like kind of the opposite of the Piranha, right? Like it's got very little verse and lower firepower, but incredibly tanky, and the Piranha is the exact opposite of that. I think the Commando is obviously easier to play as far as like mechanics, but I think that the Commando is also very difficult to play as far as the brain part of it. If you're playing it properly at the highest level, like when to bleed and where to bleed.
Agreed. One thing we need to remember about the Piranha as well is that you are expending a light slot for it, where you could actually play a safer light that can still brawl, or maybe a safer light that can cap and contribute in more reliable and consistent ways. Picking up a Piranha means you're kind of just almost tossing a coin where it's going to either do very little because it just engaged 1 second too early or something, or it's going to do maybe fine. Not sure if how often it does like amazingly, because a Piranha is not going to be ignored for long anyway by any decent player. So it's kind of, I think it's hard to really like super shine with a Piranha. It's hard to make it consistently good, and it's easy to die in it. So
Yeah, that's all fair points.
B tier is fine, but like even lower maybe needs to be like a more niche pick than, I'd say, like after Javelin maybe.
Man, you're tearing me apart here.
Everybody knows the Piranha has massive weaponry. That's not the contention here. It's if you get to use them.
Oh, you're hurting me.
Definitely better. It's definitely better than the Javelin.
You're hurting me.
Remember that this is
I'll give you your commando above it. All right, I'm not going any lower though. I'm not going any lower.
Yeah,
okay, fair.
The commando is better on average because it can do, you know,
it's consistent.
In the decks,
it's consistent versus inconsistent.
Yeah, it's very consistent. It's very good. You know, the commando is probably better on average, but the Piranha, like the ceiling is so high. You know, it's
just like if I get to choose between those mechs, like which one I play and which one I think I'm gonna be able to do better with on that, like to win games, I'm picking the Piranha. Like that's it.
But hear me out. You are just, I think Neon analyzed it pretty well at some point. You are a person who analyzes things kind of a bit more emphasized with like or emphasizing like the outcome of say a 1v1 or some engagement. But like, and I'm not gonna go too long into like because you said to win games, how important capping is, and how like, yes, you said you can win a 1v1 on a cap with the Piranha, but then again, a capper light also needs to be able to sustain long range fire when it's running around, and that's very scary for the Piranha. Not gonna get into that, but like, hear me out here. This is gonna require a bit of an abstract thinking. But say, imagine a slider moves left to right and right to left, and it defines the skill disparity of two players playing lights on a cap. Unlike with other mechs, with the Piranha, there's going to be a huge drop off a cliff in the Piranha players' survivability and success rate when the slider moves to the opposing player's direction in the skill disparity. Like, you either actually need to win the fight clearly with the Piranha, or they're gonna like maybe leg you or kill you. Like you really need to hit your shots, or it's gonna get chewed up real fast. Like there's no middle ground where you can kind of buffer their damage and tank around, maybe play around it.
No, it's all or nothing.
Engagement, then you kill it.
You either win or lose the game for your team in that type of fight.
Right.
It's one or the other.
To expend a light slot with that kind of gamble.
If I'm playing it, then yeah, but I mean, maybe I'm big ego. I don't know. When I played it, I felt very confident with it. I played it earlier in the year in scrims. I played it a couple of scrims, but I don't know.
Exactly.
Like
the skill disparity is in your favor. You have good aim, and you will melt legs off other players. But this is a tier list.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I think you're right. All right, fine. I'll put it below the Dervish, but I still think it's stronger than the Firestar. I think the Firestar is overrated and ended up being kind of weak. So.
Okay, that's fine. I rest my case.
Yeah. Okay, I don't think we need to go over all the C and Ds and Fs. Looks pretty solid to me. If something is a little bit misplaced, it's not a big deal. Actually, pretty natural, just like amount in each section, I think. For us not really going off of that and just kind of putting where things made sense. Most in C, which is the middle, and then D and F have more than B, A, and S combined. I think that's it looks good to me, honestly.
Yeah, I like it.
Anything stick out to you in particular of like needing to be changed, or are we good?
I mean, clearly Hunchy should be top of S tier, but
Yeah. Yep.
I still think that the mall's fragility and specific conditions it needs to thrive should keep it out of B tier. It's just not consistent enough. But like I say, the traders probably feel differently about that.
Yeah, I think they did, and that's okay. I think that they played it more, so it's fine to have her get the final say.
That's really the only one on the entire list that I'm looking at that kind of bothers me a little bit. The rest of it looks very solid.
Okay, I think we're good then. We've been going for 5.5 hours, so I think we really got into this. I'm hoping that I can catch you against him and we can have a second CS discussion, because we have a lot of things written down that we want to talk about, and I don't think it'll be nearly as long. But I think honestly, this will be. I don't know, I really wanted to do this because I felt like a lot of mechs were like misunderstood and not considered or not played right. You know, this meta had more mechs available to play like in a reasonable fashion than any meta I've seen of CS by far. Like I said, we played more chassis than we had drops. So like on average, we were bringing over one new chassis every drop. So I felt like this was kind of important to do because of that. To like talk about why that was. And as you can see, there's quite a few choices. Like everything down to C tier really is pretty viable, and we even brought some D tier mechs. Like again, very very specific Cataphracts, very very specific Invictus. Just really really cool to see a CS that has so many different mechs being played at like a high level that isn't just trolling. Any closing thoughts for today's stream, Sim?
Should have more of these analytical sessions.
Yeah, it was fun, wasn't it? I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Yep.
Hopefully we can do it again, like we said, and finish talking about some stuff. I had a bunch of stuff pulled up, as you can maybe see at the top, that I planned on diving into a bit, but yeah, we can't go any longer. It's 5.5 hours here, so let me see if I can't raid somebody. So I did get raided myself. Let's see who's streaming the new patch. Oh, Magic.
I have some calls to make, but thanks for having me, you guys.
Oh, Magic streaming, Chicken streaming. Yep. Have a good night, Shine. I'm gonna raid Chicken actually. You guys can find Magic if you want. Oh, get out of here, Ed. I'm sure you guys can find Magic. But yeah, give Chicken some love. And have a good night, of course. Hopefully, I'll see you again soon.
Good night, G.
Yep. Good night, Sim. Good night, Ghosty.